Chapter 3365. Come on, let's see how insufferably arrogant the people of the Buddhist pagoda are. Zhou Xian roared in anger. His battle intent was unparalleled. In his heart he had an incomparably firm belief. Qingqing was his courage. In this battle, Zhou Xian would face death with equanimity. Even if he were to injure the enemy by 1,000 and himself by 800, he would not hesitate. Hao Yunhang was even more terrifying than Yun Guiyao. His fists were filled with explosive power. The power of the dragon elephant was fully displayed. Even Zhou Xian did not dare to say that he was stronger than Hao Yunhang in terms of strength. Under the incomparably fierce collision, Zhou Xian became extremely passive in Hao Yunhang's hands. Previously, when he fought with Yun Guiyao, he had forcefully displayed the heavenly destruction seal. His strength had been greatly reduced, leaving only 30 to 40% of it. It was too difficult to fight against Hao Yunhang in his peak state. However, Zhou Xian had no other choice. If he retreated now, it would be difficult for him to find traces of Qingqing. Therefore, in this battle, even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to persevere and fight to the end. Limitless Sword. 17th Sword. Zhou Xian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and began the battle once again. Although he was in an extremely passive situation, Zhou Xian had to take the initiative to attack. At this time, if he was suppressed again, it would be even more difficult for him to raise his head. Zhou Xian did not dare to be negligent. Hao Yunhang's fists were like rainbows, each of them fatal. When he punched out, the entire Jade Flower Mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Your sword is my sword. Hao Yunhang turned his hand and punched out. The heavens and earth changed color, overlapping with Zhou Xian's toughness. The incomparably sharp heavenly dragon sword, with its terrifying momentum, finally forced Hao Yunhang to take a step back. Blood dripped from Hao Yunhang's palm as it tore apart Hao Yunhang's attack. However, Zhou Xian's injuries were getting more and more serious. That punch had shaken the mountains and rivers. His entire body, including his internal organs, were shaking violently. That powerful pressure had sent Zhou Xian flying. His face was pale and he spurted out blood. Zhou Xian laughed bitterly. This wasn't a case of harming the enemy by 1,000 but harming the enemy by 800. His injuries were even more severe than Hao Yunhang's. At this moment, Hao Yunhang furrowed his brows as his eyes turned cold. Even though that punch of his was filled with great power, it did not manage to crush Zhou Xian entirely. This caused Hao Yunhang to be extremely enraged. Seemed like this Zhou Xian was truly a tough nut to crack. To think that he would have such a strong defense. Let's see how long you can laugh, humph. Hao Yunhang snorted coldly as he charged forward ferociously. At this moment, his target was to kill Zhou Xian and make him disappear from this world. He had pursued Yun Guiyao for hundreds of thousands of years, but he did not receive any response. In order to protect Yun Guiyao, he had guarded this Jasper Mountain for 30,000 years. At this moment, he could finally display his skills in front of the person he loved. For Yun Guiyao, Hao Yunhang would definitely not show any mercy. Even though he was not a disciple of Buddha Long Xiang, Hao Yunhang's strength and status were not inferior to Yun Guiyao's. In the Buddha pagoda, Hao Yunhang's strength was also ranked in the top. Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. Zhou Xian grinned. His blood carried a hint of bloodlust. Facing Hao Yunhang, Zhou Xian was not afraid at all. At most he would just fight to the death. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Zhou Xian struck out with the seal. The 5 dragons roared furiously. Flaming dragons wreaked havoc in the sky, covering Hao Yunhang completely. Soaring Strike. Shadowless Fist. Hao Yunhang roared. A fist and a seal intertwined with each other. Hao Yunhang still had one move. At this moment, Zhou Xian was forced back once again. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and knelt on one knee, looking rather pathetic. I've said it before. You can't do it. Hao Yunhang shook his head. He had already lost his patience with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian stood up slowly. His eyes were filled with determination. You forced me to do this. Now all of you can die. Zhou Xian clenched his fist. 2 heavenly lightning spirits gathered in his hands. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning intertwined with each other. Heavenly lightning? Even though it's strong, it's a fool's dream to kill me with just 2 heavenly lightning. Hao Yunhang said disapprovingly. Is that so? In that case, what about this? Jiangchen smiled and spat out a heavenly lightning spirit. It was the Zhiyu drought heavenly lightning. At this moment Hao Yunhong's face turned solemn. 3 types of heavenly lightning were actually fusing in Jiangchen's hands. The terrifying might indeed gave Hao Yunhang quite a bit of pressure. Let's see how long you can laugh. You can fuse heavenly lightning too? Hee hee, you're just seeking your own death. Before Hao Yunhang could say anything, Jiangchen spat out the 4th heavenly lightning spirit from his mouth, the 1000-flame destruction thunder. What? That's impossible. Such a terrifying power of thunder pierced through the void in an instant. The 4 bolts of thunder gradually fused together at this moment. Hao Yunhong's initial disdain turned to solemn, and now his expression changed drastically. His expression was rather complicated. 4 heavenly lightning. He actually fused all 4 heavenly lightning together. How is this possible? Yun Giao murmured, her eyes filled with shock. She had originally thought that Jiangchen was dead for sure, but now it seemed that the battle was far from over. Each of these 4 bolts of heavenly lightning was stronger than the last. Moreover, they were gradually fusing together. In their eyes, this was simply a fantasy. It was self-evident how violent the heavenly lightning spirit was. Fusing the power of 4 bolts of heavenly lightning was simply courting death. However, Jiangchen had done it. Moreover, he seemed to be doing it with ease. The fusion of the heavenly lightning spirit made him look even more confident. Yun Giao and Hao Yunhang exchanged glances. Both of them felt an extremely terrifying pressure. That invisible deterrence made them feel the threat of death. It was a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning. A black death lotus gradually condensed in Jiangchen's hand. Both of them took a step back subconsciously. However, Jiangchen didn't retreat. Instead, he stared at the 2 of them. The death lightning lotus in his hand was already aimed at the 2 of them and blasted down. Yun Giao and Hao Yunhang didn't have any way to deal with it. They could only defend passively. However, this attack was simply too terrifying. The death lightning lotus started to move faster and faster when Jiangchen tossed it into the void. Both Hao Yunhang and Yun Giao's faces turned pale. The aura of death permeated the surroundings of the 2 of them. At this moment, the death lightning lotus formed by the fusion of 4 heavenly lightning finally bloomed completely. Despair was written all over their faces. At this moment, the entire Jade Flower Mountain shook. The terrifying energy fluctuations almost caused the entire sky to fall into a deathly silence. Chapter 3366. Run. Hao Yunhong's expression was incomparably hideous. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to run as far as he could. The terrifying might had already engulfed them, almost sealing off the entire sky. Yun Giao felt the same way. She could sense that Jiangchen's attack seemed to be unstoppable. Such a terrifying death lotus bloomed quietly at that moment, and they had nowhere to hide. The fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings was Jiangchen's most terrifying technique. It was almost on par with the Howling Sky Seal, and it might even be stronger. Currently, Jiangchen was still unable to completely control the Dao essence, so the might of the Howling Sky Seal was probably a little weaker than the fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings. At this moment, Jiangchen had already made up his mind to kill them. If he didn't kill these 2, he would definitely not be able to find Qingqing with peace of mind. Even if there was a formation obstructing him, Jiangchen had no scruples. Go to hell. Jiangchen bellowed angrily. At this moment, the death lotus bloomed completely, and a terrifying explosion seemed to have blasted a hole in the void. With the entire Jasper Mountain as the center, mountains and ravines were formed tens of thousands of miles away. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were Yun Yao and Hao Yunhang. The 2 of them were almost instantly blasted away. The explosive force completely sealed the 2 of them within, and they had nowhere to hide. Double Sky Fist. Hao Yunhang knew that he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He threw out a punch, which was his strongest technique. However, the punch was instantly turned into nothingness by the strange death lotus. Hao Yunhang was forced to retreat, and he was completely dumbfounded. 9 revolutions zither music. Yun Giao also burst out with the last of her strength. If she just sat and waited for death, then the 2 of them would die even more thoroughly. The zither music turned into sharp blades shooting up to the sky. However, the fusion of Jiangchen's heavenly lightnings was too terrifying, so terrifying that it made the 2 of them lose their will to fight. Countless heavenly lightning bolts descended from the sky, lighting up the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Ripples spread out and Yun Giao and Hao Yunheng bore the brunt of it. They were completely engulfed by the terrifying Death Lotus, and they were completely powerless to fight back. After a long time, Yun Giao held a primordial origin treasure-level wind-riding bell in her hand. The wind-riding bell had already been torn to pieces. As the wind blew past, it turned into stone powder in an instant. Yun Giao and Hao Yunheng had just barely survived the ordeal. However, the two of them had completely lost the ability to fight and they were almost out of energy. This guy is a devil. Hao Yunheng's complexion was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. After surviving a calamity, the two of them were already restless and extremely shocked. Trash. They will always be trash. Jiang Qin stood with his hands behind his back looking calm and composed. He coldly looked at Hao Yunheng and Yun Giao. At this moment he had also completely lost the ability to fight. It was already impossible for him to fight the two of them. However, his myriad qi body was rapidly recovering, and at least it allowed him to maintain his composure. The fusion of the 4 heavenly lightnings had consumed an unprecedented amount of energy for Jiang Qin. It had almost completely drained Jiang Qin's body. He was already very relieved that he hadn't fainted. The mountains will never change and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. Yun Giao's eyes were wide open and her beautiful eyes flickered. At this moment her beautiful figure had already disappeared, but it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Yun Giao and Hao Yunheng quickly retreated and in an instant they disappeared into the sky. Jiang Qin didn't chase after them because he was almost at his limit. Puff. After Yun Giao and Hao Yunheng left, Jiang Qin finally couldn't bear it anymore. He spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood and sat on the ground. He no longer had the heroic appearance from before. Fuck you. Even though I have fused with the 4 heavenly lightning spirits, it's still hard for me to continue. Looks like I can't easily use the 4 heavenly lightning spirits in the future. Jiang Qin wiped the sweat off his face as he murmured. Shortly after he also almost fell down. However, he knew that he couldn't stop. Yan Qingqing must be here. He could sense that the woman he loved was on Mount Qianghua. Qingqing, wait for me. Qingqing. Jiang Qin followed her step by step, and used his spiritual energy to search the peak of Mount Qianghua. Finally he found a strange place. It was above the Lingyun cave. Just as Yun Giao had said, there were 9 great formations here and they were all bewildering formations. It was extremely difficult to break through them. However, that was only for others. For Jiang Qin this formation might not exist in name, but he could at least break it in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin's expression was grave as he started to break the formation. In just a short moment he had broken through the so-called 9 bewildering formations. In the Lingyun cave Jiang Qin took a step into it. At that moment he was completely stunned. Yan Qingqing was sitting on the stone platform, but her eyes were tightly shut. However, she was still alive and her life was not in danger. For Jiang Qin this was already enough. At the very least all the effort he had put in today was incomparably worth it. Qingqing. Jiang Qin called out and went straight for Yan Qingqing. However, at this moment Yan Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were brimming with vigor and she quickly retreated, avoiding Jiang Qin's embrace. Yan Qingqing frowned slightly, and her gaze gradually turned cold as she stared at Jiang Qin. Who are you? Who am I? Don't you recognize me again? Jiang Qin's brows were tightly knitted together. Yun Giao had already been forced to retreat by him and she had almost died here. She should no longer be able to control Qingqing's soul. Then was the current Yan Qingqing still herself? Jiang Qin could see that the gaze didn't seem to belong to Yan Qingqing. Jiang Qin's heart suddenly ached. Where did Yan Qingqing whom he loved the most go? Why was her gaze so unfamiliar, yet so familiar? Jiang Qin could see that the gaze indeed belonged to Yan Qingqing, but the vigor was no longer there. Moreover, it seemed to be 1,000 miles away from him, which made Jiang Qin feel even more pain. Jiang Qin wanted to take a step closer, but she was filled with vigilance against him. That ice-cold gaze pierced into Jiang Qin's heart, and he was at a loss for what to do for a moment. Have you really forgotten about me? Or is it that your soul no longer belongs to you? Jiang Qin murmured. At this moment when they reunited again he felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Why must the heavens always tease me like this? Chapter 3367. Jiang Qin stared at Yan Qingqing for a long time. However, her unfamiliar gaze made Jiang Qin's heart filled with sorrow. It was as if she was a stranger to him. That kind of cold-blooded gaze that had never been in contact with him deeply pierced Zhou Xian. He didn't know why everything turned out like this. The perfect ending that he was looking forward to made him sink deeper into the abyss. What exactly did that venomous Yungiao do to her? Zhou Xian didn't know, but he was filled with sorrow. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was in the beginning. However, Zhou Xian knew that as long as she was still alive, there would be a chance to turn things around. Zhou Xian felt that he had gone through too many trials and tribulations. Up until now he had only found Yan Qingqing. Sister Ning and Xiao Yu's whereabouts were still unknown. Zhou Xian suddenly felt that he was a failure, but there was nothing he could do. He could only choose to forge ahead in silence. Yan Qingqing was still here. No matter what she became, Zhou Xian would never choose to leave her. This time he would never let go of her hand and let her suffer the pain alone. I don't understand what you're talking about. Do we know each other? Yan Qingqing's cold voice made Zhou Xian feel incomparably uncomfortable. He forced a smile and nodded. We used to be very good friends. Our friendship is as deep as the ocean. Don't make it sound so mushy. I don't even know who you are and I don't know if we know each other. I don't trust anyone. Yan Qingqing Leng stared at Zhou Xian. Their gazes became more and more complicated. One was incomparably cold while the other was incomparably passionate. Zhou Xian finally understood what was the furthest distance in the world. It was when he was standing in front of you, but you didn't know that he loved you. They clearly loved each other but they couldn't be together. No one could understand that kind of pain. Then, do you know why you're here? Zhou Xian continued to ask. It seemed like it would be extremely difficult for him to wake Yan Qingqing up. What are you trying to say? Even if I forget everything in the past, I will not trust anyone because there is no one in this world that is worthy of trust. I don't need you to remind me why I'm here. There's someone here who wants to harm me. She captured me here and wants to seal me, but she doesn't have the ability to do so. Yan Qingqing's persistent and firm voice was filled with coldness. That Yan Qingqing who was as tender as honey and passionate as fire had already disappeared without a trace. What replaced her was an icy queen. Zhou Xian really didn't know how long this day would last. If he didn't find Yan Qingqing, she might be like this for the rest of her life. Forget. So you know you've forgotten a lot of things? Zhou Qian's eyes lit up and his lips curled into a smile. I know, but I'm not willing to remember those sad memories. I don't care who you are, but don't think about getting close to me. Otherwise you will die a horrible death. Yan Qingqing stretched out her hand, and an azure spiritual sword appeared in her hand. She thrust the sword straight into Zhou Qian's chest. Zhou Qian didn't dodge and the sword hit his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At that moment Yan Qingqing frowned, and her charming face became increasingly gloomy. Why didn't you dodge? With your strength, it shouldn't be to the extent where you can't even dodge this sword, right? Yan Qingqing's gaze was fiery. She didn't know why this man was like this, standing here and pestering her and saying some baffling words. However, she actually couldn't bear to stab the sword into Zhou Qian's body. This sword should be a stab. It should make me understand that you are in more pain than me. As long as you let me follow you, it's fine. Zhou Qian smiled and said. He didn't care about the pain. What he cared about was that Yan Qingqing would change her mind. He knew that the current Yan Qingqing, her body, consciousness, and soul all belonged to her. However, why did it become like this? It was unimaginable. Baffling. Yan Qingqing said coldly. She pulled out the azure spiritual sword from Zhou Qian's chest, and turned around to leave. Zhou Qian followed Yan Qingqing without any hesitation. Her actions were like a thread in his heart, pulling him along. Everything that happened on this mountain was caused by you? That woman who wanted to kill me was also chased away by you? Yan Qingqing frowned and looked at Zhou Qian as if she was waiting for his answer. Yes. Zhou Qian nodded. Yan Qingqing hesitated for a moment as if she was thinking about something. However, Yan Qingqing's eyes were still as cold as ice, as if she had no feelings for anyone or anything. If you like it, then follow me. Yan Qingqing turned around and walked towards the foot of Mount Jasper. Zhou Qian also revealed a happy expression. It seemed like she didn't reject him anymore. At least she knew that he was caught by a bad woman. As for what happened after that, Zhou Qian didn't know. Therefore, Zhou Qian also didn't know what happened after that. However, he could only choose to follow Yan Qingqing now. Yan Qingqing traveled for 3 years. She slept in the open and ate in the wind. Jiangchen followed behind her without saying a word, silently protecting her. Yan Qingqing also knew about Jiang Chen's existence, but she didn't know what this man wanted to do. Why did he follow her? Did he really go to Mount Jasper to save her? Or did he have other intentions? Yan Qingqing pondered in her heart. However, she didn't trust anyone because it was in her nature to keep people at a distance. Yan Qingqing was very strong. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by her strength. Both of them were early divine emperors. However, Jiang Chen could not see through Yan Qingqing's spiritual energy. Could it be that she had already broken through to the sovereign realm in terms of soul power? Yan Qingqing was no longer as cold to the man who followed her in the past 3 years. No matter what reason he had for following her, Yan Qingqing felt a sense of security. She should hate Jiang Chen, but when he appeared beside her again and again, their invisible existence had formed an indescribable tacit understanding. Why are you following me? Yan Qingqing sat on the peak of the mountain and murmured. The wind whispered into Jiang Chen's ears. Because of love. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She didn't even know what love was. Then what are you going to do? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing from afar and asked. I'm going to find someone. Someone who can make me feel at ease. Chapter 3368. Then do you think I can do it? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Yan Qingqing. His eyes were filled with sincerity and passion. The person I'm looking for is a woman, not a man. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen even more depressed. Woman? You're looking for a woman? I want to find both of them. In my memory I have 2 sisters. One is called Wu Ningzhu and the other is Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingqing's voice was indifferent. However, Jiang Chen's expression became solemn at this moment. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Yan Qingqing. His heart was filled with bitterness. She still remembered Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu, but why did she forget about me? Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. He felt extremely distressed, but he had no other choice. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and a silhouette was formed. It was Yan Qingyu. At this moment, Yan Qingqing's pretty face turned slightly cold. She stared at Jiang Chen silently. She couldn't understand why a person who had nothing to do with her would know the appearance of the sister she was looking for. Is it her? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. How did you know? What else do you know? Tell me, otherwise I'll kill you. Yan Qingqing waved the azure spiritual sword in her hand again and pointed it at Jiang Chen. I can bring you to her. Jiang Chen smiled and said. If you lie to me, I'll make you die a graveless death. Other than my 2 sisters, I don't trust anyone. Yan Qingqing's words finally comforted Jiang Chen. At least she wasn't a cold-blooded person. At least she still remembered her sister in her heart. I hope I won't disappoint you one day. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing pondered for a moment. She did not know where her 2 sisters were. However, she could only choose to follow Jiang Chen for now. As long as she could find her sisters, everything would be worth it. Although Yan Qingqing didn't trust Jiang Chen, she knew that he wouldn't harm her. Instead of searching aimlessly, it was better to follow Jiang Chen. At least he knew of her existence, so he must know where she was. I'll give you 10 years. If you can't find my sister, I'll kill you and leave alone. Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen made a gentleman's agreement. All right, 10 years it is. Believe me, she must be in the Central Plains divine land. Jiang Chen said firmly. At that moment, Jiang Chen quietly turned around. He was not only saying this to Yan Qingqing but also to himself. 10 years, he would definitely find Xiaoyu in 10 years. No one missed Xiaoyu more than him. No one could understand how much Jiang Chen missed her. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with tears. He had mixed feelings in his heart. It was Xiaoyu who connected the 2 of them. Jiang Chen cherished this moment even more. He hoped that Yan Qingqing could recover as soon as possible. Until now, Jiang Chen did not know why Yan Qingqing became like this. If he wanted to find out the reason, he would be treated as an enemy by Yan Qingqing. Moreover, she did not trust anyone. It seemed that no one was worthy of her trust. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen extremely excited. He was like a child who received a reward from his mother. Jiang Chen smiled brightly. After waiting for 3 years, she finally got rid of her grudge against him. Although they did not trust each other, at least they were no longer enemies. Yan Qingqing knew that Jiang Chen saved her. At least he would not harm her. However, she did not know what Jiang Chen's intention was. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. He brought Yan Qingqing to walk in Kunshan County. His goal was to go to the core of the Central Plains divine land to find the enemy of the craftsman god, who was his own senior brother who betrayed the sect. However, Jiang Chen heard the news about Shuiliang when he was resting in a city along the way. I heard that the sword drawing sect is recruiting a young sword master this time. It's very likely that they are looking forward to the birth of a new unparalleled divine sword. That's right. I heard that countless sects in the Kunshan prefecture will be heading to the city of 10,000 swords this time. The birth of a new sword master will definitely bring the sword drawing sect's strength to new heights. There are countless divine swords in the sword drawing sect. I wonder what outstanding talents will be showing off in the sword sacrifice on Mount Li this time. There's no need to talk about the affiliated sects of the sword drawing sect under the Kunshan County. I heard that the two strongest people in the periphery this time are Li Wuhui and Shuiliang. Shuiliang, who was dressed in a white robe as white as snow, and Li Wuhui, who was dressed in a black robe as cold as light. The brilliance of these two people is probably better than the experts of the affiliated sects under the sword drawing sect. However, only 7 people will be selected. It's really a gathering of heroes. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li this time will probably be the most exciting in millions of years. I heard that even the young experts of the barbarian divine land have come. Their goal is also to become the sword master this time. It will definitely be a sumptuous feast. Jiang Chen was resting in an old building in the city when he happened to hear these words. Could it be that Shuiliang has the same name? Jiang Chen did not think so. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to the sword drawing sect this time. Regardless of whether that person was Shuiliang or not, Jiang Chen had to find out because he wanted to find the true meaning of the sword. The sword drawing sect was the largest sword sect in the Central Region Divine Land. It was able to stand tall in the Central Region Divine Land for so many years. Even the old sects like the Eastern Emperor sect avoided them. Jiang Chen had always wanted to go to the sword drawing sect to see if his sword could become the most terrifying sword. He needed proof. The limitless sword was already extremely terrifying in the hands of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen knew that his state of the sword still needed to be improved and evolved bit by bit. The limitless sword was endless. Jiang Chen's sword could make the sword a part of his body. The state of the sword was what he had been pursuing all his life. Therefore, he must not miss such a terrifying sword sect event. Let's go to the Kunshan County, the city of thousand swords first. Jiang Chen glanced at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's expression was cold and unmoving like a mountain. She did not seem to object, but she did not agree either. Jiang Chen took it as her tacit agreement. After resting, the two of them set off again. Yan Qingqing did not speak along the way. Even after she agreed to follow Jiang Chen to look for Yan Qingyu, the two of them did not exchange more than 10 sentences. Jiang Chen knew that as long as her heart was still here, he would give her an explanation. Chapter 3369. Every time when Jiang Chen tried to envelop her with his soul power, she would show a terrifying resistance. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was very cautious every time. After a few experiments, Jiang Chen knew that her soul defense was too strong. She did not allow anyone to enter her world, not to mention her inner world. No one could violate the thoughts in the depths of her soul. As time went by, Jiang Chen stopped testing Yan Qingqing. He was afraid that if he was discovered by her, he would not be able to explain himself. In the Kunshan prefecture, the biggest place was the Thousand Swords City. There were mountains in the city, there was a sect in the mountain, and there were thousands of sword principles in the sect. Jiang Chen had heard about how terrifying the sword drawing sect was. Previously, Tantai Jingzong had told him that the fossil sect was just a subsidiary sect of the sword drawing sect. One could imagine how powerful the sword drawing sect was. The Thousand Swords City, as the name suggested, was named after the sword drawing sect. This terrifying sword drawing sect stood on the top of the Central Region Divine Land for thousands of years. No one knew how terrifying the sword drawing sect was. Jiang Chen even wondered if there were Emperor Realm experts in the sword drawing sect. Just like what the ancestral Dragon Emperor had said, there were still Emperor Realm experts in the divine world. They just did not want to show their faces. Most of the time they would cultivate in silence. After breaking through the Emperor Realm, their pursuit would become more elusive or more uncertain. It would be extremely difficult to break through the Emperor Realm and achieve something. It was better to believe than not. Therefore Jiang Chen was still in awe of the sword drawing sect. After all, the sword-drawing sect was a great sect in the central region Divine Land. A pagoda and a palace occupied the two sides, the Silver Ocean 8 Extremes Mountain in front, the witch clouds covering the sun, the sword-drawing Star River, the drunken beacon smoke. Jiang Qin hoped that he could experience the terror of the sword-drawing sect this time. Shuoyang, where are you now? Is this you or not? Looking at the huge city of 10,000 swords, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Jiang Qin was amazed that the sword-drawing sect was in the middle of the city. Outside the city of thousand swords, numerous experts had gathered. However, Jiang Qin had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. Even for the people of the central region Divine Land, Jiang Qin could be regarded as a grandmaster. Those who would participate in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li this time should also be in the Divine Emperor realm. Shuoyang should have already reached the Divine Emperor realm. Therefore, the sword sacrifice of Mount Li must not be easy for Jiang Qin. Standing on the top of the mountain, Jiang Qin looked at the peak of the void. A faintly discernible sacred mountain appeared in the sky. It was boundless. Jiang Qin seemed to see endless radiance shining in his eyes. The illusory sacred mountain was like a broken sword, lying horizontally there. The terrifying sword might shocked the heavens. Under the heavens, no one dared to disobey it. It's really magnificent. There seems to be something in the city of 10,000 swords that attracts me. Jiang Qin murmured, but his eyes were bursting with a strong radiance. Jiang Qin, it's you, Jiang Qin. A deafening shout sounded in Jiang Qin's ears. At that moment, Jiang Qin also frowned. This voice was extremely familiar, but it also filled Jiang Qin with hatred. Ah, it's really you. I didn't expect you to appear here. I really didn't expect it. A domineering shout lingered in Jiang Qin's ears. As Jiang Qin turned around, his eyes gradually narrowed. Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Qin would never forget this person. However, he would never forget Jiang Qin even more. When he was reincarnated, he was killed by Jiang Qin. He had never thought that he would meet Jiang Qin again today. Jiang Qin was the one who killed Jiang Qin. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. As the strongest genius of the Jun family, Jun Tianqiu's strength was beyond doubt. The current Jun Tianqiu was no longer the Jun Tianqiu of the past. Jun Tianqiu had been waiting for this day for too long. Once upon a time he wanted to break the void to find Jiang Qin. He hated that he didn't have the strength to do so, so he had been waiting silently. As the saying goes, the heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. Finally he found Jiang Qin. This time he definitely won't let this guy go. Jun Tianqiu had never thought that he would meet his destined rival in this competition. It was truly a coincidence, but even so, Jun Tianqiu's eyes were firmly locked on Jiang Qin. The hatred between them couldn't be explained in a few words. Jiang Qin's eyes were fixed on Jun Tianqiu. The hatred between them couldn't be explained in a few words. Jun Tianqiu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. His appearance had undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on Jiang Qin. To Jun Tianqiu, Jiang Qin was the first person who destroyed his faith. It was precisely because of the battle in Saint Origin World that he became stronger and stronger. His current strength of the mid-divine emperor realm had made him invincible. At least in the Jun family and even in the entire Kunshan prefecture, there weren't many people who could reach his level. Those who could compete with him were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Jun Tianqiu stared at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin also stared at Jun Tianqiu. Both of them knew that this battle was inevitable. Jun Tianqiu had been waiting for this battle for too long. He was even impatient. He believed that his destined rival was Jiang Qin. He had to defeat him and kill him in order to untie the knot in his heart. To Jun Tianqiu, this battle wasn't just a battle of life and death, but also the key to whether he could break through to the emperor realm in the future. Therefore, Jun Tianqiu was determined to win. You've made me wait for so long. I've been looking for you for so long. Jun Tianqiu said indifferently. Yeah. So you're here to die again? Jiang Qin said coldly with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. Your words are still as arrogant as ever. However, I don't dare to compliment your strength. Jun Tianqiu shook his head. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. If I can kill you a second time, I can kill you a third time. Who do you think will die today? Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest, staring at Jun Tianqiu. The confrontation between the two of them was already frightening enough. You're very confident, but today you're doomed to die here. Jun Tianqiu said with incomparable confidence. I always believe in an old saying, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs the best. Zhang Qian said. Alright, let's begin then. Only by killing you can I get rid of my inner demons. Zhang Qian died. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Chapter 3370. To Zhang Qian, Jun Tianqiu's existence wasn't important. Jun Tianqiu was just a stepping stone for him to become a true expert. However, the significance was completely different for Jun Tianqiu. It was Zhang Qian who gave him a fatal blow. It was Zhang Qian who made him feel the terror of geniuses. It was Zhang Qian who destroyed his reincarnation body. He was the most terrifying genius of the Jun family. He was the most overbearing and terrifying genius that emerged in the Jun family after the immemorial era. However, he still fell in the end. That was why the Jun family didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to give Jun Tianqiu 9 reincarnations to regain his golden body. However, one of his reincarnations turned him into the target of Zhang Qian's wanton slaughter. In Saint Origin World, Zhang Qian's strength had completely destroyed him. Therefore he had to fight Zhang Qian to the death. Without the reincarnation golden body, Jun Tianqiu's strength was only at the mid-stage Divine Emperor realm. Otherwise, he would have been at least a late-stage Divine Emperor after merging his 9 reincarnations. He might even have the ability to reach the Sovereign Realm. However, that was just an if. There was no if in this world. He was still no match for Zhang Qian. But it was different now. Jun Tianqiu's strength had already reached the mid-Divine Emperor realm. He was confident that he could tear Zhang Qian to pieces if he were to face Zhang Qian again. He would take revenge for the fact that he was killed by Zhang Qian in the past. The hatred of life and death was absolutely irreconcilable. It was something that no one could understand. Therefore, Jun Tianqiu had always had a mental barrier in his heart. If he didn't get rid of Zhang Qian, he would never be able to reach the peak. Jun Tianqiu and Zhang Qian looked at each other. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill Zhang Qian with his current strength. But now he could finally take revenge for the sword strike he suffered in the past. If an expert wanted to ascend to the peak, he must have no resentment in his heart. Only in this way could he become a supreme existence. Therefore, Zhang Qian was too important to Jun Tianqiu. Jun Tianqiu must kill Zhang Qian with his own hands. Only in this way could he dispel the hatred in his heart and eradicate the devil in his heart. I'm afraid that you don't have the strength to do so. Zhang Qian smiled indifferently. It was undeniable that Jun Tianqiu was very strong and extremely terrifying, but he wasn't someone that could be provoked easily. Jun Tianqiu must be dreaming if he wanted to kill him here. To Zhang Qian, the fated battle between the two was finally coming to an end. Zhang Qian wouldn't hesitate to kill Jun Tianqiu and the Jun family. Only in this way could he get rid of future troubles. Jun Tianqiu deserved to die because he had committed countless crimes. The Jun family had given him a chance to bring chaos to the secular world and start a massacre. How could Zhang Qian let him live? At this moment, their eyes gradually intertwined with each other. Their auras were rising constantly. This battle was bound to be earth-shattering. Early Divine Emperor realm? Hehe. You want to fight me? I'm afraid you don't know that I have already reached the minor connecting heaven realm. You are only an early Divine Emperor, yet you haven't reached the minor connecting heaven realm. How can you fight me? I've even killed a mid-stage Divine Emperor or a grand connecting heaven realm expert, let alone you? Your confidence in yourself is really touching. This isn't Saint Origin World anymore. Do you still think you can change your fate and kill me? Once upon a time the sea couldn't be water and Mount Wu couldn't be clouds. Once upon a time you were the chopping block and I was the meat on the chopping block. But now I am the chopping block. You are destined to die without a burial place. Jun Tianqiu held a green divine sword in his hand, pointing it at Zhang Qian. He was incomparably domineering, ready to erupt with terrifying battle intent at any time. How can a loser be courageous? No matter what happened in the past, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. I will completely destroy your confidence and I will also completely obliterate the Jun family. I will strangle the danger in the cradle. After I kill you, I will set foot on the Jun family and erase the Jun family from the divine world. Zhang Qian said in a deep voice. He slowly drew out the heavenly dragon sword. His face was incomparably solemn. This battle wasn't going to be easy. The current Jun Tianqiu was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the Jun Tianqiu that Zhang Qian killed in one strike in Saint Origin World. The truth will let you know who is the weakling, said Jun Tianqiu indifferently. Jun Tianqiu said faintly. At this moment the sparks in their eyes had already burst out. This battle was imminent. It's useless to say more. Make your move. Otherwise you will die very miserably. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. As you wish. Jun Tianqiu harumphed coldly. He took a step forward, shattering the void. His face was gloomy. This time he was going to destroy Jiang Chen's soul and make him unable to reincarnate. This sword is called the Gentleman's Sword, but it only slays gentlemen. Jun Tianqiu's sword slashed across the four seas. Above the horizon, a 10,000 zhang sword light rose from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying, as though a crack had appeared in the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and incomparably cold. He raised his sword and swung the heavenly dragon sword horizontally. Two incomparably magnificent sword chi and sword light intertwined. The heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds rose one after another, the myriad of phenomena went berserk, and the heavens and earth were overshadowed. The battle between divine emperor experts was absolutely earth-shattering. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen were constantly intertwining in the void. The gentleman's sword and the heavenly dragon sword collided with each other. Sparks soared into the sky and splashed in all directions. The winds and clouds changed. Everyone's eyes outside the City of Thousand Swords were focused on the void, watching Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu. The battle between the two was too shocking. A battle between divine emperor experts might not be unprecedented, but it was extremely rare. Those divine kings and hierarch experts were looking forward to it, hoping to gain some experience from the battle. So strong. I'm afraid that the strength of these two people is beyond the early divine emperor realm. Such a terrifying battle broke out outside the City of Thousand Swords. Seems that the two of them have a deep grudge against each other. Otherwise, why would they start fighting here? That's right. But the battle between divine emperor experts is really wonderful. Haha, I believe that one day I will also become a divine emperor expert. It's easy to say. It's not like you don't know how terrifying a divine emperor expert is. Even in the central region divine land, there are only a few divine emperor experts. Which one of them isn't a powerhouse in the world? But then again, who are these two people? One of them seems to be the peerless genius of the Jun family, Jun Tianqiu. Countless people looked at the void. Jun Tianqiu was a famous mid-divine emperor expert. He was the strongest existence in the world. This battle had attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 3371. At this moment, a few true experts did not show themselves. Instead, they were observing in the dark. The Sword Festival of Mount Li had attracted far too many people this time. Countless god kings and god kings had come to watch the battle, hoping that it would be of help to them and allow them to make breakthroughs in their cultivation. That person can't be a nobody. Otherwise, how could he be on a draw with the prodigy of the Jun family? However, this person has never appeared before. There are no traces of him. Even if we want to know who he is, we have no way of finding out. Looks like the experts of the world are indeed not something we can know. Countless experts have been living in seclusion for thousands of years. Suddenly they appear and shock the world. Everyone was trying to guess Jiang Chen's identity because his strength was too powerful, causing people to be afraid of him. There were no divine emperors in the world who were unknown to the world. Because they didn't know that Jiang Chen's rise was just too fast. No one could believe it, let alone know about it. Even the countless disciples in the City of 10,000 Swords were watching the battle silently. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li was looking for a new sword master. There were a total of 9 sword masters in the City of 10,000 Swords in the sword drawing sect. When a sword master died, a new sword master would be chosen to replace him. The previous sword master had died many years ago and there was no chance to find a new sword master. Hence, they were looking for a new sword master during the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Above the 9 sword masters was the sword drawing sect's sect master. The 9 sword masters must be in the divine emperor realm. Moreover, the strength of the 9 sword masters was closely related to the entire sword drawing sect. If the 9 sword masters joined forces, they could even overrule the sword drawing sect master. It was enough to show how terrifying the sword master of the sword drawing sect was. The disciples of the sword drawing sect were extremely solemn. It was possible that one of these two people would become the most powerful sword master in the entire sword drawing sect. Anything was possible. No one knew who the person who was fighting against the peerless genius of the Jun family was. However, a cold and elegant woman stood amidst the sea of people. She was silently looking at the figure in the void. At that moment her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She didn't even know how to face his existence. "Why are we reunited here?" Tantai Jingzong murmured. She was the representative of the stone sect and one of the few divine emperors in the sect. If she could become the sword-drawing sect's sword master, the entire stone sect would rise to become a great sect. It was equivalent to clinging on to the sword-drawing sect and becoming a family. By then who would dare to offend them? Tantai Jingzong had completely awakened and had broken through to the divine emperor realm. She was the most promising candidate for the sect. However, when Tantai Jingzong saw Xianxia appear, she knew that it was difficult for her and him to avoid the fate of engendering and restraining each other. Xianxia had a lot to do with Tantai Jingzong being able to come out of the divine tomb at the bottom of the sea. It could be said that without Xianxia she would not have survived. She really did not want to face Xianxia, but she had to fight for the position of the sword master in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Although she was not Xianxia's opponent in the past, she was no longer the same as before. Everyone was changing, getting stronger and advancing silently. "I hope we won't be the final opponent." Tantai Jingzong's heart was filled with incomparable bitterness. Now that she had completely awakened, she was no longer the Tantai Jingzong of the past. There were many things that even the fossil sect didn't know. In her inherited memories, she was destined to become someone who could change the world. At this time, the battle between Xianxia and Jun Tianqiu had also reached a white-hot stage. Both of their strengths were similar. Even though Xianxia was an early divine emperor, he was no weaker than Jun Tianqiu. This made Jun Tianqiu extremely angry. At this time he was determined to kill Xianxia and establish his prestige in this battle. After entering the City of Thousand Swords, his reputation would rise along with it. Most importantly, Jun Tianqiu knew that if he killed Xianxia, his strength would have a qualitative leap. He would definitely be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than he was now. "Xianxia, go to hell. Gentleman's sword, falling petals have intentions." Jun Tianqiu roared. He rose to the sky with his sword. The sword light oppressed the void, causing it to crack inch by inch. At this time, Xianxia was not to be outdone. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. 17th sword. Xianxia and Jun Tianqiu both slashed through the sky. Two figures rose from the endless dust. Terrifying airwaves pushed back countless onlookers, but Xianxia and Jun Tianqiu still stood in the middle. When the dust settled, the eyes of the two of them shone with incomparable coldness. They both wanted to kill each other without leaving any leeway. However, in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. It's really terrifying. The peerless genius of the Jun family is really terrifying. That unknown expert is really terrifying. He's fighting Jun Tianqiu with the strength of an early divine emperor. You should know that Jun Tianqiu is a mid-divine emperor. He's a terrifying existence even in the central region divine land. Let's see who's stronger now. The City of 10,000 Swords hasn't even opened yet, but we've already witnessed such a terrifying battle. Looks like I didn't come in vain today. But at this moment Jun Tianqiu didn't stop. The two of them intertwined and collided like two meteorites colliding. A fiery red tornado swept across the sky and wreaked havoc on the mountain peak. "If I don't kill you today, I, Jun Tianqiu, am not a human." Jun Tianqiu took a step into the sky. His silhouette constantly enlarged and the noble sword in his hand became unparalleled. Xianxia used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and rose into the sky. Their clash constantly changed the weather outside the City of 10,000 Swords. The walls of the City of 10,000 Swords seemed to be on the verge of collapse. "It's against the rules for the two of you to fight outside my City of 10,000 Swords." An incomparably indifferent voice resounded in the void. A white-robed elder stepped on a green cloud and separated Jun Tianqiu and Xianxia with a raise of his hand. That kind of terrifying pressure was something that Xianxia had never felt before. Jun Tianqiu was no exception, staggering 2 steps back. The white-robed elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a faint smile on his face, as if he could change the color of the heavens and earth and turn them into ashes in an instant. Chapter 3372. I'm Jian Wu, the great elder of the sword-drawing sect. I wonder if the two of you can stop for my sake. You'll have a chance to fight after entering the city of 10,000 swords. What do you think? Jianwu said with a smile. At this moment, even Jun Tianqiu knew that he couldn't win this battle. As long as Jianwu was here, he wouldn't be able to win. Jianwu separated the two with just one palm. Who could be his enemy? At least, Jun Tianqiu knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. Conservatively speaking, Jianwu's current strength had reached the great connecting realm of the mid-stage Divine Emperor realm. One should know that the gap between the Divine Emperor realm and the God Emperor realm was huge, not only because of the difficulty of the Emperor realm and the lack of spiritual energy, but also because there were very few experts who could reach the Emperor realm. More importantly, in the Divine Emperor realm, each realm was divided into the Minor Connecting Realm, Great Connecting Realm and Great Perfection. Currently, Jiangchen was at most equivalent to the Minor Connecting Realm of the early Divine Emperor realm. It was extremely difficult for him to cross the mid-stage Divine Emperor realm. The God Emperor realm had the Great Connecting Realm, but no one knew who could reach the Great Connecting Realm. This step was an insurmountable gap for many people. Jiangchen also looked indifferent. Even the Great Elder of the City of 10,000 Swords had come out. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't be participating in the sword sacrifice of Mount Li for the selection of the Sword Master, but to cause trouble. The Great Elder of the Sword Drawing Sect. Oh my god, even the Great Elder of the Sword Drawing Sect has come out. It seems that the battle between the two is really intense. Yeah, it seems that Jun Tianqiu of the Jun family is quite influential. The Great Elder of the Sword Drawing Sect, a mid-stage Divine Emperor realm and an early-stage Divine Emperor realm, were separated by just one palm. How strong is he? I can only describe him with one word: unfathomable. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. It seemed that their trip this time was not in vain. Even the Great Elder of the Sword Drawing Sect had appeared and even intervened to stop the fight between the two. Jun Tianqiu was famous for his incomparably domineering style, while Jiangchen was a nobody. This battle would push Jiangchen to the pinnacle of the Central Plains divine land. At the very least, he would be able to establish a firm foothold and let everyone know of his existence. This was Jiangchen's goal. He used this opportunity to display his might to let the entire world know of his existence. He also let Xiaoyu know that he was already in the Central Region Divine Land, silently waiting for her to appear and searching for traces of her. Jiangchen's mind raced. He knew very well that today's battle would be very difficult. It wasn't just Jun Tianqiu was just one of his opponents. The truly terrifying ones were those who hadn't appeared yet, including those super experts who had been famous for a long time, who wanted to become the sword master of Drawing Sword Sect for the sword sacrifice of Mount Li. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiangchen's back from afar. She always felt that this person's figure was constantly jumping and overlapping in her mind. However, she still kept him at arm's length. It was a kind of resistance from the bottom of her heart. It was the same for everyone, not just Jiangchen. Yan Qingqing even wondered why there was no one else in her memory except for her two sisters. Jiangchen obeyed her and swore to her, but she didn't know how to face him. What did this person like about her? Was it because he loved women or because he really missed her? Yan Qingqing didn't know. No one could get close to her and no one could gain her trust. She was like a cold-blooded animal without feelings or trust. Yan Qingqing's heart was as still as water. She was like a bystander, unmoved by the outside world. There was only one belief in her heart, and that was to follow Jiangchen and find her sister. Consider yourself lucky, Jiangchen. Don't let me see you again. I, Jun Tianqiu, swear that this time you will die without a doubt. Jun Tianqiu stared at Jiangchen. If it weren't for the Great Elder of the Sword Drawing Sect, he would have killed Jiangchen here. In that case, I'll let you live for a few more days. Great Elder, this should be in line with the rules of the Sword Drawing Sect, right? Jun Tianqiu looked at Jianwu and said. Jun Tianqiu had the strong backing of the Jun family, so he was naturally not afraid of Jianwu. However, the strength of the Jun family was still inferior to the Sword Drawing Sect, but the difference wasn't big. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu wouldn't have been so blunt in front of Jianwu. Good. Young Master Jun worries too much. This is very good. This old man can't thank you enough. The two of you, there will be a battle in the city of 10,000 swords. Let's go. After saying that, Jianwu folded his hands and left. There was a touch of indifference in his eyes because he didn't think that Jiangchen could defeat Jun Tianqiu. This guy was just lucky. He just happened to appear here, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. Wouldn't letting the battle outside the city of 10,000 swords be a slap to the face of the sword-drawing sect? I hope you're not baseless. If you want to kill me, your current ability is completely insufficient. Jiang Chen said lightly. You'll pay for your arrogance today. I'll settle old and new grudges together. You'll know how to die when the time comes. Jun Tianchou's face was cold. Countless spectators were a little disappointed. They originally thought that they would witness a battle between mid-divine emperor experts, but who would have thought that it would be cancelled out by an elder of the sword-drawing sect? The battle of the city of 10,000 swords was not something that everyone could see. If one wanted to see the glory of a divine emperor, one's strength must at least reach the hierarch realm to be invited. The sword-drawing sect was located inside the city of 10,000 swords. At that moment, Jiang Chen looked at the boundless mountains and mist of the sword-drawing sect. He was quite shocked. The city of 10,000 swords was actually an unparalleled sect protection formation. There was a formation within a formation, and the sword-drawing sect was also a formation. Even Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. There might be an expert in the sword-drawing sect. This formation was so terrifying that even Jiang Chen didn't dare to say that he could break it. It seemed that the sword-drawing sect had a profound foundation. No one dared to underestimate them. Chapter 3373. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. Although they couldn't enter the sword-drawing sect to watch the battle, they couldn't hide their excitement. Including Jiang Chen and Jun Tianchou, there were a total of 8 people who had reached the Divine Emperor realm outside the city of 10,000 swords. They followed the great elder of the sword-drawing sect and entered the sword-drawing sect. Only these people were their final opponents. 5 of them were early divine emperors, and one of them was also a mid-divine emperor similar to Jun Tianchou. However, Jiang Chen did not notice anything strange about this person. He had silver hair and a silver robe. His silver eyes were cold and indifferent. He was more low-key than anyone else. He did not say a word and just followed behind the great elder of the sword-drawing sect. The group entered the city of 10,000 swords quietly. It was only after entering the city of 1,000 swords that Jiang Chen could see the true face of the majestic mountain range. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the enclosed mountain range. Every part of the mountain range was connected by a formation. It was simply an unparalleled formation that connected the heavens. The mountain gate was mighty and majestic. It was about 100 zhang tall. Green dragons and cranes were hovering around it. Flowers were raining down from the sky. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably solemn. There were 9 unreachable peaks that were filled with majesty and danger. On the peak of the most central peak, there was an incomparably magnificent palace. The palace was shrouded with immortal mist, looming in the clouds. Everyone in front of us is the sword court of the sword-drawing sect. Please take a seat. The great elder of the sword-drawing sect said with a smile and took the lead to step into the sword court above the 9 heavens. Below the sword court, the mountain gate of the sword-drawing sect was magnificent. There were countless disciples. It was incomparably magnificent. Jiang Chen looked at these high-spirited youths and couldn't help but think of himself in the past. The current him was filled with endless emotions and couldn't help but sigh. To be able to reach this stage today, Jiang Chen's strength and luck were indispensable. Jiang Chen's strength and luck couldn't be lacking. Yan Qingqing following beside Jiang Chen had attracted a lot of attention, especially Jun Tianchou, who was extremely envious of Yan Qingqing. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, because Yan Qingqing was just too beautiful, especially her frosty face. She was like a high and mighty empress that could only be seen from afar, but not be touched by others. Furthermore, her strength was also extremely overwhelming. No one dared to look down on her. We meet again. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong calmly. However, the corners of Tantai Jingzong's lips curled up somewhat bitterly. He was momentarily at a loss for words. I have a whole new level of respect for your strength. Jiang Chen looked coldly at Tantai Jingzong. Are you here to humiliate me? Tantai Jingzong took a deep breath and said in a low voice. You're thinking too much. You're not worthy of my humiliation. After we leave that place, we're even. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, Even? Can we really be even? Tantai Jingzong asked herself. She knew that she owed Jiang Chen, and it might be difficult for her to repay him in this lifetime. Jiang Chen had saved her several times. Although Tantai Jingzong would never forget that kind of kindness, it was impossible for her to repay him. Perhaps she would have such a chance one day. Tantai Jingzong will never forget what I owe you. This time if I can fight with you I will spare your life. After Tantai Jingzong finished speaking, she turned around and left with a calm expression. She and Yan Qingqing could be said to be the two peerless geniuses of the sword-drawing sect. They were both cold and serious. Tantai Jingzong didn't know what was going on in Jiang Chen's mind, but she couldn't kill Jiang Chen. She wasn't a heartless person, but she was forced to do so. Not everyone could laugh at the world without scruples. Only those who stood at the peak of deities would have the dignity to look down on all living beings. The moment she turned around, Tantai Jingzong and Yan Qingqing's eyes met. Yan Qingqing was also quite surprised. She actually could not tell that the woman beside Jiang Chen was actually this powerful. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. It seemed that Tantai Jingzong was very confident in herself. She was able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and had such great determination and faith. This time Tantai Jingzong might really become his opponent. This woman had never revealed herself, even when they left the divine tomb at the bottom of the sea. She feels a little guilty and helpless towards you and even a little sentimental. Yan Qingqing said faintly. Sentimental? Don't joke around. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing in disbelief. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. After Yan Qingqing finished speaking, she closed her eyes and did not speak anymore. However, it made Jiang Chen smile bitterly. That ice-cold woman would be sentimental about him? Wasn't that a fantasy? Jiang Chen did not believe Yan Qingqing's words. A woman's words could never be trusted, let alone the current Yan Qingqing. She was only able to say that based on her own thoughts. I am the sect master of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Tang. My friends, welcome to my sword-drawing sect. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes. He had an imposing appearance and a domineering aura. He slowly stood up and said with a faint smile. An invisible deterrence emanated from him. The domineering aura in his eyes made everyone afraid to face him head-on. The sect master of the sword-drawing sect was a top-notch expert with an extremely high status in the entire central divine land. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. In front of a true expert, his strength was obviously not enough. At least, the sect master of the sword-drawing sect made Jiang Chen realize that his strength was far from the sect master's. Even if he fought with his life on the line, it might not end well. Although Jian Tang, the sect master of the sword-drawing sect, did not exert any pressure on everyone, his pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. This was the power of a powerhouse. It was all-pervasive and impossible to guard against. Even Jun Tianqiu and Tantai Jingzong did not dare to act rashly at this moment. After all, they were nothing in front of Jian Tang. There were 8 mid-divine emperor experts beside Jian Tang. These people were also extremely powerful. Needless to say, these 8 people must be the 8 sword masters. As the mainstay of the sword-drawing sect, the selection of the sword master was of utmost importance. No one dared to look down on them. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 3374. Neither of the two figures was willing to be outdone. They were fighting fiercely and neither could do anything to the other. However, even when they reached the sword court of the sword-drawing sect, there was no clear winner. One of them was Shueliang, whom Jiang Chen had not seen for a long time. He was the white-robed sword god, the successor of the immortal execution emperor. You're finally here. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that he had gained a lot this time. Not only did he see Shueliang, but he also met Jun Tianqiu. The enmity between the two of them was destined to be resolved here. The two of them only stopped fighting when they reached the main hall. Sorry I'm late. Please forgive me, sect master. Shueliang and the white-haired man said faintly. Yes, it's good that you're here. The sword-drawing sect has always been unrestrained, not to mention that we're looking for a sword master this time. You don't have to be so polite. Jian Tang was elegant and very magnanimous. Even when facing the battle between Shueliang and the white-haired man, he was still calm. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu also looked at the white-haired man with sharp eyes and a touch of incomparable coldness. Jiang Chen, you're here too. Shueliang's eyes narrowed. When he saw Jiang Chen, he was overjoyed. With Jiang Chen here, the two of them were destined to become everyone's nightmare. Why are you alone? Where's Bingyun? Jiang Chen looked at Shueliang and saw the worry in his eyes. She was taken away. This time I must obtain the position of Sword Master of the Sword Drawing Sect. Only then can I have a chance to compete with that place. Xueliang transmitted his voice, but his face was extremely ugly. With me around, I will definitely help you obtain the position of Sword Master. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This time he wanted to be famous all over the world. He did not care about the position of Sword Master of Sword Drawing Sect. As long as he achieved this, he would have no regrets. Moreover, killing Jun Tiancho was one of the reasons. Jiang Chen would be satisfied if Xueliang could become the Sword Master of Sword Drawing Sect. Furthermore, the crisis of Bingyun was too difficult for Xueliang. Otherwise, with his current strength of the Divine Emperor realm, it would be impossible for him to be helpless. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Xueliang's eyes were filled with incomparable solemnity. He was determined to get Jiang Chen's help. He was not greedy for power, but the position of the Sword Master of the Sword Drawing Sect was too important to him. Jiang Chen patted Xueliang on the shoulder with a smile and said, "There's no need to thank me between us." Xueliang no longer stood on ceremony. He looked at Jian Tang, the sect master of Sword Drawing Sect, and said loudly, "Xueliang pays his respects to the sect master. Li Wuhui pays his respects to the sect master." Good. 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 Everyone, I will not say anything more about today's matter. The 8 sword masters and I will send you to the sword tomb of Mount Li. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, there is a master refiner who has worked hard for thousands of years to refine a supreme divine sword. It is definitely an extremely powerful primordial treasure. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li is a sacrifice for this sword. The supreme divine sword is about to be born. The master refiner has been in seclusion in the sword tomb of Mount Li for thousands of years and is about to succeed. Whoever can obtain the supreme divine sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be the 9th sword master of Sword Drawing Sect. Jian Tang stopped smiling and his expression became extremely solemn. The sword sacrifice on Mount Li this time was no small matter to the Sword Drawing Sect. This was because the weapon refining grandmaster had said that the peerless divine sword would definitely search for its own sword master. The primordial origin treasure had already gained intelligence and was fully qualified to search for its own master. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, the unparalleled weapon refining grandmaster had said so. The sword tomb of Mount Li is the sacred land of the sword drawing sect. Everyone who enters the sword tomb of Mount Li is a candidate for the sword master of the sword drawing sect. Whoever is chosen by heaven will be the sword master. We only recognize the sword and not the person. Whoever can cover the sky with one hand and obtain the supreme divine sword that is about to be born will command the 9 mountains of the sword drawing sect and become the true sword master of the sword drawing sect. After Jian Tang finished speaking, everyone's expression turned solemn. It seemed that this battle for the position of sword master was not only about the sword master, but also an unparalleled battle. Whoever had the last laugh would become the sword master of the sword drawing sect. It might seem like a journey to seize the sword, but it was definitely unavoidable that there would be killing involved. This battle was rather dangerous because they might not be facing just one enemy at a time. When Xueliang saw that Jiang Chen was also present, he was extremely excited. With one more helper, he was determined to win the sword master battle this time. Although it was called the sword sacrifice, it might be a sword sacrifice battle because only a small portion of people would be able to walk out alive. It might even be only 1 or 2 people. The Sword Master Battle is not a selfish selection of the sword drawing sect. Experts from all over the world can participate in it. The peerless genius of the sword drawing sect, Jian Donglu, and everyone else will participate in the Sword Master Battle together. The 12 of you are destined to have a fierce battle. I wish you all good luck. Jian Tang smiled faintly. Outside the door, a gray-clothed swordsman stood with his arms crossed and a sword in front of him. He looked calm as he looked at everyone present. He was Jian Donglu, the genius of the sword drawing sect. His strength was only at the early divine emperor realm, but sometimes, the battle between experts was not determined by the strength of their realms. Jiang Chen was the best example. He was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Only those who were stronger could fight him. The sword mound of Mount Li was located in a col in the northern mountains of the sword drawing sect. In the col stood an extremely majestic stone tablet that was about 100 feet tall. 2 huge words were carved on the stone tablet: Sword Mound. The stone tablet of the sword tomb gave people a great shock. The sword tomb of Mount Li was also the most special existence in the entire sword drawing sect. The person leading the way was still the great elder Jian Wu. In front of Mount Li, the great elder said with a solemn expression, "Success or failure depends on this. Who will have the last laugh will depend on your own abilities. Life and death are up to fate. Success or failure is up to the heavens. It's not too late to regret now." However, no one paid attention to Jian Wu's words. That was because the purpose of their trip was here. For the position of sword master and the peerless divine sword, they no longer had any scruples. "Thank you, great elder. However, the sword tomb of Mount Li is not our goal. The position of sword master is what we really want. If we become the sword master of the sword drawing sect, wouldn't we have a meteoric rise and a noble status in the future? Dare I ask in all directions who can compete with him?" Someone said with a smile, full of confidence. "In that case, all of you can go. The sword tomb of Mount Li will close in 10 days. At that time, the one who can walk out with the peerless divine sword will be the true sword master." After saying that, the great elder left, leaving behind Jiang Qin, Jun Tianqiu and the rest of the 12 people. They finally entered the underground sword tomb. The sword sacrifice of Mount Li was just around the corner. Chapter 3375. The most mysterious place in the sword drawing sect was the sword tomb of Mount Li. At this moment, the atmosphere in the sword tomb of Mount Li had become extremely cold and austere. The group of 12 people had a solemn expression on their faces. They did not dare to be careless. "If we enter from here, we will reach the sword tomb of Mount Li. I have never been here before, so this trip will depend on your luck," Jian Donglu said faintly. This was the sacred place of the sword drawing sect. Even he, the number one genius disciple of the sword drawing sect, did not have the opportunity to enter. From this, it could be seen that the sword tomb of Mount Li was indeed an important place for the sword drawing sect. "Zhangchen, do you think that there will really be a peerless divine sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li? Why do I feel a little uneasy?" Shuoyang said faintly. He did not usually speak much, but every word he uttered was like a gem. He looked at Zhangchen with a hint of doubt in his eyes. It was extremely complicated. Let's take one step at a time. Even the genius disciples of the sword drawing sect are entering the sword tomb of Mount Li for the first time, let alone me. What can we do? He. Jiang Qin shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Now he could only open up a path and slowly look for an opportunity. After entering the underground palace of the sword tomb of Mount Li, it was illuminated by pearls everywhere. The entire foot of the mountain was empty. In the underground palace, there were countless broken swords that piled up into a mountain and pierced into the underground palace. There were all kinds of divine weapons, sabers, spears, swords, halberds and everything else. Although it was not the sword tomb of Mount Li, it was also filled with the remains of other weapons. Some were cold, some were dull, some were ferocious and some were plain. There was no spirituality to speak of. In short, the sword tomb of Mount Li was filled with the radiance of weapons. As far as the eye could see, the belly of the mountain in front of them stretched all the way down. The space in the sword tomb of Mount Li was terrifyingly huge. It was like a palace of weapons. Every single divine weapon seemed to have a life of its own. It was as though they were a part of this place, and in this kingdom of weapons they emitted their own brilliance. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu, Li Wuhui, and the others did not cause trouble for Jiang Qin and Shuoyang, because the first thing they needed to find was the peerless divine sword, or the equipment refining Grand Master mentioned by the master of the sword drawing sect. Only then could they find the peerless divine sword. This ghastly place is so real. The killing aura is extremely heavy. These weapons are all stained with blood. The killing aura seems to have permeated the entire sword tomb of Mount Li. After countless years, it seems to have formed an extremely overbearing killing aura. The killing aura is extremely terrifying. That's right. Let's hope that the baleful aura won't attack us. It was unknown who said this, but at this moment all the weapons in the sword tomb of Mount Li seemed to tremble in an instant. At the very least, the divine weapons that were 1,000 meters away exploded with blade and sword shadows. They crisscrossed and soared wantonly in the sword tomb of Mount Li. Baleful aura soared into the sky. Who the fuck said that? Why is his mouth so smelly? Someone couldn't help but curse. Before he could finish his words, the ominous aura had already begun its frenzied attack. Fortunately, they were all divine emperors, so it wasn't too difficult for them to resist the ominous aura. However, the ominous aura continued to attack them, penetrating through every nook and cranny. It was like a group of fearless ants biting and tearing at them. The baleful aura permeated the entire sword tomb of Mount Li, forcing the 12 Divine Emperor experts into a rather embarrassing situation. Although the Divine Emperor experts were strong, the baleful aura of the divine weapons in the sword tomb was too much. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to resist it when it was gathered together. Buddha's radiance. Zhou Xian held his blade horizontally and changed his hand seals. A Buddha's radiance was cast out. There was no baleful aura at all. Zhou Xian's body was almost enveloped by a layer of unparalleled Buddha's radiance. The baleful aura could not enter his body at all. The baleful aura finally retreated in front of Zhou Xian. However, the others were not so lucky. There were even 2 of them who were suffering from the baleful aura. They were extremely embarrassed and did not have the demeanor of a divine emperor expert at all. Immortal execution sword chi. The celestial slaying sword chi also forced the evil chi back as though it had cut through the mortal world. At this time, they gradually realized that the evil chi could be dispersed to satisfy one's hunger. In the end, more than 10 people all attacked strongly, each displaying their divine might, and finally broke the invisible pressure. The evil chi gradually returned to nothingness, but it still wandered around the entire sword tomb of Mount Li. The evil chi retreated, but that invisible thing was still confusing. It could only be said that in a short period of time, the situation was temporarily stabilized and there was no danger. "There's light over there." Li Wuhui squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Looking at a red dot in the distance, it was gradually enlarging. Everyone was looking forward to it. They even felt an unparalleled power exploding. That terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the sword tomb of Mount Li. Streaks of fiery red sword chi spread out from the depths of the sword tomb of Mount Li and finally dispersed in front of the Divine Emperor realm experts. "Is it a peerless divine sword?" Xueliang murmured. Everyone felt a trace of joy. They raised their heads and looked at the blood-red sword chi in the depths. They began to hesitate. "Maybe it's a master of refining," Jun Tianqiu said coldly. Everyone was cautious in front of the scene. After all, although the baleful aura did not hurt their foundation, the baleful aura that had been formed underground for a long time was indeed quite terrifying. "How do we know what it is if we don't take a look?" The silver-haired young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His footsteps were swift and he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. "Let's go and have a look." Zhang Chen glanced at Xueliang and then at Yan Qingqing behind him, as if he was afraid that she would be in danger. "If there's any problem that you can't solve, please call me," Zhang Chen urged. "You'd better worry about yourself first. I'm not as weak as you think," Yan Qingqing said coldly. Xueliang, who was standing beside her, was also stunned. Zhang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stopped thinking about it and quickly caught up with the group. At this time he must not be left behind. He seemed to be protecting Yan Qingqing too much. Little did he know that she had reached the early Divine Emperor realm and even he could not see through her soul power. Zhang Chen suddenly felt that his worries were unfounded. Fiery red sword chi. Is it really a peerless divine sword? Chapter 3376. Get out of my way. An incomparable roar rang out beside everyone's ears. It was earth-shattering. That kind of ghostly wail and wolf-like howl made everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone's faces turned extremely grave. The source of the voice came from behind the streaks of fiery red sword chi. A fiery red figure stood in front of the sword chi. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at the huge cauldron in front of him. There seemed to be a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. His fiery red long hair stood on end, and he gave off a cold and bloodthirsty aura. His feminine aura caused Zhang Chen and the others to silently stare at the fiery red figure. No one dared to act rashly. Just from the streaks of fiery red sword chi, they knew that this fellow was not simple. Could he be the legendary weapon refining grandmaster? It's him, Jian Donglu said in a deep voice. His eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this person. It was the guest elder of the sword-drawing sect, the old monster that had not appeared for 10,000 years in the sword tomb of Mount Li. Who is this? The silver-haired man frowned and his expression became more solemn. This person was too strange. The streaks of fiery red sword chi shot out from his cauldron, but he did not feel any pressure at all. His hands were constantly trembling as if he was controlling the cauldron in front of him. I've seen him once when I was very young. As a guest elder of the sword-drawing sect, Tuoba Longyu's strength was already at the mid-divine emperor realm. Now his strength can only be stronger. Moreover, he's a true weapon-refining grandmaster. No one knows how strong he is, and no one knows what kind of divine weapons he can refine. Ever since I knew of his existence, I've never seen him refine a single divine weapon for the sword-drawing sect. However, he received the courtesy of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu said in a low voice. Jian Donglu said in a low voice. At this moment only he knew who this fiery red figure was. Weapon-refining grandmaster? Jiang Qin frowned. Seemed like this guy did have some skills. Even he might not be able to control the cauldron so well. However, Jiang Qin had not refined a weapon for a long time. But with his current strength, it should not be a problem for him to refine a low-grade primal origin treasure. Jiang Qin looked at the primal origin treasure. As for a mid-grade primal origin treasure, Jiang Qin could not guarantee it. However, what he was refining now was indeed a mid-grade primal origin treasure. Although Jiang Qin hadn't seen it yet, he could already feel it. The primal origin treasure was like a rampaging dragon, struggling endlessly. Because every primal origin treasure had its own soul, a weapon spirit would be born when a primal origin treasure was refined. It was extremely difficult to completely fuse the weapon spirit with the primal origin treasure and tame the weapon spirit. This Tuoba Longyu seemed to be taming the weapon spirit. Putting his strength aside, he was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to refine a mid-grade primal origin treasure. What he's refining now should be the divine sword that the sect master has mentioned. After Jian Donglu finished speaking, no one dared to act rashly. Tuoba Longyu didn't seem to be in the mood to pay attention to them. Only Jiang Qin knew that this was the most important moment of weapon refining. He could not afford to be the slightest bit careless, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, Tuoba Longyu wielded a heavy hammer and smashed it towards the fiery red cauldron. This scene left everyone at a loss. Only Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed. This weapon refining technique was exactly the same as the hammer technique that the craftsman god had taught him. No, he's not Shangguan Hongyan, but it's very likely that he has an extremely important relationship with Shangguan Hongyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this hammer technique. It's actually very similar to the methods in the craftsman god's chart. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. However, he knew that this wasn't the time for him to act. Everyone was silently waiting. If he were to act now, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's greatest interest wasn't just the divine sword in the fiery red cauldron. He was also interested in Tuoba Longyu's background. Who exactly was he? Why did he know the hammer technique in the craftsman god's chart? Although it was just a simple elementary hammering technique, it had already reached the point of perfection. However, Jiang Qin was sure that this guy had only learned a little bit of the craftsman god's chart. Otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult. If it was Jiang Qin, this peerless divine sword would have already been completed. Don't let me know who you are. Jiang Qin murmured to himself. He would never let this man go. Perhaps he could find out more about Shangguan Hongyan through him. Jiang Qin didn't know what to do. At that moment, Tuoba Longyu's expression grew even more solemn. However, he was unable to change the situation before him. In order to refine this primordial origin treasure, he had already experienced countless hardships and obstacles. He had also gathered countless treasures and was on the verge of success. However, this artifact spirit was too unruly. He was simply unable to completely tame it. The artifact spirit was constantly attacking the cauldron, causing Tuoba Longyu to be in an extremely difficult situation. Jiang Qin knew that this guy had already fallen into a bottleneck. He was in a dilemma. It was impossible for him to continue maintaining this divine sword. Moreover, it was very likely that he would fall short of success. Looks like it's time for me to help you. Jiang Qin revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He had to take action now, otherwise this peerless divine sword would crumble completely. Under the impact of the weapon spirit, this peerless divine sword would become extremely difficult to forge. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forge it again. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He held the hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the fiery red cauldron fiercely. In an instant, the fiery red sword qi gradually converged. The weapon spirit was completely formed and sealed within the peerless divine sword. This scene shocked everyone. Even Tuoba Longyu never thought that the divine sword that he had been struggling with for so long would be settled by an outsider with a single hammer. However, Tuoba Longyu didn't have time to think too much about it. The primal origin treasure that he had been yearning for had finally been forged. A mid-grade primal origin treasure. Even divine emperor experts would view it as a treasure. The fiery red longsword drew a streak of light. Light and shadow crisscrossed as it cut through the cauldron. Chapter 3377. Tuoba Longyu was wild with joy. He had worked hard for countless years and there was finally an outcome. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Tuoba Longyu, preparing to snatch the crimson longsword from his hand. What are you waiting for? Ha! Jun Tianqiu burst into laughter as he soared into the sky and charged towards Tuoba Longyu. Tuoba Longyu coldly swept his gaze across everyone as a sneer slowly rose on the corner of his lips. Get lost. Tuoba Longyu roared with a sinister expression. Jun Tianqiu, who bore the brunt of the attack, was blown away by the sword. The terrifying sword aura made Jun Tianqiu not dare to face it head-on, and he was forced to retreat. The remaining people also pounced forth, but Tuoba Longyu wasn't afraid at all. He slashed out with his sword. Tens of thousands of swords crisscrossed as fiery red sword aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone's eyes narrowed. The crimson longsword was no longer in Tuoba Longyu's hand. Instead, the fiery red sword aura was wreaking havoc in the sword tomb. Tens of thousands of swords were trembling at this moment. One sword, tens of thousands of swords were broken. This was the might of the crimson longsword. Even the heavenly dragon sword was buzzing as if it was filled with battle intent. If you guys have the ability, then go ahead and look for it. The sword spirit of this sword has already turned into sword images and returned to the sword tomb. Whoever can find the sword spirit will be able to obtain this peerless divine sword. Tuoba Longyu laughed heartily. You dare to fool us? Jun Tianqiu's expression did not change as he furiously said, staring at Tuoba Longyu. So what if I fool you? What can you do to me? Even the sect master of the sword drawing sect has to be polite before me, not to mention a nobody like you. Tuoba Longyu said with an arrogant expression. Everyone was furious at Tuoba Longyu. This fellow had actually lost the sword. The sword chi dissipated, turning into 10,000 rays of sword light that scattered in the void. Within the sword mound, no one knew where the sword was now. However, Jun Tianqiu could only suffer in silence. Now wasn't the time to fall out with this Grand Master. Even if he wanted to, he would have to wait until he found the sword. Tuoba Longyu sneered. How could it be so easy for these fellows to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? I've worked so hard for thousands of years and in the end it's all for you? Aren't you all too naive? Do you think it's that easy to get the peerless godly sword? Do you think I'll give away the product that I've worked so hard for countless years so easily? This is simply wishful thinking. What I want is the supreme killing intent in the sword tomb of Mount Li. With the help of this supreme killing intent, I can create a peerless sacred weapon. At that time, once the sword is unsheathed, the killing intent will sweep across the world. It will become the most terrifying weapon in history, an existence that can even rival the 10 great divine weapons. Tuoba Longyu was full of confidence. His eyes flickered. His ambition wasn't limited to this. Jiangchen also suddenly came to his senses. It seemed that Tuoba Longyu wanted to use the supreme killing intent here to create a peerless demonic weapon. This was indeed a rather crazy thing. Even Jiangchen hadn't thought of it before. This Tuoba Longyu was indeed a genius in refining weapons. That sword is called the Torch Dragon. I've already given it a name. Once the Torch Dragon sword is unsheathed, all the killing intent in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be gathered into one sword. What I want is the most tyrannical divine sword in the world, an unstoppable divine sword. You want to find the Torch Dragon? Dream on. Tuoba Longyu was full of confidence. The countless Torch Dragon sword chi were scattered in all directions. Moreover, there were as many divine weapons in the sword tomb of Mount Li as there were hairs on a cow. Even if they were to be checked one by one, it would be difficult to finish checking all of them even after 10,000 years. Kid, I have to thank you for that hammer strike just now. Otherwise, I might need a long time to completely refine the Torch Dragon. Tuoba Longyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiangchen. He seemed to be very interested in him, but there was no gratitude in his eyes. You should also be a master of refining weapons. It seems that I've misjudged you. Kid, can you find my torch dragon sword? Huh. Tobalongyu looked proud. At this moment Jun Tianqiu, Li Wuhui, and even Shui Liang and the others had already begun their journey to search for the sword. They only had one goal, and that was to find the torch dragon sword. Only by finding the torch dragon sword could they become the sword master of the sword drawing sect. We'll only know if we can find it after trying. However, the ominous qi in the sword tomb of Mount Li is all condensed on the torch dragon sword. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to control the torch dragon sword? It will become a demon by itself. The ominous qi in the sword tomb of Mount Li is enough to kill a divine emperor realm expert easily. The final result is probably something that you can't predict. Jiang Chen said faintly. Tuobalongyu also narrowed his eyes. He had naturally thought about this before. However, if he wanted to refine a peerless divine weapon, he had to make a choice. From the moment he let go of the torch dragon sword, he already knew that the ominous qi in the sword could possibly devour the entire sword tomb of Mount Li. The ominous qi would form into a sword and gather in one's body. That would be the true supreme power. If Tuobalongyu wanted to turn this middle-grade primal origin treasure into a high-grade primal origin treasure, it would be a demonic weapon that could cause the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. Timing, location, and people. Once the sword was formed and the murderous aura entered the body, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword might not be able to suppress the torch dragon sword. This Tuobalongyu's madness was obviously more abnormal than what Jiang Chen had imagined. You're right. However, one has to struggle to live, right? It's hard for me to make a breakthrough in the art of refining weapons. Therefore, I can only borrow the power of the heavens and earth to make my peerless divine weapon more mysterious. You will see it sooner or later. However, the torch dragon sword is still devouring the ominous qi now. That moment won't be too long. When the time comes, the torch dragon sword will be able to kill any existence. Tuobalongyu stared at Jiang Chen and said ferociously. For this moment, for the torch dragon sword, he had waited for too long and sacrificed too much. Therefore, he had to complete the magnificent feat of the torch dragon sword. If it wasn't for the supreme ominous qi in the sword tomb of Mount Li, he wouldn't have chosen to stay in the sword drawing sect for such a long time. Chapter 3378. Everyone was incomparably solemn because the torch dragon sword was no longer in Tuobalongyu's hands. If they wanted to obtain it, they could only search for it in the vast sword tomb of Mount Li. There were so many divine weapons, spears, swords, and halberds. To find the torch dragon sword among these countless divine weapons was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, no one would give up even though they knew it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. This was their only goal and an unchangeable fact. Only the torch dragon sword was the symbol of the sword master. Whoever obtained the torch dragon sword would be the next sword master and would be able to stand on equal footing with the other 8 sword masters. Although they were extremely angry with Tuobalongyu, there was nothing they could do now because Tuobalongyu had already released the torch dragon sword. Therefore, they could only rely on themselves to search for it. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Everyone cared about the torch dragon sword, but he was the only one who cared about Tuobalongyu's identity. He was likely to be related to the craftsman god, but the craftsman god had existed for too long. Therefore, Tuobalongyu was most likely related to Shangguan Hongyan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to find out more about him. Bastard, you damn guy. I'll settle the score with you after I find the torch dragon sword. Jun Tianqiu's face darkened and he snorted coldly. However, he also knew that it was completely meaningless to make things difficult for Tuobalongyu. Shui Liang, Tantai Jingzong, and the others had already begun to search for the torch dragon sword. If he was half a beat slower, it was likely that he wouldn't even see the shadow of the torch dragon sword. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand and the one who strikes last suffers a calamity. Although they were all feeling the stones to cross the river, it all depended on who was luckier. At this moment, except for Jiang Chen, everyone had begun to search frantically. As long as they found the torch dragon sword, they would be the spokesperson of the sword master. Why don't you look for the torch dragon sword? Tuobalongyu looked at Jiang Chen and narrowed his eyes. He felt that this guy seemed to be staring at him all the time. I don't have the torch dragon sword with me. You may have chosen the wrong person. Tuobalongyu sneered as he looked at Jiang Chen in disdain. This fellow couldn't possibly be so conceited as to think that the torch dragon sword was still on him, right? I know you don't have the torch dragon sword because it's constantly devouring the evil aura in the sword tomb. That's why I want to know how you refined this peerless weapon. Jiang Qin said with a smile. I naturally relied on my own peerless means and the power of a refining grandmaster to refine such a terrifying peerless divine weapon. Don't think that I will tell you the whereabouts of the torch dragon sword just because you helped me complete the forging of the torch dragon sword. You think too much. Humph. Tuoba Longyu said disdainfully. That hammer strike was probably just a coincidence. Jiang Qin wanted to suppress the attack of the torch dragon sword. He didn't expect that there would be such a turn of events. However, this Jiang Qin wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. The reason why he came here was to seize the torch dragon sword. Really? Then where did Grandmaster Tuoba learn his craftsmanship? Jiang Qin continued. Tuoba Longyu's face was gloomy as he stared at Jiang Qin Lung. What do you mean by that? What does it have to do with you where I learned my skills? Tuoba Longyu was filled with hostility towards Jiang Qin. Compared to before, his eyes were even more feminine. I'm also quite interested in refining, so I also want to learn from a master. Jiang Qin said. Then why don't you take me as your master? Kowtow to me 3 times first. Tuoba Longyu laughed maniacally in an extremely savage manner. You're not qualified. However, I think there's only one person in this world who can teach me. Jiang Chen's words caused Tuoba Longyu's expression to change slightly. Only one person? This made his imagination run wild. Tuoba Longyu seemed to have already guessed who that person was. The reason for that was because in this world, there was only a single person who could surpass him in terms of crafting weapons. As for that person, it was his master. What are you trying to say? Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen. There was definitely a hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words. Haha, it seems that you're indeed not the strongest grandmaster refiner in this world. Jiang Chen shook his head, trying to get information out of Tuoba Longyu. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. If it doesn't have anything to do with me, does it have anything to do with you? Do I need to tell you who the strongest grandmaster refiner in this world is? Isn't Shangguan Hongyan your master? Jiang Chen said indifferently. No. Tuoba Longyu spoke without any hesitation. There was even a hint of panic in his eyes. But, senior brother, it seems like you're getting more and more disappointing. You don't even dare to acknowledge your master. What should I say about you? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen with an ugly expression and staggered 2 steps back. Impossible. That's impossible. Master said that she would never accept another disciple in her life. Who exactly are you? Tuoba Longyu stared at Jiang Chen almost crazily. He was extremely nervous and anxious, which made Jiang Chen even more certain that this guy was Shangguan Hongyan's disciple, and that he was inextricably linked to Shangguan Hongyan. However, Jiang Chen was extremely curious as to why he didn't admit that he was Shangguan Hongyan's disciple. Who am I? Am I not your junior brother? The smile on Jiang Chen's face became even brighter. That's impossible. Master would never go back on her word. Tuoba Longyu acted like he didn't believe Jiang Chen at all. However, the expression on his face was getting uglier, which indicated that his heart was still trembling. You don't believe me? Then do you really think that I swung the hammer randomly and coincidentally helped you complete the torch dragon sword? And why would I waste my time talking to you when I don't even care about the torch dragon sword? Do you really think you're that important? In my eyes, you're just a coward. Jiang Chen sneered. Tuoba Longyu's expression turned even darker as his body trembled. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so rude and overbearing. Jiang Chen actually knew his master and referred to him as his junior brother. What a joke. Do you really think I'll believe you? Master once swore that he would never accept another disciple. I don't care who you are, but I'll fight you to the death today. How dare you humiliate my master? Go to hell. Tuoba Longyu's body shuddered. He was stronger than Jiang Chen, so it wouldn't take much effort to kill this guy. Have you forgotten about the Divine Craftsman chart? Chapter 3379. The Divine Craftsman chart. These words were so familiar, but it was impossible for Tuoba Longyu to recall them at all. If it wasn't for the Divine Craftsman chart, he would never have been expelled by his master. His master was already being merciful by not killing him. He did not want to cripple his cultivation and skills, so his master expelled him from the sect. Moreover, he could never say that he was his own disciple. For Tuoba Longyu, it was simply a form of torture between life and death. He could not imagine that he had suffered all these years because of the divine craftsman chart. If he hadn't made a mistake back then, he wouldn't have suffered such punishment and retribution. However, everything was too late. He had only learned a small part of the divine craftsman chart, but it had already benefited him immensely. If he hadn't learned a little bit of the divine craftsman chart, it would have been impossible for him to refine a medium-grade primal origin treasure. Now that the years were endless and the circumstances had changed, he was already full of regret. He hoped that one day he could kneel in front of his master and kowtow to apologize for his sins. However, that moment would never come true because he had already been expelled from the sect. He was already a sinner of the sect. How could his master allow him to return to the sect? That was why he had spent so many years in the sword drawing sect. There was a reason for all this. Toba Longyu had no face to face his master. He had become a sinner of history, a despicable and shameless villain and a thief. The divine craftsman chart was his master's inheritance. He had stolen it without permission, which had already angered his master. Although he was once his master's proud disciple, he had also suffered a crushing defeat because of this. Jiang Chen's mention of the divine craftsman chart had completely brought Toba Longyu back to the scene thousands of years ago. His master had almost killed him with a palm strike. Although he was at his last gasp, his master had still let him live. If he had been killed at that time, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many things that had happened. All these years, Toba Longyu had been living in pain and struggle. The illumination dragon sword had intertwined with his life, becoming his symbol. It could be said that his success was due to the craftsman's chart, and his failure was also due to the craftsman's chart. That feeling of despair made Toba Longyu wish he was dead. However, everything was already in the past. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to mention the divine craftsmanship chart meant that he was truly his master's disciple. Otherwise, there would be no one in this world who knew about the divine craftsmanship chart. It was just that his master's craftsman's divine chart was not complete, so he had only learned a little. Are you really my junior brother? Although Toba Longyu had basically believed Jiang Chen's words, he was still filled with disbelief. It's the real deal. As for the last hammer strike, I'll give you the hammer technique from the divine craftsman chart. Jiang Chen said proudly. At that moment, Toba Longyu's expression turned incomparably serious. He nodded his head heavily as he came to a sudden realization. If he wasn't his master's disciple, how could he be so powerful? Without the inheritance of the divine craftsman chart, how could he so easily accomplish such a magnificent feat? However, Toba Longyu soon shook his head lightly. I'm not worthy to be your senior brother. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy. Toba Longyu's face was filled with bitterness as all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Jiang Chen knew that his chance had come. Toba Longyu had already completely believed in him. It seemed like the divine craftsman chart was indeed an inheritance of the divine craftsman sect that no one knew about. Master said that he's missed you a lot these years. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Toba Longyu's hands trembled slightly as tears streamed down his face. He never thought that Jiang Chen would say such a thing or that his master would miss him. This was the best sentence he had ever heard in a million years. Little junior brother, master. Did master really say that? Toba Longyu looked at Jiang Chen with an incomparably longing expression as his breathing quickened. That's right. Master said that he wants to see you. Jiang Chen struck Toba Longyu again, almost knocking him down. Is this true? Toba Longyu simply couldn't believe his ears. Did master really miss him? Was master really still thinking about him? No, I can't go back. I'm too ashamed to see master. Toba Longyu cried his heart out. Jiang Chen sighed. Toba Longyu was a man who valued friendship and loyalty, but that Shangguan Hongyan Jiang Chen would never let him go. It seemed like this Toba Longyu was expelled by Shangguan Hongyan because he had stolen the craftsman's manual. Crying so much? Where is your sense of propriety? If master knew that you're so weak and vulnerable now, he would be even more distressed. After this trip to the sword drawing sect, you should go back to the sect. When master sees you, he will definitely be very happy. Could it be that you want to disobey master's orders? Jiang Chen said Lung Lung while glaring at Toba Longyu. This guy was really troublesome. No, how would I dare to disobey master's orders? It's just that. I'm a sinner. Toba Longyu's body trembled as tears of joy flickered in his eyes. Had his master finally forgiven him? It seemed like his return to the sect this time would be his second rebirth. I must obtain the Torch Dragon Sword. Therefore help me obtain the Torch Dragon Sword and then make a trip back to the sect. Jiang Chen said in a deadpan manner, scaring Tuoba Longyu into a daze. If he wanted to find Shangguan Hongyan, this was the best opportunity. However, Jiang Chen had no idea how strong Shangguan Hongyan was. Therefore he just so happened to meet Tuoba Longyu. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to lure Shangguan Hongyan out with his lies. This was the best opportunity. As long as Tuoba Longyu left the sword-drawing sect and Jiang Chen followed him to find Shangguan Hongyan's sect, everything would be resolved. Jiang Chen only had one goal, and that was to kill Shangguan Hongyan. As for Tuoba Longyu, he was merely a stepping stone. Aren't you going back with me, little junior brother? Tuoba Longyu was surprised. I have more important things to do. After I complete the task that Master gave me, I will go back. Don't worry, Master already told me that Tuoba's punishment back then was really too severe. Jiang Chen spoke in a tone that sounded like a senior disciple. Tuoba Longyu couldn't control himself. Little junior brother, thank you. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have stayed in this Yin deficiency land forever and never left it for the rest of my life. From the looks of it now, I haven't been forgotten by Master. I, Tuoba Longyu, can finally go back and ask for forgiveness from Master. Chapter 3380. We're a family, so there's no need to be so polite. But how can I get the Torch Dragon Sword? Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's not the time for the Torch Dragon Sword yet, because it's frantically devouring the ominous aura, so it can't be obtained yet. As for where it is, I really don't know. I can only slowly sense its existence after it absorbs all the ominous aura here. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to find the Torch Dragon Sword. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack unless they're the chosen one. But that's just a guess. Even I can't find it, so how can they find it? Tuoba Longyu sneered. In his opinion, these guys were all idiots. The idea of finding a sword in the sword tomb of Mount Li was extremely childish in his opinion. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy was indeed a sly old fox. It seemed that it wasn't easy for him to deceive him. How long will it take? Jiang Chen continued to ask. 3 days. In just 3 days, all the ominous aura in the sword tomb of Mount Li will be completely absorbed. That will be the moment when the Torch Dragon Sword truly rises. Tuoba Longyu said in a deep voice. The Torch Dragon Sword was no longer important to him, because the regret of his life was about to be fulfilled. He had never imagined that his master would want to see him. But now that he had met his junior brother, it could be said that fate made a fool out of him. He had already unconditionally believed in his junior brother. Whether it was the craftsman's divine manual or his refining methods, it was enough to prove everything. All right, then I'll wait for another 3 days. At that time you must lend me a hand. I must obtain the Torch Dragon Sword. I must become the Sword Master. Jiang Chen said solemnly. All right, leave it to me. Tuoba Longyu patted his chest and said. Keep your distance from me first. After I find the Torch Dragon Sword, I will definitely become the target of everyone. At that time you can help me eliminate many opponents. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ah, that's right. Junior brother is indeed very smart. The fact that Master has a disciple like you is the fortune of our sect. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you know that in this sword tomb of Mount Li I'm the heavens. No one can escape from my palm, especially in front of the Candle Dragon Sword. As long as the Candle Dragon Sword absorbs all the evil chi, even a mid-divine emperor would only need one strike. Tuoba Longyu was extremely confident. Alright, I'll wait for 3 days. I hope you won't disappoint me, senior brother. Jiang Chen said. As for Tuoba Longyu, he was calm and unperturbed, as if he was sitting on a fishing platform. Jiang Chen knew that he must have a well-thought-out plan, and even calculated that these people would not be able to find the Torch Dragon Sword, which was why he was so fearless. At this time both Shui Liang and Jun Tianqiu were badly battered. During these 2 days they had searched countless magic weapons, precious weapons, sabers, spears, swords and halberds, but to no avail. They couldn't find any clues at all, as if the Candle Dragon Sword had completely disappeared at this moment. Bullshit, when I find the Torch Dragon Sword the first person I'll kill will be you. Jun Tianqiu said with a gloomy expression. He was trembling with anger. He had already broken millions of divine weapons, but there was no trace of the Torch Dragon Sword. Just as Tuoba Longyu had said, The ominous aura in the sword tomb was getting lesser and lesser. It seemed like the torch dragon sword had absorbed more than half of the ominous aura. Where the hell is this thing? We've searched everywhere but no one has found it. It's really a headache. Shuiliang bitterly smiled as he scratched his head. His face was extremely unsightly. Where exactly did Tuoba Longyu throw the torch dragon sword to? He couldn't even find its origin. Even Tuoba Longyu probably had no clue where it was. Li Wuhui's expression was also gloomy. Everyone's patience was about to run out. They kept searching for the torch dragon sword, but there was no clue at all. If they continued to search like this, they would only be played like monkeys. Where exactly is this torch dragon sword? Tantai Jingzong's beautiful eyes flashed as she swept her gaze over the area. There were also thousands of broken divine weapons, but she didn't find anything in the end. Everyone was filled with anticipation, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Their luck didn't seem to be too good. Even the genius disciple of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu, couldn't help but smile bitterly. As the host, he was also confused. The sect master did not give him the slightest hint, so he was also at a loss. The sword tomb of Mount Li was the biggest sacred place of the sword-drawing sect. It could be said that the divine weapons of all directions were gathered here, strong and weak, but he couldn't find the location of the torch dragon sword at all. As time passed, Tuoba Longyu's expression also became solemn. At this moment he already felt that the torch dragon sword seemed to have absorbed 80 to 90% of the evil qi in the sword tomb of Mount Li. It was very likely that it would be upgraded and become a peerless weapon of the upper-grade primal origin treasure level. Until the very last moment, anything was possible. It's finally done. Tuoba Longyu's words made Jiang Chen's body tremble. After all, Tuoba Longyu was the one who created the torch dragon sword. He could feel the existence of the torch dragon sword after absorbing the endless evil qi. 9 miles to the northwest, that black jade sword is the torch dragon sword. Tuoba Longyu glanced at Jiang Chen, his pupils constricted, and he transmitted his voice. If he made a move at this moment, then they would definitely know that he had found the location of the torch dragon sword. However, if Jiang Chen made a move, the significance would be different. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He instantly turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. In the sword tomb of Mount Li, he was unscrupulous, rushing towards the place that Tuoba Longyu had mentioned. At this moment Jiang Chen could feel a great power rippling out from the sword. It was a kind of ominous aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was an unbelievable majesty, as if the sword was a supreme king. Time, place and people. Finally the torch dragon sword was completed. Jiang Chen also felt that the torch dragon sword seemed to have become abnormally powerful at this moment, as if its quality had been greatly improved. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky as a storm surged above Mount Li. Jiang Chen grasped the torch dragon sword. Immediately rays of pitch-black sword qi accompanied by incomparably scarlet light shot out in all directions. There. Jiang Chen. It's that guy again. Chapter 3381. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by the appearance of the torch dragon sword. The terror of the torch dragon sword seemed to be on par with his heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, the baleful aura within it was also extremely terrifying, as if it was about to break out of the sword. That kind of power made people's hearts palpitate. Everyone could feel the terror of the torch dragon sword. The sword aura in Jiang Chen's hand was oppressive and terrifying. Jiang Chen clenched the torch dragon sword in his hand, but it was already very difficult for him to do so. There seemed to be an incomparably powerful soul in the torch dragon sword that wanted to break through his restraints and soar upwards. This artifact spirit is really terrifying. Jiang Chen's face slightly changed. But at this moment he had already become the target of public criticism. Moreover, the torch dragon sword was constantly shaking as if it was about to break out of his body. This torch dragon sword is so powerful. Tantai Jingzong knitted her brows and said in a low voice. Although the torch dragon sword was in Jiang Chen's hand and everyone wanted it for themselves, everyone could see that the torch dragon sword seemed to be extremely difficult to control. Jiang Chen had to exert a lot of effort to control it. If they obtained the torch dragon sword, it was likely that their hands and feet would be tied. The torch dragon sword was more like a hot potato than a peerless divine weapon. Jiang Chen's face was extremely unsightly. He exerted all his strength in order to subdue the torch dragon sword. At this moment Jun Tianqiu and the others seemed to want to attack Jiang Chen. The entire sword tomb of Mount Li was in a state of mutual hostility. Kid, it seems that you don't deserve the torch dragon sword. Ah. Someone sneered and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jun Tianqiu and the others made up a total of 4 people. All of them rushed towards the torch dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen knew that it was too difficult for him to control the torch dragon sword. Given his current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to fight against Jun Tianqiu and the other 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts. However, if he let go of the torch dragon sword, it would be extremely difficult for him to get it again. Jiang Chen, let me help you. Shuiliang shouted in a deep voice. Without hesitation he rushed forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Both of them exchanged a glance. The killing intent in Shuiliang's eyes intensified in the face of Jun Tianqiu's group. With the addition of Shuiliang, Jiang Chen's situation became much easier. Shuiliang fought against 3 early Divine Emperor Realm experts at once. He held the Immortal Killing Sword in his hand and looked domineering. As soon as the Immortal Killing Sword appeared, everyone was quite surprised. This Immortal Killing Sword was comparable to the Torch Dragon Sword. However, Shuiliang was not in a hurry. He fought against the 3 early Divine Emperor Realm experts with unhurried Immortal Killing Sword essences. Shuiliang was having a good time fighting against the 3 without any pressure. On the contrary, Shuiliang's strength was strong enough. With the Immortal Killing Sword essence, the 3 experts almost couldn't move an inch. Shuiliang blocked the 3 experts, but Jiang Chen's opponent was Jun Tianqiu. When 2 enemies met, their eyes turned red. The feeling of life and death entanglement made Jiang Chen even more solemn. Jiang Chen, you will definitely die in my hands this time. Jun Tianqiu said in a deep voice. He stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open. Even if Jiang Chen didn't have the Torch Dragon Sword, he would never give up. At this time he wanted to fight with Jiang Chen to the death. He wanted the Torch Dragon Sword and Jiang Chen's life. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Jiang Chen said coldly. The Torch Dragon Sword in his hand was trembling constantly. Jiang Chen looked up. He could feel that there seemed to be endless heavenly lightning gathering above Mount Li. It was drawn by the Torch Dragon Sword. Gentleman's sword, sword shatters the starry sky. Jun Tianqiu's eyes were cold. His sword momentum was like a flying swan. Jiang Chen also swung the Torch Dragon Sword in his hand. Although Jiang Chen couldn't fully control it, the terrible evil qi directly forced Jun Tianqiu to retreat. Jun Tianqiu's face was extremely unsightly. Killing intent soared up to the sky and the sword qi buzzed incessantly. Although Jiang Chen was holding the Candle Dragon Sword in his hand, he was already invincible. The killing intent and sword qi fused together, sending chills down everyone's spine. Jun Tianqiu wasn't weak, but his strength was completely suppressed at this moment, because his opponent Jiang Chen was just too strong. With the Torch Dragon Sword in his hand, Jiang Chen was unstoppable. His sword shattered the starry sky and tore the void of thousands of miles apart. Break for me! Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword, breaking thousands of swords. No one could stop this sword. Jiang Chen's sword was filled with endless power and unparalleled pressure. Jun Tianqiu was once again forced back by Jiang Chen. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his figure. The unparalleled pressure made him feel extremely uncomfortable. As soon as the evil qi emerged, the heaven and earth changed color. The entire sword tomb of Mount Li was in turmoil. The hundreds of millions of divine weapons also trembled. Jiang Chen's strength wasn't that strong, but the Torch Dragon Sword was too terrifying. The evil qi made everyone's expression turn grave. Jun Tianqiu wanted to be the first to stand out, but he failed. The Torch Dragon Sword that he yearned for day and night was forced back by Jiang Chen again and again. If not for the Torch Dragon Sword, what are you? Jun Tianqiu was furious and unwilling, but the Torch Dragon Sword was so strong that it made his hair stand on end. Without the Torch Dragon Sword, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Jiang Chen said coldly. But at this time, Jian Donglu and Li Wuhui seemed to be ready to make a move. They wanted to seize the Torch Dragon Sword, but it couldn't be done overnight. Therefore they had to defeat Jiang Chen quickly. Only by defeating Jiang Chen could they have a chance to seize the Torch Dragon Sword. Your situation seems to be a little too comfortable. Li Wuhui's target was Shuiliang. From the beginning the two of them had been fighting. At this time Xueliang was fighting 1 against 3. Naturally, he couldn't give up such a good opportunity, so he was able to force Xueliang into a desperate situation. He had a close relationship with Jiangchen. If he defeated Xueliang, it wouldn't take long for Jiangchen to give in. If you have the ability, then kill me. What kind of hero are you to try to win with your words? Do you think I, Xueliang, am afraid of you? Xueliang said with a laugh. At this time, Li Wuhui quickly joined the battle and directly forced Xueliang to retreat. He looked extremely embarrassed. Jian Donglu also targeted Jiangchen. As long as Jiangchen was defeated, he would have a chance to get the Torch Dragon Sword. As a genius disciple of the sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu had a long way to go. He had to get the Torch Dragon Sword to prove the power of the sword-drawing sect. The sect master and the 8 sword masters also hoped that he could get the Torch Dragon Sword and become the 9th sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Chapter 3382. Young Master Jun, why don't we join forces? Let's see how long this guy can last. Jian Donglu narrowed his eyes. Jiangchen had already become the target of public criticism. Behind Jian Donglu, the other 2 Divine Emperor realm experts were also ready to take action. Their target was Jiangchen alone. Among the people present, only Tantai Jingzong Yan Qingqing and the unidentified silver-haired man didn't make a move. Jiangchen brandished his blade. At this time he was no longer afraid of anyone. The Torch Dragon Sword in his hand was unparalleled. Who could compete with it? This terrifying evil chi seemed to have just revealed the tip of the iceberg. The terror of an upper-grade primordial origin treasure was beyond Jiangchen's imagination. Brother Donglu is right. Let's kill the scoundrel first. Who gets the Torch Dragon Sword will depend on our own abilities. Jun Tianqiu had fought with Jiangchen several times now, but he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Jun Tianqiu wasn't that stupid to reveal all his strength at this time. Whoever revealed all his trump cards first was likely to be the first to die. Jun Tianqiu's face was incomparably gloomy. Now that Jiangchen had become everyone's enemy, it was tantamount to courting death. Originally, he and Jiangchen had a 50-50 chance, but who asked him to get the Torch Dragon Sword first? Although he had the initiative in seizing the sword first, Jiangchen's chances of winning were minimal. Whoever held the Torch Dragon Sword would have the absolute initiative, but it wasn't so easy to hold it until the end. As no one was a fool. The Torch Dragon Sword was a hot potato and no one was sure to get it in the end. Whoever moved first would be in a disadvantageous position. I no longer have any patience. If you want to fight, let's fight. Let's see what my limit is. Jiangchen stretched out his hand and stroked the peerless divine sword in his hand. The Torch Dragon Sword gave him the feeling that it was a peerless ghost weapon. His unparalleled domineering aura seemed to be stirring in the Torch Dragon Sword, wanting to drink blood and kill the enemy. However, Jiangchen also knew that these people were not easy to deal with. Who could make him drink blood was also an extremely difficult problem. With the help of the Torch Dragon Sword, Jiangchen's only goal was to kill Jun Tianqiu to vent the hatred in his heart. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu would pester him all the time. That feeling made Jiangchen extremely uncomfortable. It was better to kill Jun Tianqiu directly. That way he could solve the problem once and for all. Arrogant and conceited, I'll send you to heaven. Jun Tianqiu brandished his long sword and wreaked havoc in the vast sky. This time he had exerted 99% of his strength. He was determined to kill Jiangchen. On the other side, with the addition of Jian Donglu, Jiangchen's situation was extremely awkward. However, Jiangchen was bold and courageous. With the Torch Dragon Sword in hand, his indomitable and domineering aura accompanied Jiangchen. The 3 of them were experts who had evolved the sword to the extreme. Jiangchen was fighting 1 against 2. Jian Donglu and Jun Tianqiu couldn't shake Jiangchen in the slightest. Limitless Sword, 17th Sword. Jiangchen displayed the 17th sword with the Torch Dragon Sword. That supreme sword realm made Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu feel inferior. At this time, Jiangchen's sword chi was already unparalleled in the world. It turned into a dark dragon and broke out of his body. The terrifying supreme tyrant body made Jun Tianqiu and Jian Dongliu's expressions change drastically. His sword technique was unstoppable. The sword chi of the Torch Dragon Sword was completely the baleful chi from the sword tomb of Mount Li. The sword chi was like a shadow and the baleful chi soared into the sky. Jiangchen's expression was calm and unruffled. He was fighting 1 against 2 with ease. Damnable bastard. Jun Tianqiu was incomparably furious. Even such an attack couldn't take down Zhang Chen. Was this guy really that strong? In the end, it was all because of the torch dragon sword. He had to admit that Zhang Chen's means were heaven-defying, but without the torch dragon sword he wouldn't be so powerful. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to deliver the torch dragon sword to you? Jun Tianqiu roared. The two early Divine Emperor realm experts behind him exchanged a glance. They originally wanted to reap the benefits, but it was obvious that Zhang Chen was like the sun in the midday sky. He wasn't someone they could defeat. It was even more difficult to kill Zhang Chen and seize the torch dragon sword. Who among the people present wasn't a shrewd person? Do you think it will give you a chance to reap the benefits? If they didn't take action, they were likely to be affected. At that time, the situation would be even more difficult. Although Zhang Chen blocked the attack of Jun Tianqiu and the others, Xueliang wasn't so lucky. Because Xueliang's strength was almost the same as Li Wuhui's, but Li Wuhui and 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts had joined hands to attack Xueliang. Although the Immortal Execution Sword in his hand constantly slashed out beams of Immortal Execution Sword essence, he still felt like he was outnumbered. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation. Xueliang clenched his teeth and looked gloomy. If he was defeated so quickly, it would undoubtedly disrupt Zhang Chen's battle. At that time, it was likely that he would be trapped in a quagmire and unable to extricate himself. Xueliang looked at Yan Qingqing. Why was she watching the show without moving? Was she Zhang Chen's trump card? But when Xueliang looked at Zhang Chen again, his situation had become difficult. 4 Divine Emperor realm experts had joined hands to suppress him. Jun Wuhui and Jian Donglu were both extremely powerful experts with peerless talent. They would not give Zhang Chen any chance at all. Even if the Candle Dragon Sword was in his hand, Zhang Chen's swordsmanship was not something that the Candle Dragon Sword could display. Little junior brother, activate your Divine Origin Qi Spiritual Core, Qi Control Profound Gate, and stimulate the evil Qi of the Candle Dragon Sword. Only then can you exert the power of the Candle Dragon Sword to its strongest state. Be careful of the evil Qi's backlash. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Tuoba Longyu's voice sounded in Zhang Chen's mind. Zhang Chen was delighted. It seemed like this guy was really a timely help. Zhang Chen wasn't able to fully control the torch dragon sword, but Tuoba Longyu was able to control it like the back of his hand. Zhang Chen acted according to Tuoba Longyu's method. Sure enough, the evil Qi rampaged and wreaked havoc in an instant. That majestic aura covered the sky. The evil Yin sword Qi that appeared instantly pierced through 2 early Divine Emperor realm experts. Those 2 guys became the scapegoats of Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu. Chapter 3383. The 2 of them exchanged a glance with each other and retreated backwards in extreme fear. Zhang Chen was a complete mad dog. With the help of the torch dragon sword, he had no scruples at all. He could kill anything that stood in his way. Could they really get their hands on Zhang Chen or the Candle Dragon Sword? Jian Donglio's heart was in turmoil, but he knew that things were far from over. It seems like it's time to act. Tantai Jingzong squinted her eyes. She was confident that her strength was on par with Jun Tianqiu, but after seeing Zhang Chen's performance, she realized that Zhang Chen could never be judged by common sense. No matter what the reason was, he was able to turn danger into safety and be so powerful. It was really unexpected. Initially, she had thought highly of Zhang Chen, but she had still underestimated him. Whether it was his personal strength or the scariness of the torch dragon sword, it was something that couldn't be changed. Tantai Jingzong could only do her best not to kill Zhang Chen, but she still wanted the Candle Dragon Sword in Zhang Chen's hand. You finally can't stand it anymore? Zhang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong and smiled faintly. The 2 of them had clashed once again. Although Zhang Chen knew that he couldn't show any mercy to Tantai Jingzong, otherwise he would be the one to suffer. Even if he was confident in himself, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand firm in the face of so many peerless experts. Tantai Jingzong knew that she had consumed a lot of her strength, so she chose to act now to understand more about Zhang Chen's means. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. That was why Tantai Jingzong, who knew Zhang Chen very well, was full of confidence. She was no longer a half-step divine emperor who could be bullied by others. Why do we need to talk about this between us? You know that I can't just stand by and watch. Really? Then I would like to see Miss Tantai's means. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If you hand over the torch dragon sword to me now, I will definitely protect you. Tantai Jingzong said calmly. She wasn't disturbed by Jiang Chen's words. Although she felt guilty to Jiang Chen, she wouldn't go easy on him. After all, these people were watching. What she wanted was what everyone else wanted. No need. If you can take the sword in my hand, then I won't have to stay here anymore. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had nothing else to say at this moment. Since Tantai Jingzong had chosen to stand on the opposite side of him, the two of them were no longer on speaking terms. All right. Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. Only she could understand the bitterness at the corner of her mouth. She didn't want to go tit for tat with Jiang Chen, but she had no other choice at this time. Jiang Chen was still so stubborn. His opponent was far stronger than him. If it wasn't for the torch dragon sword, it was still unknown whether Jiang Chen could achieve such strength. Let's get rid of him first. I don't believe that this guy really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He doesn't deserve the torch dragon sword at all. Jun Tiancho rushed forward again. He was almost the one who had a life-and-death battle with Jiang Chen. No matter when it would always be a life-and-death battle with Jiang Chen. Jun Tiancho also knew how to judge the situation and advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Jiang Chen's torch dragon sword was strong, but he didn't dare to confront Jiang Chen head-on. Whether it was the 2 scapegoats or the current battle, he didn't hesitate at all. Little junior brother, be careful. These people are not easy to deal with. There's a mid-divine emperor minor heavenly connection realm and 2 early divine emperor minor heavenly connection realm experts. Don't drag it out. Tuoba Longyu's worry made Jiang Chen speechless. It seemed that this guy really regarded Jiang Chen as his little junior brother. It could be seen that he quite agreed with Jiang Chen. If you need help, just let me know. I don't care about these guys. Tuoba Longyu said with a cold smile. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at Tuoba Longyu in a new light. Was he really that strong? However, Jiang Chen hadn't reached the final moment yet. He couldn't use Tuoba Longyu or else he would lose everything. What he needed to be wary of the most right now was Li Wuhui and the silver-haired man. He had absolutely no idea about these 2 guys. Jiang Chen didn't know much about them. At least when facing Tantai Jingzong and Jun Tiancho, Jiang Chen wouldn't be obliterated even if he couldn't defeat them. Although Jian Donglu was also very strong, he couldn't threaten Jiang Chen in a short period of time. At this moment, Xueliang was in a very difficult situation. He was seriously injured, but he still didn't make a sound. He wanted to create an opportunity for Jiang Chen. He didn't want Jiang Chen to fall into a passive position. That was why he fought so hard. But even so, Xueliang didn't get nothing. He killed 3 early Divine Emperor Realm experts with his seriously injured body, but he was already exhausted. At this moment, Li Wuhui's combat strength was still extremely strong. Xueliang couldn't compete with him anymore. Xueliang. When Jiang Chen looked at Xueliang, his face was extremely solemn. He didn't expect that Xueliang would fight so hard. Xueliang was already in danger when he was not paying attention. Xueliang was not a talkative person, but he had nothing to say to Jiang Chen. Heroes cherished heroes. Both of them cherished each other very much. Jiang Chen understood the pain in Xueliang's heart. Since Bingyun was taken away, it must be a very painful thing for Xueliang. But whether he could complete his redemption depended on himself. Now that he had Jiang Chen's help, Xueliang naturally didn't dare to say a word, for fear that he would put Jiang Chen in an irrecoverable situation. You're such a fool. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and rushed over quickly. At this moment, Li Wuhui was already aiming at Xueliang. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and turned around in the air. He blocked Li Wuhui with his sword, which directly made Li Wuhui lose his target and protected Xueliang behind him. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Now he was fighting against everyone. Tantai Jingzong and Jun Tiancho sneakily attacked Jiang Chen from behind and finally gave Jiang Chen a blow, which made the situation become difficult for Jiang Chen. There were fierce tigers in front of him and pursuers behind him. Li Wuhui, Jun Tiancho, Jian Donglu and Tantai Jingzong all surrounded Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen had nowhere to hide. Any one of these people was a peerless expert. Now that Jiang Chen was fighting against 4 of them, he also felt that his crisis was getting bigger and bigger. Kacha. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the entire top of the sword tomb of Mount Li completely collapsed, revealing a dark thundercloud that circled in the void. It's the heavenly thunder born from the primordial origin treasure. Ah, God is helping me. Let's see where Xianxia can run to with the candle dragon sword in his hand. Now that the heavenly thunder has descended, the candle dragon sword in his hand will definitely turn him into ashes. Chapter 3384. The rumbling of the heavenly thunder was already imminent. Everyone knew that the heavenly thunder attracted by the torch dragon sword was already close at hand and was about to descend. That incomparably terrifying might was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even Tuoba Longyu's expression was extremely solemn. Whenever a peerless divine weapon descends, it would attract supreme heavenly lightning, and this high-grade primal origin treasure was no exception. The current situation was already very difficult for Xianxia. Tuoba Longyu knew that he had to take action, otherwise his junior brother would definitely be trapped. With so many divine emperor experts targeting him, it was basically impossible for him to escape. At this moment the happiest ones were none other than Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu. They couldn't wait for Xianxia to be obliterated. Once the heavenly lightning killed Xianxia, they would have one less powerful opponent. As long as Xianxia was here, it would be extremely difficult for them to seize the torch dragon sword. Looks like this guy is really angry. Even the heavenly lightning can't tolerate him. He's dreaming if he wants to control the torch dragon sword. Jun Tianqiu sneered. Xianxia's current situation was the most difficult. Let's strike him while he's down. Let's see how capable he is to withstand the attacks of so many people and the heavenly lightning. Jian Donglu narrowed his eyes and shouted. Everyone rushed towards Xianxia at this moment, wanting to give him a fatal blow. After all, the heavenly sound attracted by the torch dragon sword must be extremely terrifying for Xianxia. The might of an upper-grade primal origin treasure was absolutely extraordinary. Tantai Jingzong was the only one who felt a sense of foreboding when she looked at the heavenly lightning. She knew that it wouldn't be too difficult for Xianxia to neutralize it with the lightning in hand. The heavenly lightning might not be a crisis for Xianxia, but an opportunity. Tantai Jingzong didn't dare to be negligent because this was the best opportunity. Regardless of whether the heavenly lightning was strong or weak, Xianxia was currently being attacked from all sides. This was the time when he was most vulnerable to defeat. Everyone was ready to take action at this moment. Their only target was Xianxia. Only by killing Xianxia would they have the opportunity to seize the torch dragon sword. Therefore Xianxia must die. Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu rushed forward together. The two of them didn't give Xianxia the slightest chance because Xianxia was no longer fighting alone. His opponent had added an incomparably ferocious heavenly lightning. Tantai Jingzong also joined forces with Jun Tianqiu and Jian Donglu. Together with Li Wuhui they quickly rushed forward. Xianxia's situation was very difficult. Everyone was silently looking at Xianxia, hoping that he would be defeated at this moment. Shuelyang's eyes were like torches. His white robe was stained with blood. He absolutely couldn't let Xianxia block all of this alone. Holding the execution immortal sword in his hand, Shuelyang's anger soared to the sky. Although he couldn't turn the tide like Xianxia, he could at least help Xianxia to reduce the pressure. Yan Qingqing remained calm and watched the scene in silence. Xianxia's life wasn't in danger, so there was no need for her to take action. In her point of view, there wasn't much relationship between her and Xianxia. He had once saved her life. As long as she took action when his life was in danger, she would return the favor. The silver-haired man was the same. His gaze fell on Yan Qingqing, but he couldn't see anything in front of Yan Qingqing. From the beginning to the end he had been standing there silently. No one knew where he was going to go. Xianxia held the torch dragon sword in his hand and looked at the void. At this moment he needed to teach these guys a lesson. Isn't this the heavens helping me? Xianxia sighed. Seeing that Tuoba Longyu was ready to take action at any time, he waved his hand at him, indicating that Tuoba Longyu didn't need to act rashly. Heavenly lightning? Shouldn't you be afraid of me? The moment Xianxia raised his head, the heavenly lightning seemed to have become even more violent. However, it was a rootless thing after all. There was no spirit of heavenly lightning in it. It was just the punishment of heavenly lightning. Xianxia squinted his eyes. At this moment it was time for him to give these people a pleasant surprise. However, Xianxia didn't intend to fuse the 5 types of heavenly lightning because they were too terrifying. Xianxia might not be able to control them completely. Moreover, it was very likely that his body would be completely drained by this one strike. If that was the case, if he couldn't kill all of them, he would fall into an extremely passive situation. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia only fused 4 types of heavenly lightning. Excluding the most terrifying 1000 flame destruction lightning, the dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, severing drought heavenly lightning, and the heavenly lightning above Xianxia's head were enough to make them suffer. The heavenly lightning fell from the sky. The lightning surged and went into Xianxia's body in an instant. Streaks of heavenly lightning struck his body, and streaks of golden light shone brilliantly. Xianxia stood proudly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Jun Tianqiu and the others arrived. Xianxia kept retreating. Divine Golden Bell, God's sealing restriction. Xianxia took out the Eastern Emperor Bell to seal the surrounding aura in order to buy time for himself to fuse with the 4 types of heavenly lightning. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong had already sensed Xianxia's intention. Therefore she was the first one to act. 1000 cloud overlapping palms. Tantai Yunin struck out with her palm. The wind and lightning changed the color of the sky. Her palm landed heavily on Xianxia's divine golden bell. The invisible pressure made Xianxia frown. The current Tantai Yunin was no longer the same as before. The terrifying pressure almost made Xianxia take a step back. She wasn't any weaker than Jun Tianqiu and the others. Vajra Poison Dragon Sword. Jian Donglu rushed forward like a whirlwind, turning into a golden diamond tearing the void apart. Bursts of explosions rang out as he collided with Xianxia's divine golden bell. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu wasn't to be outdone. The tip of his sword spun and crossed the void. Gentleman's sword, sword of salvation. The 3 powerful impacts made the divine golden bell in Xianxia's hand shatter inch by inch in less than 10 breaths of time. Xianxia was also sent flying with a hideous expression. Shuoyang's face changed. The battle with Li Wuhui was getting more and more difficult, but he knew that he could only do so much. He couldn't allow Xianxia to be distracted. Xianxia, you have to hold on. Shuoyang murmured. However, at this moment when the divine golden bell shattered, the 4 heavenly lightning in Xianxia's hand had completely fused. Now it's time for you all to have a taste of my death thunder lotus. Not everyone has the chance to fight me. Except the trial of death. Chapter 3385. This guy isn't afraid of the heavenly lightning? Jun Tianqiu couldn't believe it. His eyes were filled with shock, especially when he saw the 4-colored lightning lotus in Xianxia's hand. His heart instantly sank to the bottom. How is this possible? Jian Dongliu's face drastically changed as he exclaimed. He didn't expect that Xianxia could not only block their attacks, but also condense such a terrifying attack. Only Tantai Jingzong was prepared, but the death lightning lotus was gradually expanding in their eyes. There wasn't any chance for them to escape. Interesting. The silver-haired youth murmured in the distance. His eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but feel some lingering fear in his heart. But at this moment the 3 people in front of Xianxia were the biggest victims. Get lost. Along with Xianxia's roar, everyone's facial expression changed. The terrifying death lightning lotus bloomed. Thousands of weapons in the sword tomb of Mount Li were broken and buzzed. Jun Tianqiu and the other 2 didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, but they were still drowned in the death lightning lotus. Drawing the sword, looking around. Unparalleled absolute seal. Gentleman Immerse sword. The 3's expression changed drastically. Along with 3 terrifying attacks, they still couldn't resist Xianxia's death lightning lotus. It was actually invincible. Xianxia's eyes were cold. The moment the death lightning lotus bloomed, everything between the heavens and earth dimmed. The 3 of them were gravely injured. Jun Tianqiu's sword was broken and Jian Dongliu's sword was shattered. Tantai Jingzong's face was pale. The 3 of them were almost killed by Xianxia. If it wasn't for their trump cards, they would have been killed by Xianxia if they were 3 mid-divine emperors. The death lightning lotus was so powerful. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were incomparably cold. That domineering might caused everyone's breathing to turn heavy. At this moment, even though it was only the fusion of 4 types of lightning, it had already drained 70% of Xianxia's strength. If it had been 5 types of lightning, Xianxia's attack might have been able to destroy them easily, but he would have instantly become an arrow at the end of its flight. What a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning. How can this guy be so strong? Cough cough. Jian Donglio's facial expression changed dramatically. At this moment he had completely lost his combat strength. He drew his sword and looked around blankly. He no longer had the will to compete. If it wasn't for the three of them attacking at the same time, they would have been killed by Jiangchen by now. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Jun Tianchou's expression was also uncertain. The current Jiangchen was countless times stronger than before. Even after 9 reincarnations he still couldn't defeat Jiangchen. His current situation was even more dangerous. Although Jun Tianchou gnashed his teeth in anger, there was nothing he could do. Tantai Jingzong took a deep look at Yi Shiwen. Why is he always able to stand in front of me? Why can't I catch up to him? The fusion of 4 types of heavenly lightning could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. No one could block it. The methods of this fellow were always so domineering, causing people to tremble in fear. Although the 3 of them had escaped the calamity, they were almost at the end of their rope. I said that the heavenly lightning is here to help me, but you guys don't believe me? Jiangchen said with a smile. Tuoba Longyu's jaw dropped to the ground. He knew that he might not be able to withstand that strike. Even if he didn't die, he would be gravely injured. Little junior brother is indeed our little junior brother. He's really powerful. He's really impressive. The first person Jiangchen targeted was Jun Tianchou because Jian Donglu was the #1 genius of sword drawing sect. No matter who it was, even if they defeated Jian Donglu, they wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, even if he obtained the Torch Dragon Sword, how could he establish a foothold in sword drawing sect in the future? Tantai Jingzong knew that Jiangchen didn't want to kill her. He just looked at her and sighed silently. Tantai Jingzong felt that his heart was being torn apart. Jun Tianchou was the only one who didn't deserve pity even if he died. Furthermore, the enmity between the 2 of them had to be settled at this time. Jun Tianchou, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Jiangchen raised his sword. Facing Jun Tianchou, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, he broke out the most terrifying attack. At this time, Li Wuhui had also repelled Xueliang. His strength hadn't suffered any damage. Jiangchen was incomparably shocked by Xueliang's fight with him. At least Xueliang didn't disgrace great sovereign immortal execution. He had killed 3 people in a row and was still fighting with Li Wuhui. Almost in an instant, Li Wuhui rushed to Jun Tianchou and blocked Jiangchen's sword, forcing him to retreat. Jiangchen frowned. Was Li Wuhui related to Jun Tianchou? How could he save him at this time? Thank you. Jun Tianchou said in a low voice and glanced at Li Wuhui. Li Wuhui looked indifferent and didn't speak to Jun Tianchou. Instead he looked at Jiangchen. It was time for him to end this battle. You've worked hard, Xueliang. Jiangchen looked at Xueliang. Xueliang laughed and shook his head. Speaking of hard work, Jiangchen was the one who suffered the most. Hand over the Candle Dragon Sword and maybe you can live. I don't want to kill anyone, Li Wuhui said. At this time, although Jiangchen didn't fall, his strength was not as good as before. Even if it was 1 against 2, Li Wuhui didn't feel the slightest pressure. You seem to be too confident. Jiangchen shook his head and said indifferently. You only have 1 choice. Otherwise go to hell. Li Wuhui's indifferent expression was still without a trace of emotion. Then let's fight. I want to see who can laugh in the end. Jiangchen said with a smile. It was almost impossible for Li Wuhui to kill him, not to mention that Xueliang was here. Did he think that the successor of the Immortal Execution Sword was just a decoration? Xueliang was far from reaching his limit. Do you think you can kill me in this way? You're too naive, Jiangchen. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to this point. Jun Tianchou also stood up slowly, staring at Jiangchen with frosty eyes. He must kill Jiangchen. Otherwise, if he didn't get rid of the demon in his heart, he always felt that he couldn't set foot on his former peak. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Jun Tianchou was indeed better than Jian Donglu. If I'm right, you should be Jun Wuhui. Although your swordsmanship has changed greatly, it still can't escape my eyes. The gentleman's sword is a swordsmanship that you can't avoid in your life. Chapter 3386. Even though I've left, there's no Jun Wuhui. I'm Li Wuhui. Li Wuhui said faintly. Jun Tianchou was silent for a moment and said no more. If it weren't for Li Wuhui, he would have been attacked by Jiangchen again. Well, let's get rid of these two guys first. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Today is the day you die. Although Jun Tianchou's strength had been greatly restricted, he was obviously stronger than Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, how long has it been since we fought side by side? We must show off our strength in this battle. Shuiliang slowly stroked the immortal slaying sword in his hand. At that moment he no longer had any worries. If the two of them were still no match for Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui, he would have no complaints even if he died here. No one can make me, Jiang Chen, lower my head, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen said proudly, his eyes bursting with a stronger battle intent. This will be your last song. Li Wuhui said faintly. Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui quickly attacked and directly approached Jiang Chen and Shuiliang. Jiang Chen had become more and more familiar with the Candle Dragon sword, and the evil qi in it had become extremely restrained. Only when the sword was unsheathed would the evil qi be released. Jiang Chen, Shuiliang, Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui were fighting fiercely. Jiang Chen was still undefeated, but Shuiliang was already struggling. If they continued to fight, it would only become more and more difficult for them. Is that all you've got? Jun Tianchou said proudly. His entanglement with Jiang Chen grew more and more intense. Jun Tianchou's sword intent was as cold as frost. He showed no fear in the face of Jiang Chen's baleful aura. The noble sword qi of the noble sword technique had a certain degree of resistance against baleful aura. Even Jiang Chen had never imagined that Jun Tianchou could be so powerful. Before this, he had clearly concealed a portion of his strength. He did not reveal his true strength until the very last moment. However, it was different now. If he could swiftly kill Jiang Chen, then the selection of the sword master would come to an end. It's too early for you to be happy. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Even if he was completely defeated, the person behind him wouldn't fall. Senior brother, it's time to act. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice. At this moment, Tuoba Longyu squinted his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. As long as Jiang Chen gave the order, he would definitely rush forward without any hesitation. Tuoba Longyu's strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm, the great heavenly connection realm. He was even stronger than Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui. His sneak attack directly dealt a heavy blow to Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui's confidence. They were not prepared at all and were repelled by Tuoba Longyu. Both of their faces were extremely pale. Tuoba Longyu's attack had seriously injured them. After all, they had never thought that it would be Tuoba Longyu. Therefore they were not prepared at all. However, the result was incomparably shocking. Tuoba Longyu had made his move. Moreover, his target was the two of them. In their point of view, Tuoba Longyu was just an outsider. However, Jian Donglu didn't expect that this crazy number 1 blacksmith of sword drawing sect would be standing beside Jiang Chen at this moment. It was truly inconceivable. Bastard! You son of a bitch! Jun Tianchou couldn't restrain his anger, but Tuoba Longyu's powerful attack had put the two of them into a passive position. Even Li Wuhui was having a hard time. Tuoba Longyu was the strongest among them. His attack had tipped the scales of victory to Jiang Chen's side. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. You're not qualified to fight with me. Tuoba Longyu sneered as if he was sitting on a fishing platform. Indeed, Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui had fallen into a deadlock due to the sneak attack just now. The two of them were in a dilemma. Jiang Chen would not give them a chance to turn the tables. Jiang Chen and Shuiliang glanced at each other. They cooperated with Tuoba Longyu to put Jun Tianchou and Li Wuhui in a desperate situation. Damn you! You old fart of the sword-drawing sect, the Jun family will never let you off if you kill me. Jun Tianchou shouted angrily. The Jun family? They don't have the guts to come to my sword-drawing sect. Tuoba Longyu was disdainful. Although the Jun family was strong, it seemed that they could not suppress the sword-drawing sect. Jun Wuhui, save me. Jiang Chen rushed towards Jun Tianchou full of killing intent. At this moment, Jun Tianchou had nowhere to retreat under the pincer attack of Tuoba Longyu and Jiang Chen. He had completely lost his chance to live. Li Wuhui's face changed. At this moment something unexpected happened. Li Wuhui had actually blocked the attack for Jun Tianchou. The sudden change surprised everyone. Li Wuhui was directly shot down by Tuoba Longyu and Jiang Chen. However, at this moment Jun Tianchou had already fled to the outside of the sword tomb of Mount Li and was nowhere to be found. You're a stubborn man. Jiang Chen looked at the dying Li Wuhui and said with a smile. Although I'm no longer a member of the Jun family, I have no regrets in this life. The Jun family has treated me coldly, but I can't abandon them. If I die, I live for the Jun family, and if I die for the Jun family. It's a worthy death, Li Wuhui said indifferently. Jiang Chen could see that he was the abandoned son of the Jun family. The desolation in his eyes was undisguised and unchanging. Jun Tianqiu had escaped, but Li Wuhui had become his scapegoat. Who doesn't want to be pitiful? Jiang Chen murmured. You can go. Jiang Chen did not kill him. At this moment, Li Wuhui was shocked. He never thought that Jiang Chen could have killed him with a single strike. Jiang Chen hated the Jun family to the core, but he still let him go. Li Wuhui smiled bitterly. Tuoba Longyu didn't take any further action. Li Wuhui gave Jiang Chen a deep bow, then he turned around and left. The silver-haired man who had not made a move all along was finally ready to make a move. It's time for me to make a move, the silver-haired man said with a faint smile. The silver-haired man took a step forward. At this moment Yan Qingqing finally made a move. It's not fair for you to make a move. Yan Qingqing looked at the silver-haired man and said, You want to stop me? The silver-haired man was startled. He looked at Yan Qingqing and smiled helplessly. You're not a human at all. What right do you have to fight for the position of the sword master of the sword drawing sect? Yan Qingqing's words made the silver-haired man's expression change slightly. He said in a deep voice, I'm not a human just because you say so. The winner is king and the loser is bandit. Whoever is stronger is worthy to stand on a bigger stage. You're from a barbaric land. You're not ashamed but proud. Since I can see through you, I can defeat you. Chapter 3387. The silver-haired man Lung Lung looked at Yan Qingqing indifferently. How strong could this woman be? She's dreaming if she wants to fight with me. You might be too confident in yourself. You don't have the qualifications. I want the torch dragon sword and no one can stop me. The silver-haired man said indifferently. Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight in front of him. Even if Yan Qingqing and Tuoba Longyu joined hands, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Now that time had passed, he was finally going to make his move. One of the 4 great barbarian tribes of the desolate divine land, the Earthen Barbarian Tribe. Do you think you can fool me? Yan Qingqing's voice was cold, but her words made the silver-haired man's expression turn gloomy. What's the origin of this woman? She even knows which tribe I belong to? Could it be that I've been seen through before I entered the sword-drawing sect? Earthen Barbarian Tribe? Who's this guy? Jian Donglu said in shock. Obviously he had a great guess about the identity of this silver-haired man. However, no matter who it was, it wouldn't be easy for this guy to seize the torch dragon sword. This was because Tuoba Longyu had already made his move. He had always been fair, but now he actually helped Jiang Chen. This made Jian Donglu feel extremely strange. Even when he was seriously injured, Tuoba Longyu didn't make a move. What was this guy thinking? Earthen Barbarian Tribe, could it be him? Tantai Jingzong frowned and murmured in a low voice. Not long ago, a peerless expert appeared in the Earthen Barbarian Tribe. He was extremely talented and challenged the entire Earthen Barbarian Tribe. No one could compete with him. This person's name is Bai Wenjun. Tantai Jingzong's words made the silver-haired man puff out his chest. He shook his head and said, Since you already know who I am, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Bai Wenjun's face was full of pride. His strength had already reached the minor heavenly connecting realm of the mid-divine emperor realm, which was the same as Jun Tianqiu. However, in his eyes, Jun Tianqiu was just an idiot. It was impossible for Jun Tianqiu to snatch the torch dragon sword from Jiang Chen's hands in this gathering of heroes. However, he still didn't back down and fought with Jiang Chen to the death. The moment when both of them were injured would be the best time for him to take action. Rumor has it that the genius disciple of the Earth Barbarian Tribe swept through the desolate divine continent's northern region for 300,000 miles, and no one was his match. He killed 100,000 ghost barbarians and became famous in one battle. It makes people tremble with fear. Tantai Jingzong's beautiful eyes flickered. Their rock sect was located at the border between the Savage Divine Land and the Central Plains Divine Land, so they naturally had a good understanding of the Savage Divine Land. This Earth Barbarian could be said to be invincible in the Barbarian Tribe. Since you know, why don't you hurry up and give way? Do you really have to wait for me to kill my way out? Bai Wenjun said with a smile. The Earth Barbarian tribe is one of the 4 great tribes of the Savage Divine Land. You guys shouldn't have stepped into the Central Plains Divine Land. Seems like you guys have forgotten the promise you made in the past. Yan Qingqing said calmly. Everyone was confused. Even Jiang Qin didn't know what Yan Qingqing was talking about. Only Bai Wenjun's expression became more and more unsightly. Back then, the leaders of the 4 great barbarian tribes of the Savage Divine Land, the 4 barbarian kings, were all defeated by the Emperor Realm experts of the Central Plains Divine Land. From then on, they swore to never step into the Central Plains Divine Land. If they violated this oath, they would die with thousands of swords piercing through their hearts. Yan Qingqing said word by word. Bai Wenjun's expression became more and more ferocious. Who are you? Why do you know so much about the Earth Barbarian tribe? Bai Wenjun was a little surprised. His heart was still filled with incomparable solemnity. He was very curious about this woman's identity. She actually knew so much about the Savage Divine Land, but he knew nothing about her. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. He had already lost the upper hand, which made him extremely curious about Yan Qingqing. You are not qualified to know who I am, Yan Qingqing said. Jiang Qin silently looked at Yan Qingqing. He seemed to have understood something. Who was Yan Qingqing? She was still herself because she still remembered her 2 sisters, Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu. However, she seemed to have merged with the memories of Princess Du Wan of the Barbarian Land, which was why she was so familiar with the matters of the Barbarian Divine Land. It's impossible for you to fight against so many people at once. If you're sensible, you'd better leave quickly, Jiang Qin said with a smile. Since Yan Qingqing knew Bai Wenjun like the back of her hand, she must know him very well. It was impossible for Bai Wenjun to stand on his head and act like a tyrant. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What qualifications do you have to speak? The Candle Dragon sword is mine today. Bai Wenjun pointed the sword at Jiang Qin and said domineeringly. He brandished the sword and a ghostly shadow appeared. Stubborn thing, Yan Qingqing Lung said. She who hadn't made a move until now finally stood up and stood in front of Jiang Qin. It was time for Jiang Qin to return the favor of saving her life. Yan Qingqing's hand seals were linked together as she fought against Bai Wenjun. Yan Qingqing seemed to be able to see through each of his sword strikes. No matter how he attacked, Yan Qingqing would be able to see through all of his moves and tricks. It was as if Yan Qingqing had seen through all of his moves and tricks. It was like he was naked in front of Yan Qingqing. He had nowhere to hide. The barbarian tribe is getting more and more disappointing. Yan Qingqing's attacks were swift and decisive. She didn't look like a woman at all. The impact she brought to Bai Wenjun was incomparably strong and terrifying. Bai Wenjun retreated step by step. Although he was a mid-divine emperor, he couldn't exert his strength when facing Yan Qingqing, who was an early divine emperor. It was a very depressing feeling. No matter what kind of tricks he used, Yan Qingqing would always be able to see through them and counter them. Gradually, Bai Wenjun's face became extremely gloomy. It was as if all of his secrets were known by his opponent. How could he fight against her? Although Bai Wenjun was furious, he couldn't change the current situation. Yan Qingqing's methods were shocking, but he couldn't figure out what Yan Qingqing's methods were. Even though he was strong, he couldn't do anything. Get lost, Yan Qingqing shouted coldly. She made a hand seal and launched an attack. Bai Wenjun had nowhere to hide. Each of her attacks was fatal. Bai Wenjun staggered backward and looked extremely embarrassed. Damn it! Bai Wenjun's face turned pale. Yan Qingqing had taken the initiative step by step. How could he fight now? Chapter 3388. Bai Wenjun was incomparably depressed. He had never been in such a depressing battle before. He had almost lost his temper in this battle, and he didn't even know who his opponent was. This kind of dejection was unbearable. The mountains will never change and the rivers will always flow. Bai Wenjun will remember this. I will definitely pay you back for today's humiliation. Jiang Qin, you won't achieve great things if you hide behind a woman. Bai Wenjun sneered and quickly fled. He didn't dare to continue fighting because he knew that he would definitely lose if he continued to fight. At this time, retreating was the best and only choice. What kind of hero can come from a barbarian land? Trash. Jiang Qin shook his head. At this time he no longer had any worries. Tantai Jingzong and Jian Donglu were both seriously injured, leaving only Jiang Qin and Shuiliang. However, the torch dragon sword in his hand was extremely terrifying for Zhou Xian. The sword's evil aura was too strong, and Xueliang might not be able to control it. This sword is of no use to me, but you may not be able to control it. When you become the sword master, return the torch dragon sword to me. Zhou Xian shook his head and directly threw the sword to Xueliang. Xueliang's face lit up and he nodded heavily. The moment he held the torch dragon sword, he knew that Zhou Xian was not lying. The evil aura in the torch dragon sword was too fierce, and he couldn't suppress it at all. It was indeed not easy for Zhou Xian to suppress the torch dragon sword. Although Jian Donglu and Tantai Jingzong were unwilling, now that Zhou Xian had become the center of attention, and even Tuoba Longyu, the great master of the sword-drawing sect, stood beside Zhou Xian, what else could Jian Donglu say? A biological son couldn't compare to a godson, but fortunately he was a member of the sword-drawing sect. Otherwise he might be dead now. I've spared you again. How will you thank me? Zhou Xian looked at Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. At this moment she had nothing to say. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have waited until now, right? Tantai Jingzong said. You're right. It's better for women to know their place. I've already saved you many times, but I don't know when I'll lose my patience. My patience is not limitless when it comes to people who want to kill me. Zhou Qian's words shocked Tantai Jingzong. She clearly sensed Zhou Qian's unprecedented coldness. Although she wasn't considered a close friend of Zhou Qian's, she felt that the distance between her and Zhou Qian was rather distant. Tantai Jingzong remained silent and turned to leave. Just as she brushed past Zhou Qian, she said in a low voice, I will remember what you said. After speaking, he disappeared from the sword tomb of Mount Li. Little junior brother, don't you want the position of sword-drawing sect's sword master? Tuoba Longyu transmitted his voice over. Although the position of sword-drawing sect's sword master is full of temptation, it doesn't mean much to me. As for the torch dragon sword, he still wants it because Xueliang can't control such a powerful and peerless weapon now. Zhou Qian looked at Tuoba Longyu. Zhou Qian. Xueliang looked at Zhou Qian with a face full of gratitude. Zhou Qian risked his life to obtain the torch dragon sword and even had the opportunity to become one of the 9 sword masters of sword-drawing sect. However, he gave it all to Xueliang. Xueliang didn't know what to say to express his gratitude for such a great kindness. There's no need to say more. I know you need it more than I do. Zhou Qian smiled. The group quickly left the sword tomb of Mount Li. At this moment, Sect Master Jian Tang, Great Elder Jian Wu, and the 8 sword masters of sword-drawing sect were all smiling and welcoming them. Xueliang held the torch dragon sword in his hand and became the center of attention. However, at this moment Jian Tang knew that the torch dragon sword should have belonged to Zhou Qian. Unknowingly, Jian Donglu should have told Jian Tang everything that happened in the sword tomb of Mount Li. I once said that whoever can obtain the peerless weapon of Tuoba Longyu will be the 9th sword master of sword-drawing sect. Now that Xueliang has the torch dragon sword in his hand, he will be the 9th sword master. Before Jian Tang could finish his words, everyone revealed a gratified smile. You've worked hard, brother Tuoba. Jian Tang smiled and exchanged glances with Tuoba Longyu. As a Grand Master of sword-drawing sect, Tuoba Longyu was a distinguished guest of sword-drawing sect. Naturally, they had to treat him with respect. However, today I want to say that if I'm lucky, can I invite Brother Zhou Qian to be one of the sword masters of sword-drawing sect? The 10th honorary sword master. What do you think, Brother Zhou Qian? Jian Tang's eyes turned and fell on Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was stunned. He did not expect Jian Tang to want him to be the honorary sword master of sword-drawing sect. Zhou Qian knew that Jian Tang wanted to rope him in. Zhou Qian and Xueliang were brothers. Now that Xueliang had become one of the sword masters of sword-drawing sect, Zhou Qian would be the 10th honorary sword master. Zhou Qian did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Jian Tang was quite certain about Zhou Qian. After all, Jian Tang knew about Zhou Qian's performance in the sword tomb of Mount Li. If sword-drawing sect did not capture such an expert, it would definitely be a great loss. An early Divine Emperor Realm expert had defeated several mid-Divine Emperor Realm experts. Even the number 1 genius of sword-drawing sect, Jian Donglu, could only be ruthless. Therefore, Jian Tang naturally had his own plans to retain the talents of sword-drawing sect. Alright then, Zhou Qian will accept it. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Jian Tang. Zhou Qian said. Among the people of sword-drawing sect, only the great elder Jianwu and Jiantang were very happy. However, the other sword masters were at a loss. Was the sect master trying to weaken their authority to balance the balance? Shuaoliang looked at Jiang Qin. He did not expect that both of them would be promoted to sword master of sword-drawing sect. Alright then. From now on, our sword-drawing sect will have 10 sword masters. Congratulations, sword master Jiang Qin. Although sword master Jiang Qin is an honorary sword master, brother Jiang Qin will be a member of our sword-drawing sect from now on. Jian Tang said with a hearty laugh. This time I have completed my mission. It's time for me to travel. He refined an upper-rank origin treasure for the sword-drawing sect. However, the sword's malevolent aura is too strong. I think only Sword Lord Jiang Qin can wield it. Tuoba Longyu said with a smile. Chapter 3389. Brother Jiang, take this. Shuaoliang leaped and threw the torch dragon sword into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Qin held the torch dragon sword with ease. Compared to Shuaoliang, it was incomparable. Jian Tang and the other sword lords nodded silently. Jiang Qin was the one who could truly wield the torch dragon sword. Although they were also envious of him, they did not have Jiang Chen's means after all. No one dared to look down on his strength. Jiang Chen's strength was not something that could be underestimated. It's really a young hero. Jian Tang laughed and turned to look at Tuoba Longyu. Brother Tuoba, are you leaving the sword-drawing sect? I don't know when you will return. Jian Tang said very solemnly. Maybe a year and a half, maybe 100 or 1,000 years. I have an unfulfilled wish, so I have to get rid of the distractions in my heart before I can start again. Tuoba Longyu said faintly. If he did not go back to apologize to his master, he would never be able to forgive himself. Alright, then I won't force Brother Tuoba to stay. The sword-drawing sect will be waiting for Brother Tuoba's return. Jian Tang said with a look of pity. It had to be said that Jian Tang had done everything he could to make Tuoba Longyu stay in the sword-drawing sect. There were probably less than 5 people in the entire Central Province Divine Land who could refine a high-grade primal origin treasure. Even in the Martial Dan Hall, there might not be many people who could do that. Thank you, Brother Jian Tang. Tuoba Longyu nodded slightly and turned to leave without any hesitation. Little junior brother, I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again. Tuoba Longyu transmitted his voice and instantly disappeared from the sky above the sword-drawing sect. Jian Tang felt a little regretful and even sighed. Tuoba Longyu's importance to the sword-drawing sect was simply too great. Tuoba Longyu's departure was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the sword-drawing sect. I'll take my leave too. Shuaoliang, Sect Master Jian Tang, I have something important to do and can't be delayed. I'll meet you again if there's a chance. Jiang Qin smiled. In that case, I won't stay any longer. I hope that Brother Jiang Qin will remember that from this moment on, you are a part of the sword-drawing sect. The position of sword master will accompany you for the rest of your life. After Jian Tang finished speaking, Jiang Qin also left quickly. Yan Qingqing followed closely behind him. In an instant, the two of them disappeared in the void. Naturally, Jiang Chen's goal was to follow Tuoba Longyu and find Shangguan Hongyan's location. Tuoba Longyu did not doubt Jiang Chen's words and went straight to the location of Shangguan Hongyan's sect. Jiang Chen was extremely happy. At this moment, he just wanted to find out where Shangguan Hongyan was and how strong she was. If her strength didn't exceed the late Divine Emperor realm, then Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill her. If her strength exceeded the late Divine Emperor realm, then Jiang Chen would have to think about it carefully. Princess Duan's memory should be in your memory, right? Jiang Chen took a glance at Yan Qingqing. The two of them flew away in the sky, thousands and thousands of miles away. How do you know that I have Princess Duan's memory? Yan Qingqing said coldly. She squinted her eyes and stared at Jiang Chen as if she would attack him at any time. Don't get too excited. If it wasn't for Princess Duan's soul imprint, how could you know so much about the barbarian divine land? Moreover, you're full of disdain towards Bai Wenjun of the barbarian tribe. It's because you know him so well that you know your enemy. Am I right? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Lung. You shouldn't know this. Why shouldn't I know this? Do you still remember Zhuang Zhouzi? Zhuang Xingxiao dreamt of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love with a cuckoo. The moon in the blue sea has tears of pearls. The sun in the Lantian is warm, the jade gives off smoke. This feeling can be remembered, but I was lost at that time. Each of Jiang Chen's words was like a gem. He wanted to use this poem to change Princess Duan's memory, and at the same time he wanted to find out why Yan Qingqing had become like this. Yan Qingqing's pretty face was covered with frost. Her eyes were filled with endless pain. It's over, everything is over. Why do you want to bring up this story again? Why do I feel heartache? Why? Isn't Zhuang Zhouzi the man of Princess Duan? Why do you know everything? Who are you? Yan Qingqing stared at Jiang Chen angrily. Who am I? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say at the moment. Don't you know who I am? Who am I? I am your man. That year, when Zhuang Zhouzi and Princess Duan bid farewell to each other, it was the time when we reunited. However, it also became the most difficult time for us. Jiang Chen's heart was in extreme pain, but Yan Qingqing still showed an incomparably difficult expression. He seemed to be in great pain. Don't say any more. I have a terrible headache. If you continue, I will kill you. Yan Qingqing's palm fell on Jiang Chen's neck. At that moment she didn't stop at all. If she moved a little, Jiang Chen would have no regrets. Jiang Chen didn't move. If he could die in the hands of his beloved, it would be better than dying in the hands of others. Alright, then I won't say any more. Jiang Chen calmed his mind and took a deep breath. He knew that there was still a long way to go if he wanted Yan Qingqing to remember him. Moreover, she kept everyone at arm's length. This was what troubled Jiang Chen the most. In her memory there were only Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu. Perhaps only by finding one of them would it be helpful to Yan Qingqing's soul. Along the way, Tuoba Longyu didn't stop. After 3 years he finally arrived at the central region of the Central Continent Divine Land. It was a boundless sea of bamboo mountain range. How many years has it been? Master, I'm finally back. I can finally see you again. Master. Above the bamboo sea mountain range, Tuoba Longyu's heart was as tranquil as still water. At this moment his heart had already calmed down a lot. However, he was still worried that his master would blame him. That sort of nervousness was something that no one could understand. Tuoba Longyu was extremely grateful to his junior brother. If it wasn't for him, he didn't know when he would be able to understand his master's thoughts and return to the Tsonglin Bamboo Sea. Master, this unfilial disciple has returned. Are you all right? Tuoba Longyu muttered to himself. After entering this sea of bamboos he began to walk. He no longer flew in the air. Instead he took one step at a time, walking up from the foot of the 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Chapter 3390. Although he had stolen the divine craftsman's chart back then, he still felt extremely guilty towards his master. He didn't know what to say. Even though he knew that his master had already forgiven him, he still didn't know what to do. For the past thousands of years, Tuoba Longyu had felt even more nervous than when he was refining a divine weapon. The wind howled as snowflakes drifted down from the bamboo sea mountain range. Gradually it became a snowstorm. The vast expanse of white above the bamboo sea seemed extremely cold and desolate. Master, I'm back. From now on, I will use the rest of my life to show filial respect to Master. Tuoba Longyu said resolutely in his heart. Jiang Chen was silently paying attention to Tuoba Longyu. To Shangguan Hongyan he wasn't an unforgivable person, but he had driven Tuoba Longyu out of the sect and almost killed him. Because of this, the relationship between the master and disciple had been severed. However, Tuoba Longyu already knew his mistake. He wanted to admit it to his master, but he didn't know where to start. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's words, he might still be muddle-headed in the sword-drawing sect, forging weapons. Master, your unfilial disciple Tuoba Longyu requests an audience with you. Tuoba Longyu said in a loud voice. He knelt in front of the bamboo sea mountain range with boundless remorse, his voice echoing throughout the entire mountain range. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The bamboo sea mountain range was covered in ice and snow as snowflakes swirled in the air. A white-robed figure walked through the snow. His long hair was tied up behind his back and his expression was ice-cold. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. The middle-aged man had a grave expression as he frowned. Lung Leng said, I harmed your life back then, but you don't know how to repent. Back then I took your life, but you don't know how to repent. You still want to come back and steal my things? Do you want me to grant you death? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. His gaze was like a torch, causing Tuoba Longyu to tremble in fear. At that moment, Tuoba Longyu's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect his master to be so furious that he had no intention of forgiving him. Master, haven't you already forgiven me? Tuoba Longyu's expression was extremely complicated, even filled with despair. He could clearly sense the boundless killing intent from his master. Shangguan Hongyan. He is Shangguan Hongyan. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The feeling of controlling the heavens made Jiang Chen feel a great pressure. With his current strength, he was not a match for him. Even if he fused with the lightning, he might not be able to kill him. Jiang Chen was not someone who would give up easily. However, he knew that if he were to face Shangguan Hongyan now, he would most likely die. Forgive you? You stole my treasure and you expect me to forgive you? I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Now you actually rushed back to see me. Do you really want me to split you in half? Shangguan Hongyan said domineeringly. She stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. Her aura seemed to devour mountains and rivers, as if she was one with the snowflakes in the sky. That kind of power that transcended nature caused even Jiang Chen to be speechless. Master, little junior brother said that you've already forgiven me. After so many years, I've always been worried about you all and wanted to see you again. Could it be that little junior brother lied to me? Tuoba Longyu's eyes were filled with bitterness. Little junior brother? Where did this little junior brother come from? Just who tricked you into coming here? Shangguan Hongyan roared furiously. He struck out with his palm, almost crippling Tuoba Longyu's life. Even Jiang Chen frowned slightly. The Shangguan Hongyan was simply an executioner who killed people without blinking. His killing intent was too heavy, so heavy that it made people feel suffocated. Tuoba Longyu was forced back by Shangguan Hongyan. His face was deathly pale and he vomited blood. However, he didn't have any chance to retaliate. He had even completely given up on resisting, but Shangguan Hongyan was still ruthless and merciless. Master, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I'm already satisfied to be able to see you again. Little junior brother had important matters to attend to, so he didn't come back with me. Tuoba Longyu said in a low voice. A bunch of nonsense. There's no such thing as little junior brother. You've already been tricked into coming here. Do you still not understand? You're really stupid. Shangguan Hongyan said coldly. Only at that moment did Tuoba Longyu realize that it was very possible that he had been bewitched by someone. Could it be that his junior brother from before had all been lying? That everything he had said was also a lie? Tuoba Longyu's face was deathly pale. He didn't care whether his little junior brother was real or not. He only wanted to know if his master had already forgiven him. However, it was clear that the little junior brother he had mentioned was simply a fabrication. His master still hated him to the bone. His master hadn't killed him back then, and his hatred for him now made Tuoba Longyu feel even more despair. I'm sorry, master. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being too stupid to listen to slander. However, he clearly knew about the existence of the divine craftsman's chart. He was even able to help me complete the refinement of a mid-grade primal origin treasure. His artifact refining skills are definitely not inferior to mine. Tuoba Longyu slowly explained. At that moment, Shangguan Hongyan's expression was growing increasingly gloomy, and he was extremely furious at Tuoba Longyu. That was especially so when he heard the words craftsman's manual, which made him even more furious. Divine craftsman's chart. It's the divine craftsman's chart again. It seems that you really want me to kill you today to vent my anger. Shangguan Hongyan shouted in a deep voice. His face was also extremely gloomy. He seemed to have recalled the past. The divine craftsman's chart was a mark of anger and imprint that could never be erased from his heart. Master, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll go find that guy right now and kill him to vent my anger. At that time I'll definitely commit suicide to thank Master. Tuoba Longyu said with incomparable determination. Shangguan Hongyan looked into the distance and said indifferently, there's no need. Since you're already here, why bother hiding? Didn't you just want to see me? Now that you've gotten what you wanted, what other secrets are you hiding? Shangguan Hongyan's gaze landed on the place where Jiang Chen was hiding. He did not expect to be discovered in an instant. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed, but he didn't hesitate and slowly walked out of the cave. As expected of Shangguan Hongyan, you actually discovered my existence. It seems that you already know who I am. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked into Shangguan Hongyan's eyes. Bastard. You're not my little junior brother. Who are you? Why did you lie to me and come find my master? Tuoba Longyu was unable to restrain his anger. He stared at Jiang Qin with murderous intent. Those who kill will always be killed. I'm only here to take revenge. Shangguan Hongyan's expression became increasingly solemn. Chapter 3391. Revenge? You don't have the qualifications to do so. There's no enmity between us. Why do you need to bargain with me? But since you've come here today, there's no need for you to leave. No matter who you are, there's only one ending for you since you dare to covet me, Shangguan Hongyan, and that's death. Shangguan Hongyan said coldly. He completely ignored Tuoba Longyu and his gaze fell onto Jiang Qin. He had already locked onto him. You don't even know who I am? Are you pretending to be stupid or are you pretending to be smart? Senior brother Shangguan? Jiang Qin said indifferently. At this moment not only Tuoba Longyu, but even Shangguan Hongyan's expression became completely gloomy. Shangguan Hongyan's expression changed a few times. He never thought that this person would be his disciple. At this moment Shangguan Hongyan's expression finally changed completely. He took a deep breath. How many years has it been? For millions of years he has always been searching for that person. Because his divine craftsman's chart had always been missing. He would never be able to reach that person's level in his entire life. Shangguan Hongyan was constantly thinking about it. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Tao of smithing, but he still couldn't change anything, because he couldn't forge a primal chaos saint weapon. That was what he had been fighting for his entire life. Without the craftsman's divine list, everything would be in vain. And that old man had completely disappeared from this world with the divine craftsman's chart. At this moment Shangguan Hongyan looked at Jiang Qin in front of him. This guy actually claimed to be his junior brother. Without a doubt he knew where the divine craftsman's chart was, and also knew about that old man's inheritance. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes gradually became filled with color. Jiang Qin's appearance had given him a glimmer of hope. His Tao of craftsmanship could finally advance. His years of hard work had finally paid off. He never thought that this guy would actually come without an invitation. It was truly an indescribable joy. Shangguan Hongyan was already filled with despair, but Jiang Qin's appearance had given him hope. At this moment he was already unable to contain his excitement. He no longer cared about the grudges in the past. What he wanted was Jiang Qin's divine craftsman's chart, the inheritance left behind by that old man. So, more accurately, you should call me Martial Uncle. When Jiang Qin looked at Tuoba Longyu again, Tuoba Longyu was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and wanted to scold Jiang Qin for being shameless. Who would have thought that Shangguan Hongyan would actually speak at this moment? Looks like you're here to seek revenge for that old man. You're really naive. Did he ask you to come or did you come on your own? Do you think that the gap between you and me is possible? An early divine emperor, even if there are 10 or 100 of him, he's just trash in my eyes. Didn't that old man tell you what it means to conceal one's strength and bide one's time? It's a pity that you've only learned his arrogance and conceit. Do you think that the Central Region Divine Land is still the Central Region Divine Land of the past? Do you think that you, a brat who appeared out of nowhere, can take revenge for that old man? You're dreaming. Shangguan Hongyan said indifferently. She was filled with disdain towards Jiang Qin. At this moment if she wanted to kill him it would be a piece of cake. There was no need for her to waste any effort at all. However, Jiang Qin was actually trying to find her. Little did she know that if he revealed his identity she would probably be able to find him faster than him. You keep calling him old man. Don't you remember the kindness of the craftsman god as your master? If it wasn't for him, perhaps you would have died countless times already. If it wasn't for him, would you be able to achieve what you have today? If it wasn't for him, do you think that you would be able to reach such a high position and look down upon the masses? All of this in exchange for your betrayal, your merciless pursuit. In my opinion, you're an ingrate, worse than a beast. You're not worthy to be master's disciple. Jiang Qin shook his head. His eyes were filled with coldness. This Shangguan Hongyan was a heartless man. How could his master fall in love with a shameless guy like him? Now he was even disrespectful to his master who had taught him the Tao. Jiang Qin shook his head. Ah, brat, you're too naive. Who do you think you are? My little junior brother? You're not worthy. No matter if it's strength or weapon forging techniques, you're not my match. What do you have to fight against me? Do you think that just being hot-blooded is enough? At that time I painstakingly practiced the art of refining, wanting to let him see my efforts, but he turned a blind eye to it. He kept the most powerful craftsman's divine chart, and refused to teach it to me. I think he was afraid that after teaching his disciple, the master would starve to death. Is this the high and mighty master you spoke of? What qualifications does he have to be my master? You still want to take revenge for him? Today you're destined to die here. As long as it's someone related to that old man, I'll kill them all. Shangguan Hongyan said crazily. His eyes were bloodshot. Just because master didn't teach you the craftsman god's list, you killed your own master? A master for a day is a father for life. You're a wolf with wild ambitions. Is this your excuse? Oh, what a joke. You killed your own master and you're still saying it in such a dignified manner. I really admire you. Jiang Qin sneered. This Shangguan Hongyan didn't have a single bit of friendship. He was filled with hatred and resentment towards the craftsman god. Isn't that enough? Could it be that he wants to bring his weapon forging techniques into his coffin? Do you think he treated me sincerely? You won't understand. He only treated me as a boy that he could order around. In front of him I have no dignity at all. That's why I hate him. He didn't want to teach me the things on the craftsman god's list, because he was afraid that I would surpass him one day. However, in the end he still died in my hands. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were cold. He grinned evilly. He stretched out his palms and slowly clenched them together. His face made Jiang Qin feel a chill in his heart. This person wasn't fit to be called a human. He was a beast through and through. Chapter 3392. Tuoba Longyu couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, he couldn't change the fact that his master was his teacher, the teacher who had immensely respected him. Yet he was being so disrespectful to his master. That sort of feeling made Tuoba Longyu feel extremely uncomfortable. Ever since he was young, his master had taught him to remember his master no matter what. His kindness was greater than the heavens. Yet he was treating his master with such disdain and disrespect, even calling him an old fart. This was something Tuoba Longyu couldn't understand. The master who had once loved him so much had already disappeared without a trace. Could it be that this moment was the real him? Do you know why he was so ruthless towards you? Do you know why he never forgave you? It's because he was afraid that he saw his own shadow in you. It's because he couldn't learn the divine craftsman's chart that he stole it. He was afraid that you would one day become him. That's why he expelled you from the sect and didn't kill you. You can be considered lucky. Jiang Qin looked at Tuoba Longyu in silence. He had deep feelings for Shangguan Hongyan, but at this moment Shangguan Hongyan was completely ignoring him. Master, is that really the case? Tuoba Longyu's eyes were filled with tears. As an old man who had lived for millions of years, he would forever be the obedient child before his master. However, in his master's eyes he was no different from an ordinary person. There wasn't the slightest trace of a master-disciple relationship between them. Shangguan Hongyan looked at Tuoba Longyu coldly and said in a deep voice, "Bastard! Scoundrel, you shameless sinner! Not only did you bring people to my place, you even listened to slanderous rumors. I shouldn't have kept you alive in the first place. Killing you might be the best ending for you." Shangguan Hongyan completely ignored Tuoba Longyu. Tuoba Longyu's heart became extremely pained and disheartened. The master that he had missed day and night for so many years had already become a stranger. How could Tuoba Longyu not feel grief? He had taken Shangguan Hongyan as a senior who was like a father and a master, yet he was mercilessly ridiculed by Shangguan Hongyan and was even heavily punished. How could Tuoba Longyu not feel bitterly disappointed? At this moment, it was as if he had finally seen Shangguan Hongyan's true face. That ferocious and terrifying appearance was perhaps his truest self. In order to pursue his own path of artifact forging, in order to become an even more powerful existence, he had used crafty schemes to kill his own master, and in the end he had become a grandmaster artifact forging. To Tuoba Longyu, no matter what, he was not willing to believe it. However, Shangguan Hongyan had already admitted to it. There was no need for Jiang Qin to force a confession out of him. He had already completely admitted to his crimes. He didn't even have the slightest hint of remorse. "Master, oh master, how could you be such a person?" Tuoba Longyu let out a long sigh towards the heavens, feeling inconsolable. However, at this moment he was sent flying by a palm strike from Shangguan Hongyan. Heavily injured, he was on the verge of death. "Trash, trash, like you will never have the qualifications to stand at the top. I painstakingly taught you the art of artifact forging, Yet you colluded with outsiders to frame me. How could I spare you? Shangguan Hongyan's face was cold. He did not have any feelings for Tuo Bolongyu. Killing him was no different from killing a dog. Tuo Bolongyu's heart was as calm as still water. How laughable, extremely laughable. You can even say such words. Isn't this how you used to be? This is the truest portrayal. Could it be that you don't dare to admit it? What were you thinking when you colluded with others to deceive your master? What were you thinking when you tried to kill your master who had treated you like his own son? For your own selfish desires, you committed such a heartless act. Does your conscience not hurt? I was wrong. You simply do not know what conscience is and what kindness is. Jiang Qin shook his head. He had overestimated Shangguan Hongyan. Talking about the relationship between master and disciple was no different from playing the lute to a cow. You seem to be talking too much. If I want to kill him, I'll do it. What does it have to do with you? Does my disciple need you to tell me what to do? Today you will definitely die. Since you came to seek revenge, you should be prepared to stay here. After killing you, I should be able to get what I want. That old fellow still taught you the craftsman god register. Otherwise, why would you work so hard for him? You must be the one who asked you to seek revenge. That old man can't die in peace. For the rest of his life he will never forget how I looked when I killed him. Shangguan Hongyan clenched his teeth. He was filled with hatred for the craftsman god. At this moment he no longer had any emotions. Jiang Qin knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. If he wanted his master to rest in peace, the only way was to clean up the sect for his master. Perhaps only then would he be able to rest in peace. You are a demon. You were born as a human, yet you willingly became a demon. Today I will send you to the 18th level of hell. I will make you kneel in front of my master and repent for thousands of years. Jiang Qin extended his hand and pointed the heavenly dragon sword at Shangguan Hongyan. Killing chi surged out. What a good sword. Did that old man leave this for you? Shangguan Hongyan's eyes lit up as he sneered. You don't have the qualifications to know. Jiang Qin took a step forward. His sword aura was like a rainbow. A strong wind suddenly rose. In the depths of the bamboo forest, snow fluttered in the air. The mountains and rivers were shattered. The wind blew and the water died. All right, I will let you see who is a true expert. Today I will teach you how to be a man. Shangguan Hongyan shouted. He rose up against the wind. The willow-long blade in his hand was shining brightly. It intertwined with the heavenly dragon sword. Cold light flickered and the aura was like a dragon. The willow-long saber was straight as a dragon sword, like a dragon playing with a phoenix. Shangguan Hongyan's saber technique was like a song of morning water, like a raging river, the water flowing across the sky. The saber was like a blood shadow flying in the sky, traveling across the bamboo sea. Little junior brother, you are quite capable. Your sword realm has reached such a high level. Shangguan Hongyan smiled indifferently. However, his willow-long blade still pierced through the air. It continued to interact with the heavenly dragon sword. The chi was like a flowing river. Such a strong guy. Jiang Qin was shocked. This Shangguan Hongyan's strength had far exceeded his imagination. It would be extremely difficult for Jiang Qin to kill him now, as difficult as ascending the heavens. Limitless sword 17 blade. Jiang Qin slashed down with his sword. Shangguan Hongyan didn't even try to dodge. Wherever the long blade went, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, causing the sky to be in chaos. Shadowless blood blade. Chapter 3393. This blade technique seems to be faster and sharper than my sword. My 17th sword couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. Jiang Qin murmured, but he was extremely shocked. However, in his blood shadow blade technique, Jiang Qin had a new discovery. Coincidentally, he had a slight understanding of the 18th sword. Blade and sword, chi and momentum, as they intertwined, the sword was sharper and the blade was more tactful. His shadowless blood blade, on the other hand, combined the tenacity of both the blade and the sword. While attacking and defending, there was an order of advance and retreat. The sword intent was the attack while the blade intent was the leader. Limitless sword 18th sword. Jiang Qin moved forward, but he only managed to swing half of the sword. The remaining opportunity was directly erased by Shangguan Hongyan. Shangguan Hongyan's blade technique was far more mature than Jiang Qin's 18th sword. Jiang Qin was almost forced back 3,000 feet by Shangguan Hongyan's shadowless blood blade. Above the sea of bamboos, snowflakes fluttered down. Shangguan Hongyan stepped on the snow, not giving Jiang Qin any chance to resist. He attacked again with lightning speed. The shadowless blood blade surrounded the heavens and earth, leaving Jiang Qin nowhere to hide. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Qin activated the Eastern Emperor Bell again, but this time, even the Eastern Emperor Bell was shattered in Shangguan Hongyan's hands. In the end, it turned into broken rays of divine light and flew away. Eastern Emperor Bell. Boy, you've given me too many surprises. This Eastern Emperor Bell is mine. Shangguan Hongyan's spirit shone brightly. There were too many secrets waiting for him to uncover. The Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Eastern Emperor Bell, and the craftsman's chart that he had been longing for. The Eastern Emperor Bell was a chaotic saint weapon, so Shangguan Hongyan naturally had a special liking for it. As the most powerful weapon forging grandmaster in the Central Divine Land, he was very familiar with all the weapons in the world. Even though there were some weapons he had never seen before, they did not escape Shangguan Hongyan's eyes and ears. Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Qin let out a low roar, swallowing several mouthfuls of blood. At this moment he had already been seriously injured, but Shangguan Hongyan was still as relaxed as ever, as if she was taking a stroll in the park without any pressure at all. Now I will let you know how big the gap between a late Divine Emperor and an early Divine Emperor is. No matter how strong you are, you can't make up for it. Shangguan Hongyan's expression was calm. With a flip of her palm, 3,000 lightning strikes, 10,000 Li clouds return as fast as lightning. Everlasting Wisdom Palm. As Shangguan Hongyan struck out with her palm, Jiang Qin was unable to dodge at all. It covered the entire sky, leaving him with no place to escape. Jiang Qin knew that he had to fight this palm with his life, otherwise he would not be able to receive it. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon battle armor, which he had not used for a long time, also turned into ashes at this moment. Under the divine golden bell, it was unable to resist at all. Jiang Qin held his blade horizontally, not knowing what to do. He could only meet the palm with his fist, forcefully taking on the palm. However, Jiang Qin's strength was still too far from Shangguan Hongyan's. Under the palm strike, Jiang Qin's figure was almost instantly engulfed by the everlasting wisdom palm. Even with Jiang Qin's strength of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants, and his iron-like bones, he was on the verge of collapsing at this moment. After retreating 100 meters, Jiang Qin was already heavily injured. Not bad. To be able to survive my palm strike, it means that you are indeed talented. However, it is a pity that you came to seek revenge against me today. You should have expected that you are not my match. Shangguan Hongyan stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. Shangguan Hongyan stood there with her hands clasped behind her back. She held the willow blade in her hand and struck out with it, causing the sky to change color. The sky was dyed red, half of it was white and the other half was green. Between the green and white, Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and unleashed the ancient soaring dragon skill. The sword's soul came out of its scabbard and a dragon roar could be heard. The azure dragon rising out of the sea merged with the pure white blade. The sword's soul was still one step behind and it was forced back by Shangguan Hongyan. The dragon's soul cried out in pain, and the heavenly dragon sword chi was pushed back hundreds of meters. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I have said that you are not my match. Shangguan Hongyan shook her head. Jiang Qin was indeed an extraordinary man, but it was impossible for her to win against him. The gap between them was just too huge. Shangguan Hongyan shook her head. Then why don't you try this move of mine? Jiang Qin's eyes were sharp. The 4 heavenly thunders in his hand had already slowly fused together. The 4 heavenly thunders, green and red, were intersecting and there were traces of lightning snakes. This time around, the nameless heavenly lightning from last time had been replaced with the 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Its frightening level had also increased by several times. A frightening death lotus gradually formed. Even Shangguan Hongyan's expression had become extremely gloomy at this moment. Such a terrifying heavenly thunder. This guy has actually fused 4 heavenly thunders. Shangguan Hongyan squinted her eyes and her heart was beating fast. Is this guy not afraid of playing with fire? However, while Shangguan Hongyan was in a daze, the death lightning lotus had finished fusing in an instant. Now I will let you have a taste of my power. Jiang Qin sneered. His face was extremely pale. Under the fusion of the 4 heavenly thunders, he had almost used up all the divine yuan qi in his body. He threw out a palm and the death lightning lotus flew across the sky. Lightning flashed and illuminated the sky. At this moment, Jiangchen was completely exhausted. The terrifying death lightning lotus exploded in an instant. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes narrowed. He knew that the death lightning lotus was so terrifying that it could even threaten his existence. That damned guy, Shangguan Hongyan said through gritted teeth. However, at that moment, something that Jiang Qin and Shangguan Hongyan hadn't expected happened. Tuoba Longyu, who was originally on his last breath, actually charged forward and blocked Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus. He exhausted all of his strength to fuse with the death lightning lotus. Lightning pierced through the sky. With the 5 heavenly thunders on his body, Tuoba Longyu's body was almost burnt. In the instant that Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus exploded, Tuoba Longyu ultimately failed to block that attack. He died completely in front of Shangguan Hongyan. All that was left was a strand of soul that was struggling at death's door. At this moment, even Shangguan Hongyan had suffered quite a bit of injury. That was because Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus was extremely terrifying. If Tuoba Longyu hadn't blocked the majority of the attack, even Shangguan Hongyan didn't know if he would have been able to survive that attack from Jiang Chen. Chapter 3394. You shouldn't have come. Jiang Chen sighed with a hint of pity on the corner of his lips. However, things had already come to this. All that was left of Tuoba Longyu was a strand of his remnant soul. It was already on the verge of dissipating into thin air. If it wasn't for the fact that the obsession in his heart remained unextinguished, he would have already dissipated into thin air by now. Master, I know that you're still unwilling to forgive me. However, I, Tuoba, would like to give you a piece of advice. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent before it's too late. Regardless of whether you've betrayed your master or committed heinous crimes, you're still the master of me, Tuoba Longyu. A master for a day is a father for life. I have no complaints about you expelling me from your lineage for the sins I've committed back then. However, at this very moment I would like to ask Master to reconsider your actions. I'm willing to use my death to wake Master up. I hope that Master can be compassionate and return to the right path, Tuoba Longyu said with a pale face. Tuoba Longyu said with a pale face. At this moment his soul was also gradually dimming, as if it was going to dissipate at any moment. Tuoba Longyu's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He had a deep relationship with Shangguan Hongyan as his master. However, in Shangguan Hongyan's eyes, it wasn't even worth a mention. At this moment, Tuoba Longyu also hoped that his master would be able to turn over a new leaf. No matter how many sins he had committed, it wouldn't change the fact that he was his master. Tuoba Longyu knew that it was impossible for him to change the situation of the battle with his own strength. However, he hoped that his death would leave a trace of warning for his master. Who the hell do you think you are? You're not qualified to lecture me. Go to hell. Your soul dispersing is the best ending for you. Shangguan Hongyan raised her blade and slashed down with an unparalleled might. Tuoba Longyu was directly cleaved into 2, completely dissipating into thin air. At the moment when he turned into ashes, his eyes were still filled with hope for Shangguan Hongyan. However, from the start to the end, his death had not been able to wake Shangguan Hongyan up. Tuoba Longyu was in despair. In fact, he was even disheartened. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. His love for his master was so deep, yet all he got in return was merciless indifference and ridicule. In fact, he even felt sorrowful. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This Shangguan Hongyan was even scarier than a devil. He was cold-blooded and emotionless, without a shred of emotion. Even though his disciple had risked his life to save him, trying to reform him, in the end he had still been turned into dust by a single slash of his saber. He was about to vanish into thin air, but he had not been able to escape his master's murderous hands. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He knew that Shangguan Hongyan no longer had any humanity left in him. Only by killing him would he be able to rid the world of a scourge. Jiang Chen could only sigh at Tuoba Longyu's death. He was not a heartless person, but he had died in such a dubious manner before the inhumane Shangguan Hongyan. In the end, he did not even have the chance to close his eyes. Now it's your turn. Only with your death will this world become clear again. My sea of bamboos will not allow anyone to tarnish it. Shangguan Hongyan said Lung Lung. Tuoba Longyu had died, but he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Tuoba Longyu was his disciple, a child who respected him like a father. You really make people feel disgusted. Even your own disciple's death was not enough to change your original intentions. It seems like the ambition of a wolf is really unchangeable. You are a beast through and through. Jiang Chen shook his head. So what if I'm a beast? What can you do to me? No one can change what I, Shangguan Hongyan, want to do. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. Those who block my path will not have a good ending. Shangguan Hongyan said proudly. After saying so much, you no longer have any chance to escape. Death is your only ending. Shangguan Hongyan's gaze was like a torch as he pointed at Jiang Chen. Currently, Jiang Chen was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Killing him would be as easy as pie. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Jiang Chen slowly took 2 steps back. At that moment, the ancestral dragon emperor could only smile bitterly. He had no choice but to act. Shangguan Hongyan was too powerful. Jiang Chen could not fight against her. Even without Tuoba Longyu, Jiang Chen could not kill Shangguan Hongyan with the fusion of 4 heavenly lightnings. He could at most injure Shangguan Hongyan. The ancestral dragon emperor transformed and hid his face. He did not know if Shangguan Hongyan knew about his existence. After all, the ancestral dragon emperor's name was known throughout the world. If Shangguan Hongyan knew about it, she would definitely spread the news. The moment Shangguan Hongyan attacked, the ancestral dragon emperor transformed into a white barrier and blocked in front of Shangguan Hongyan. Young man, don't be so angry. Killing someone or saving someone is only a matter of thought. You are not qualified to kill him, said the ancestral dragon emperor indifferently. His words caused Shangguan Hongyan's facial expression to change. He could sense how strong this man was. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Trying to stop me from killing someone? Who do you think you are? Shangguan Hongyan roared furiously. She drew out her blade once again and the shadow of the blade swept across the sky. The ancestral dragon emperor activated the ancestral dragon pagoda to protect Jiang Chen. Shangguan Hongyan had failed several times, but the ancestral dragon emperor had consumed a lot of his energy. However, he did not take any action because he knew that once he took action he would definitely attract the attention of the enemies. Shangguan Hongyan's skills were terrifying. The ancestral dragon emperor could only defend passively. He didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. However, he still managed to block all of Jiang Chen's attacks. The more Shangguan Hongyan fought, the more frightened he became. He had no idea who his enemy was, and he had no idea what kind of existence was behind Jiang Chen. At this moment, Shangguan Hongyan was feeling nervous and it was difficult for him to fight back. You still don't want to stop? I am stupid. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me to attack. I promise to spare his life. However, to kill you, although it will take some effort, it is not impossible. The ancestral dragon emperor said. Shangguan Hongyan did not believe him. At this moment he had used up half of his energy. The ancestral dragon emperor activated the Zulong Tower and flew up. Damn it. This Shangguan Hongyan is too powerful. Senior ancestral dragon emperor, the world is dangerous. Let's retreat. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This Shangguan Hongyan could not break through the ancestral dragon emperor's defense. However, it was not a long-term plan. The ancestral dragon emperor could not attack. Shangguan Hongyan did not know that. If this dragged on, Shangguan Hongyan would realize that something was wrong. Looking at the disappearing shadow of the ancestral dragon pagoda, Shangguan Hongyan didn't chase after it. However, his heart was filled with unwillingness. He was tricked by someone in his own territory. He must take revenge for this. Chapter 3395. Jiang Chen, who had just escaped death, was now lying on the ground. Although the myriad chi body had recovered some of its power, the 4 heavenly lightnings fused together to form a terrifying lightning lotus. It had almost drained all of Jiang Chen's divine origin chi, causing him to be in a passive position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into a desperate situation while being chased by Shangguan Hongyan. The ancestral dragon emperor was under attack. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have a hard time. Shangguan Hongyan was much stronger than he expected. A late divine emperor expert. She was the closest expert to the emperor realm that Jiang Chen had ever seen. Even the ancestral dragon emperor did not have such strength. However, Shangguan Hongyan did not dare to chase Jiang Chen out of the Bamboo Sea mountain range. He did not know who saved Jiang Chen. If it was someone he could not defeat, he would be in a much more dangerous situation. Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning's fusion had already caused him great damage. Nobody could guarantee if Jiang Chen had any other tricks up his sleeves or the background of this unknown person. I'm still too weak. I can't fight against a true expert. If it wasn't for the ancestral dragon emperor, that Shangguan Hongyan would have made my life worse than death. Even if I managed to escape, it would be very difficult. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He could not help but sigh. You're already very strong. If it weren't for that person blocking your attack with the fusion of sky lightning, he probably wouldn't have had it easy either. It would have been difficult for him to continue fighting. The ancestral dragon emperor said in a low voice. Jiang Chen was obviously not satisfied with his own strength. However, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that Jiang Chen was strong enough. He was strong enough to fight against a late divine emperor expert. The divine emperor realm was different from the hierarch realm. The divine emperor realm was the most difficult realm to enter the emperor realm. Many people would not be able to cross it in their lifetime. Every realm was divided into 3 minor realms, which showed how difficult it was for a divine emperor to break through. But this is still not enough. I am still unable to avenge my beloved. Shangguan Hongyan's strength is likely not at its peak either. It would appear that I still have a long way to go. Jiang Chen knew very well that only by becoming stronger could he have more right to speak and gain a foothold in the central region divine land. To him there was still a long way to go. As the ancestral dragon emperor had used up a lot of his soul energy, he went to rest. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. It was already dawn. Jiang Chen rested for 3 days. But when he woke up, he heard a heart-wrenching scream that came from the depths of his soul. "Father, where are you, father?" Hong Lian's frail and sorrowful voice rang out in Jiang Chen's ears. His pained wails filled him with despair. "What happened to you?" Jiang Chen frowned and asked softly. "I dreamt that my father was suffering from inhumane torture. I felt that he was going through the cycle of reincarnation." Hong Lian said in extreme pain. "Those scenes seemed to be happening in front of my eyes. Although it was blurry, I could clearly feel his existence. He is my father, and he is currently in the depths of an abyss of suffering." The corner of Red Lotus's mouth was filled with incomparable bitterness. The despair in the depth of her eyes made Jiang Chen feel heartache. "I have to go find my father. Although I don't know where he is, I can feel his existence." Red Lotus said resolutely. "All right, I'll go with you." Jiang Chen said softly. "You have more important things to do. I don't want to drag you down. I'll go alone." Hong Lian shook his head. "I have already reached the early divine emperor realm. Although I might not be able to do anything, I still have a place in the central region divine land. It's impossible for others to catch me." Hong Lian did not want to distract Jiang Chen as he was already in a terrible situation. She did not know where her father was, so she could not let Jiang Chen run around with her. She could not be so selfish. Although she also hoped that Jiang Chen could accompany her. "It's all right, I'll go with you to find your father first," Jiang Chen said. "You might not have the time." A deep voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen frowned and looked up, only to see a black-clothed man. It was the man who had saved his life in the past. "I haven't had the time to thank you for saving my life." "Why do you say that?" Jiang Chen asked. He did not know who this man was, but he did save his life. Jiang Chen would never forget it. A life-saving grace should be repaid. Although Jiang Chen did not know the name of the black-clothed man, his appearance made Jiang Chen feel suspicious. He could not guess the identity of the black-clothed man. "Because you might have more important things to do," the black-clothed man said faintly. "You can speak your mind," Jiang Chen continued. "Tongxian Mansion. You will find the woman you are looking for." As soon as the black-clothed man finished speaking, he turned around and left. At that moment, Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He wanted to ask further, but the black-clothed man's figure had already disappeared. It was like a ray of light turning into a speck of light in the sky. "Is it Sister Ning? Or Xiaoyu?" Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes slightly narrowed. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. The black-clothed man's words made Jiang Chen doubtful. How did he know the whereabouts of his woman? How did he know who he was looking for? What if this was a trap? Jiang Chen did not suspect that the black-clothed man would harm him. If the black-clothed man wanted to harm him, he could have just joined hands with Louis XIII and Dongfang Lianxua. Jiang Qin would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Moreover, the black-clothed man had saved him. So at least his trust in him would not change. However, did the Tongxian mansion really have news about his woman? For Jiang Qin, this was something he needed to think twice before he acted. Is it about them? Yan Qingqing asked in a low voice. The appearance of the black-clothed man had made her curious. In the previous battle, Jiang Qin had lured Yan Qingqing to the Zulong Tower. That was why he did not let her participate in the battle. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict whether he would live or die. He would have no time to take care of Yan Qingqing. It's very likely. Jiang Qin nodded silently. His heart was incomparably anxious. After so many twists and turns, he wanted to find his beloved. However, the black-clothed man's information was ambiguous. Jiang Qin could only choose to believe him. He had no other choice. Chapter 3396. The black-clothed man seemed to be in a hurry. Although he didn't say anything, Jiang Qin could feel his anxiety. You better go and find them quickly. Red Lotus's voice resounded in his mind once again. He sounded cold and even disappointed. Jiang Qin could hear that she wanted him to go with her, but he couldn't change the current situation. Red Lotus knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't go with her because Jiang Qin had a more important person to save. That person was the most important woman in his life. I'm sorry, Red Lotus. Jiang Qin sighed. A red-clothed figure appeared in front of Jiang Qin and Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing squinted her eyes and looked at the red-clothed lady with a trace of hostility. Red Lotus also looked at Yan Qingqing with a calm and indifferent expression. I'm leaving. After saying that, Red Lotus disappeared in front of Jiang Qin and Yan Qingqing. You're really flirting with women. Your luck with women is not bad. Yan Qingqing sneered. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. However, he knew that Yan Qingqing's sneer was directed at him. I have nothing to do with her. Jiang Qin said as if he was wronged. There's no good man. Yan Qingqing said lung. Jiang Qin felt extremely embarrassed. He was ridiculed by a strange woman at this moment. It would be fine if it was Yan Qingqing, but now he had become a real scumbag, a womanizer, and an ungrateful man. There's no time to lose. Go. I hope we can find some clues in Tongxian Mansion. Just like what your friend said, if he lied to us, I won't let him go. Yan Qingqing couldn't wait anymore. Jiang Qin was even more anxious than her. However, they still needed to go to Tongxian Mansion first. Looking at Red Lotus's departing figure, Jiang Qin sighed. It seemed like his life was full of twists and turns, especially with women. Just like what Yan Qingqing said, women were not bad, but they were all dissolute. Time flew. Jiang Qin and Yan Qingqing rushed to Tongxian Mansion without stopping. At this moment, the profound connection Divine Palace had regained its former glory. 30,000 li of mountains and rivers crisscrossed. The 800 li of Qinling Mountain was covered in snow. The entire profound connection Divine Palace was the same as it was in the past. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh. Each generation had its own talents. His appearance might not be a big deal to Tongxian Mansion. Although he had killed the second and third mansion masters, Tongxian Mansion was still operating normally. The moment Jiang Qin appeared at the entrance of Tongxian Mansion, he knew that Tongxian Mansion was no longer the same as before. An extremely strong aura spread out from Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Qin, you're finally here. A late Hierarch Realm expert appeared in the void above Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Qin immediately recognized the person. Lin Yukong, looks like your great mansion master has been waiting for me for a long time. Jiang Qin knew that the great mansion master of Tongxian Mansion must have returned. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? Lin Yukong was just a passerby to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin did not kill him. However, his appearance made Jiang Qin feel that they had someone backing them up. The detestable Tongxian Mansion had once again appeared in front of him. You've become so strong. Zai. Lin Yukong sighed. When Jiang Qin left Tongxian Mansion and killed the two mansion masters, he was only in Hierarch. How many years had it been? He had already become a divine emperor expert, but the great master's strength was even stronger. It seemed like it would be a battle between the strong this time. The great mansion master has been waiting for you for a long time. Looks like you're prepared for today's battle. Lin Yukong looked at Jiang Qin with bright eyes. Jiang Qin, it seems like I've underestimated you since you've come. A deep voice made Jiang Qin's body tremble. A middle-aged man wearing a black cloak came from the void. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. He was extremely tall, 9 feet tall, and looked extremely ferocious. However, he did not look like a clumsy man. Instead, he had a domineering attitude that made people feel intimidated. Mid-Divine Emperor realm. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This person's strength was stronger than Jun Tianchou's. Moreover, the pressure that he brought to Jiang Chen was completely different. The domineering aura that could crush everything gave Jiang Chen a lingering fear. This fella seemed to be much more terrifying than Jun Tianchou. Back then you killed my second and third brothers. Have you ever thought that one day you'll be executed by me? Great Mansion Master Leng Leng said. His cold eyes met with Jiang Chen's. The aura of life and death constantly suppressed Jiang Chen. Different situations call for different actions. You must have lured me here to capture me in one fell swoop, didn't you? Where is she? Jiang Chen frowned. He really wanted to know whether the woman mentioned by the black-clothed man was Sister Ning or Little Yu. You're very smart and well-informed. I haven't even released the news, but you've already come. It seems that I've underestimated you. The Great Mansion Master stood with his arms crossed and shrugged. There was a bright smile at the corner of his mouth, but that smile was even more terrifying because there was only endless killing intent surging at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seems that the black-clothed man did not lie to me. But where did he get the news? Let him out. Jiang Chen said faintly. Release him just because you said so? Won't I lose face then? When you killed my 2 younger brothers, were you also this arrogant and bossy? Today I'll see how much you're capable of. Niu Tianlang will scatter your bones and scatter your soul. Niu Tianlang said in an overbearing manner. He stretched out his palm and a series of explosions rang out. His fist was really the size of a casserole. It was incomparably domineering. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? Jiang Chen said coldly. However, he couldn't help but consider the identity of the woman who caught him behind Niu Tianlang's back. It seems that you're very confident in yourself. You're the most talented disciple of my Tongxian mansion. It's a pity that you're rebellious. If you didn't betray my Tongxian mansion, perhaps you would have become one of the mansion masters of Tongxian mansion. You're such a disappointment. Niu Tianlang sighed as if he felt sorry for Jiang Chen. You only have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you can't defeat me when that incense stick is extinguished, then your beloved woman will be pushed into the Heaven Dragon prison. You should know how terrifying the Heaven Dragon prison is, the Inferno Purgatory, right? Even Divine Emperor experts will be turned into ashes. Chapter 3397. At this moment, Niu Tianlang moved his hand and an icy blue figure appeared at the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His expression became extremely ferocious. At this moment he couldn't contain the anger and worry in his heart anymore. That person was none other than Wu Ningzhu, who had been taken away by someone. No matter who it was, Jiang Chen didn't have any choice at this moment. He could only fight with his back against the wall. If he won, he might not be able to change the current chaotic situation. If he lost, then everything would vanish into thin air. Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly. He couldn't lose. He couldn't be defeated. Sister Ning would never be pushed into the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiang Chen was clear about Niu Tianlang's thoughts. He wanted him to see the scene of Wu Ningzhu so that his mind would be disturbed. At this moment Wu Ningzhu was at her last gasp. Jiang Chen's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife as she stood at the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Although Niu Tianlang's method was old-fashioned, it was very practical for Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was in a mess because of Niu Tianlang. This was a great taboo. At this moment, it was needless to say that Jiang Chen couldn't unleash his full strength. He couldn't even focus on fighting. Second sister. Yan Qingqing's pupils shrunk and her beautiful eyes flickered. That person was really her second sister, one of the only 2 sisters that she had an impression of. You only have the time it takes for an incense to burn. Let's see how much of your power you can unleash. If you can't, then you and your wife can only be together and die together. Niu Tianlang's words stunned Yan Qingqing. Are second sister and Jiang Chen really husband and wife? What about me? Yan Qingqing couldn't help being stunned and blushed. But why didn't she have any impression of Jiang Chen in her memory? Why did he keep everyone at arm's length? One joss stick's worth of time. Jiang Chen pretended to be calm. He squinted his eyes and stared at Niu Tianlang, wishing he could skin Niu Tianlang alive. However, he had to maintain his composure at this moment. Otherwise, this battle would be even more difficult. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to remain calm and not be affected at all. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Brat, make your move. This is the last time you can make your move. It won't be long before I reunite the two of you. In the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison, you will have a different surprise. In the midst of Niu Tianlong's laughter, there was a gust of cold wind. Jiang Chen raised the Sky Dragon sword in his hand and the wind whistled. In this battle he must kill Niu Tianlang and not give him any chance to resist. Otherwise, Wu Ningzhu's situation would be even more dangerous. Jiang Chen didn't know how Wu Ningzhu was captured and he didn't want to know. He just wanted to save her as soon as possible and reunite with her family. That was his ultimate dream. You will die miserably. Niu Tianlang stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. At this moment the two figures were getting closer to each other. Two comet-like lights collided with each other and exploded. Don't say it too early. It's still uncertain who will be the winner. Jiang Chen sneered. The two figures clashed several times. Niu Tianlang held the Gemini meteor hammer in his hand and waved it. His chi shook the universe and shook the earth. Niu Tianlang sneered. This guy doesn't know who is the king. He actually dared to challenge me. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to avenge his two brothers, Niu Tianlang only needed to use his wife to threaten him. However, Niu Tianlang enjoyed this process very much. He wanted to defeat Jiang Chen with his own hands and clear the name of his two brothers. This guy is actually naive enough to think that he can defeat me. I'm like a fish on the chopping block. He hasn't even thought about his own situation. I'm going to save my second sister. You stay here. Be careful. Yan Qingqing said to Jiang Chen through sound transmission. You too. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing with deep concern. Yan Qingqing didn't even turn her head back. She turned around and left. If Jiang Chen and Niu Tianlang were to fight, then she would go and save her second sister Wu Ningzhu. This was the best decision. I hope you won't let me down. Yan Qingqing murmured in a low voice and quickly ran away. At this moment the battle between Jiang Chen and Niu Tianlang was also quite shocking. A sword swept across the vast western sky. A piercingly cold light illuminated the sky. The sword slashed down vertically and struck on Niu Tianlong's Gemini meteor hammers. Niu Tianlang bellowed in rage. He held the twin hammers in his hands and rose into the air. He clashed with Jiang Chen again and again. The shadows of the sword overlapped and the gigantic hammers overturned the sky. Jiang Chen was pushed back by Niu Tianlang one after another. This guy really had the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. The Gemini meteor hammers in his hands were probably thousands of kilograms in weight. When he swung the hammers, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Jiang Chen had no choice but to evade. One of them retreated while the other advanced. Jiang Chen's footsteps became somewhat messy, because Niu Tianlang was just too powerful. Even after casting the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was barely able to withstand Niu Tianlong's mighty hammer. Both of them exchanged blows. Jiang Chen gradually stabilized the situation. However, he was completely suppressed by Niu Tianlang. That kind of tremor was like 1,000 mountains leaping over. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. If he made a slight mistake, he would be smashed into a meat patty by the power of the gigantic hammers. Waves of tremendous strength crushed the void as the hammers danced in the air. The entire sky of the profound connection divine palace was crumbled by the two of them. Countless disciples looked at the sky with fear and respect in their eyes. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He struggled to move forward and retreated to deal with Niu Tianlang. The 17th sword was extremely sharp, but it couldn't break through the layers of encirclement. The gigantic hammers made it difficult for Jiang Chen to move forward and he almost died. It's impossible for you to fight me. You're too weak. I've already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. It's impossible for you to defeat me. I've lured you here today so that I can tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent my hatred. Niu Tianlang shouted in a deep and domineering voice. The Gemini meteor hammers once again pierced through the void and smashed down with an unstoppable momentum. Jiang Chen drew his sword. The 18th sword had already evolved into its embryonic form. However, he still couldn't defeat Niu Tianlang. Jiang Chen brandished his sword. It was like a thunderbolt. It was ferocious, both offensive and defensive. The gigantic hammers collided with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was struck by the hammers one after another. His body seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. Chapter 3398. Undeniably, Niu Tianlong's strength was much stronger than what Jiang Chen had imagined. Being able to become the great mansion lord of Tongxian Mansion, Niu Tianlong's strength was unquestionable. Moreover, he had been wandering around the world all these years. He must have gone through a lot of hardships. Jiang Chen's situation was getting more and more difficult. The Gemini meteor hammers streaked across the sky, exerting heavy pressure on Jiang Chen. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Under the Soaring Dragon Technique, Jiang Chen fought fiercely against Niu Tianlang. His strength was getting stronger and stronger. Terrifying shadows of the war hammers filled the sky. The pressure coming from the depths of his soul made Jiang Chen extremely solemn. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation. The ancient Soaring Dragon Technique had increased his strength to the great perfection of the early Divine Emperor realm. It was even infinitely close to the mid-Divine Emperor realm. Stubborn resistance. Niu Tianlang sneered. The giant hammer swept across the sky and smashed down fiercely. Divine Golden Bell, suppress him. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell with one hand and cast it out. The Eastern Emperor Bell shone brightly and clashed with Niu Tianlong's Gemini meteor hammers. This time Jiang Chen was as steady as Mount Tai. The mightiness of the Eastern Emperor Bell was fully unleashed. He was on par with Niu Tianlang and both of them retreated. Niu Tianlang was extremely shocked. Jiang Chen could actually fight against him with his divine weapon and treasure tool. To think that an early divine emperor could have such combat strength. No wonder he could sweep across the profound connection divine palace. This battle was very important to Niu Tianlang. He must kill Jiang Chen so that his two brothers could rest in peace in the underworld. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This guy was obviously much weaker than Shangguan Hongyan, but Jiang Chen didn't dare unleash the heavenly lightning fusion recklessly. The fusion of 4 heavenly lightning was extremely terrifying. Killing Niu Tianlang wouldn't be a problem, but Jiang Chen was afraid that Niu Tianlang might have other tricks up his sleeves, or that there might be someone else eyeing him covetously. If that happened, Jiang Chen would be defeated or even put his life in danger. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't unleash the heavenly lightning fusion until the last moment. He wanted to kill Niu Tianlang in one strike. At this moment, Jiang Chen retreated step by step. After using the ancient Soaring Dragon Technique, Jiang Chen's strength was getting weaker and weaker. After all, the most powerful attack had pushed Niu Tianlang back. However, Niu Tianlang would definitely not let this matter go easily. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Forcefully increasing your strength. Let's see how long you can last. The corner of Niu Tianlong's mouth turned cold. Just now, Jiang Chen's attack had already increased his strength to the extreme. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Niu Tianlang to resist his shocking hammer. At least you don't have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen sneered and kept retreating. His goal was to attract Niu Tianlong's attention and lure him out of the range of the formation in front of Tongxian Mansion. His 108 peak primordial divine tools were ready. With the heavenly dragon sword as a guide at this moment, if Jiang Chen wanted to fight against Niu Tianlang, he could only use the Ashura sword formation. Let's see how long you can last. Humph. Niu Tianlong's hammer was stronger than the previous one. Jiang Chen kept dodging and using the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each of his steps was shocking. He avoided Niu Tianlong's attack just to complete the Ashura sword formation. This time, the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was not only the Heavenly Dragon Sword but also the Candle Dragon Sword. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Candle Dragon Sword as the core of the formation, the Ashura sword formation would only be more powerful. Jiang Chen pretended to be weak. His eyes flickered with cold light as he retreated step by step. In Niu Tianlong's eyes, Jiang Chen was already a defeated general. It was impossible for him to last too long. Therefore he had to speed up and defeat him quickly. Jiang Chen's eyes kept changing. The Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand became more and more terrifying. It lured Niu Tianlang into the formation that he had set. Flying swords of the peak primordial divine tool continuously shot out from Jiang Chen's hand. They turned into rays of cold light and rushed towards Niu Tianlang. Niu Tianlang did not care about it. His giant hammer smashed down again and again, tearing the sky. The starlight was dazzling and Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword let out a buzzing sound. Flames were overflowing. "I'd like to see how many swords you have." Niu Tianlang did not care and was extremely arrogant. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Countless students of Tongxian Mansion were watching the scene in front of them. Their hearts were extremely shocked and they could not help but sigh. "Is this our former senior brother? So powerful? He can actually compete with the Great Mansion Master. The Great Mansion Master is an expert of the Divine Emperor realm. Could it be that he too?" "What do you think?" Back then, even the second and third Mansion Masters died in the hands of Jiang Chen. He is an out-and-out executioner. Back then, many people were frightened and did not dare to compete with him. He should be considered as the most powerful genius disciple in the entire history of Tongxian Mansion. It's a pity that he is the opposite of Tongxian Mansion. He kills people like flies. He is simply like a devil. Although he's very strong and his talent is incomparably terrifying, he's still a step behind the Great Mansion Master. Look, he's on the verge of losing. He's about to be defeated by the Great Mansion Master. Jiang Chen's reputation spread throughout the entire Tongxian Mansion. Countless people admired him. Although the current Jiang Chen may not be able to defeat the Great Mansion Master, in their eyes Jiang Chen was a supreme existence. Moreover, he was the one who was closest to them. He was once a senior disciple and he was within their reach. "I've talked to Jiang Chen before. He's already a Divine Emperor expert now." "Time flies," Jiang Chen said with a frown. Someone said with a sigh, lamenting the passing of time. Jiang Chen had already become a powerful existence while they were still disciples of Tongxian Mansion. The gap between them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Everyone regarded Jiang Chen as their idol. Although he was a traitor of Tongxian Mansion, he was also the strongest traitor. The strong had the right to speak. Now he was able to challenge Tongxian Mansion. This was his capital. Jiang Chen, a divine emperor, could be regarded as a great crocodile even in the entire central province divine land. To them, Jiang Chen was a supreme existence. Although Jiang Chen seemed to be in a state of defeat, in fact his Ashura sword formation had just been completed. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were as cold as ice. At this moment he must injure Niu Tianlang severely or even kill him. "Is that all you've got?" Niu Tianlang said faintly. His attacks were getting stronger and stronger. "Now you will know that my true strength is far more than this." Chapter 3399. While the two swords were moving, the flying swords crisscrossed and the terrifying sword chi made Niu Tianlang's eyes narrow gradually. "Boy, you're quite capable to trap me with a formation. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. It's just a formation and you want to trap me, a mid-divine emperor realm expert. You must be dreaming." Niu Tianlang said disdainfully. He held the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it down as if it could smash a hole in the sky. His power was terrifying. "You're wrong. I'm not trying to trap you. You're not qualified to do so. I'm going to kill you." Jiang Chen sneered and said. His eyes were cold. He had endured hardships and pretended to be weak. Finally, it was his turn to attack. Ashura sword formation, 10,000 swords returned to origin. The two swords combined. The righteous spirit of the heavenly dragon sword and the evil spirit of the candle dragon sword almost filled the entire Ashura sword formation. Even Jiang Chen did not expect it to be so terrifying. The sword momentum was incomparably fierce. Each of the sword chi could tear the void apart. It was either full of holy light or evil spirit. The 108 sword chi were completely different, but their power was not the same. The sword chi penetrated the entire Ashura sword formation. Niu Tianlang smashed it with his hammer and sent a dozen sword chi flying, but the remaining sword shadows penetrated his body. The countless sword shadows had already dazzled Niu Tianlang. Although the shadows of the giant hammers filled the sky, they could not stop the sword chi that shot from all directions. The sword chi was everywhere. Even if Niu Tianlang was extremely strong and powerful, he could not stop the power of the Ashura sword formation. The holy light and evil spirit soared to the sky. The sword momentum changed and the chi dominated the universe. At that moment, Niu Tianlang's face was extremely pale. There was nowhere for him to hide. Sword shadows pierced through his body. His body was severely injured and the Gemini meteor hammers were unable to fight back. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was a great offensive skill. It was too terrifying and it was impossible to defend against it. Not to mention Yo Tianlang, even if it was Shangguan Hongyan, if he had enough time to use the Ashura sword formation, he would definitely be unable to move an inch. Unfortunately, Shangguan Hongyan would not give him such a chance. But at this moment, Yo Tianlang was completely dumbfounded. Even though he had stabilized his body and managed to block off a portion of the hammer shadows after being struck by the 10,000 swords, he was still severely injured. The sword chi was so strong that Yo Tianlang was at a loss as to what to do. The sword chi was extremely ferocious, and it was the Tao of limitless infinity that could shatter the stars. As the holy light spread out, the shadows of dragons could be seen, and the heavenly dragons roared. The two completely different sword chis interweaved, becoming even more powerful than before. Even Jiang Qin did not expect that the Ashura sword formation would become even more powerful after the addition of the torch dragon sword. That scene almost made Yo Tianlang despair. Isn't this too terrifying? Look, the first mansion master is actually in such a sorry state in the hands of senior brother Jiang Qin. I really didn't expect this scene. It seems that the first mansion master is no longer a match for Jiang Qin. This battle is so fierce. Is the first mansion master going to lose? Is Tongxian mansion really going to be finished? Senior brother Jiang Qin is so terrifying. Makes people tremble. Everyone in Tongxian mansion was filled with shock. Jiang Qin's power was beyond their expectations. Although many people knew that Jiang Qin was the traitor of Tongxian mansion, their respect for Jiang Qin was still like a surging river, because he was the strongest person in Tongxian mansion since ancient times. He could even compete with the mansion master of Tongxian mansion. Who wouldn't want to become such a peerless expert? To them, the divine emperor realm was unattainable. Even Lin Yukong, who had cultivated for so long, was still unable to become a true divine emperor realm expert. The first and second mansion masters were only half-step divine emperor realm back then. At this moment, the name of Jiang Qin resounded through the sky, shaking the entire Tongxian mansion. If this goes on, the sword formation will kill me. Yo Tianlang was drenched in cold sweat. His face was deathly pale and his entire body was trembling. Jiang Qin was too terrifying. No wonder second brother and third brother were defeated by Jiang Qin, and even Yo Tianlang was almost defeated. At this moment, Yo Tianlang could even feel the aura of death if he did not have a good plan. At this moment, Jiang Qin's physical strength was almost depleted. After all, the Ashura sword formation consumed too much energy. Even he had his own limit. Brother Fin, save me. Yo Tianlang's heart-wrenching voice resounded in the sky. A terrifying qi descended from the sky, and with a peerless force, it struck Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin had already planned to withdraw the sword formation. At this moment he swiftly withdrew his hand and withdrew the Ashura sword formation. However, he was still forced back by the terrifying qi and his face turned ashen. Jiang Qin knew that his guess was right. If he had used the heavenly lightning fusion to kill Yo Tianlang right from the start, it might have been a trap and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. A man in red clothes descended from the sky. His face was like jade and his eyebrows were cold. His eyes were sharp, but he looked like a teenager. His face was immature and full of arrogance. Pfft! Yo Tianlang vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He knelt on one knee and looked at the red-clothed young man with a bitter expression. The red-clothed young man glanced at Yo Tianlang and shook his head. Yo Tianlang, you've really disappointed me. Brother Fin, please forgive me. This guy is too strong. I'm not his match at all. Yo Tianlang let out a bitter laugh, feeling helpless. This is really interesting. Even you can't control the youngsters who came out of your academy. Interesting. The red-clothed young man's lips twitched as he sneered. All of a sudden, Yo Tianlang felt extremely awkward. He did not say another word because he knew that with Brother Fin here, everything would be fine. This Jiang Qin is already at the end of his rope. With Brother Fin here, you can easily kill him. So you're Jiang Qin? Seems like you're stronger than I thought. The red-clothed young man said as he sized up Jiang Qin. You were the one who took my wife away, weren't you? The Tongxian mansion is just a cover. I'm afraid you didn't lure me here just to kill me. Jiang Qin stared at the red-clothed young man coldly. Even Yo Tianlang was so respectful to him. This guy's identity and strength must be something that even Yo Tianlang could not compare to. Not bad. You're smart. Killing you is not enough for me to waste so much effort. What I want is the myriad chi cauldron in your hand. If I'm not wrong, you're the successor of the craftsman god, right? The most powerful cauldron in the world is in your hand. Back then we tried to take it from the craftsman god, but we failed. After millions of years, the myriad chi cauldron has finally reappeared. As the successor of the craftsman god, I'm afraid your appearance will definitely stir up a huge wave in the central region divine land. Chapter 3400. To them, the appearance of Xianxia was too important. Xianxia was the successor of the craftsman god. Just this news alone was enough to cause an incomparable storm in the central region divine land. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Even though he had hidden it very well, he was still discovered. The inheritance of the craftsman god. These 3 words were enough to set off a huge wave in the central region divine land. No matter where this guy got the news from, the paper could no longer hide the fire. The craftsman god's inheritance. This fellow is actually the successor of the craftsman god? At this moment, even Yo Tianlong's face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, Fan Gudong did not tell him about this. Only at this moment did he know that Xianxia was the successor of the craftsman god. Fan Gudong did not speak. He continued to look at Xianxia. The craftsman god was an all-powerful figure in the central region divine land in the past. He was known as the #1 expert below Emperor Realm experts. His heroic appearance caused the heavens and earth to be moved, causing Emperor Realm experts to flock to him like a flock of ducks. After the Emperor Realm, it was impossible to find an expert that could be compared to the craftsman god. His elegance could be said to be an influential figure in the post-ancient era. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he reigned supreme in both ancient and modern times. Looks like his eyesight is not bad. The disciple he chose is actually this outstanding. It's a pity that he will die young. If you're given another 100 years, I really don't know to what extent you will grow. The craftsman god is indeed a dragon among men. Fan Gudong looked at Xianxia. The more he looked at him, the more delighted he became. Because the existence of Xianxia meant the existence of the myriad chi cauldron. His plan was finally going to succeed. Looks like you've been planning this for a long time. Even my wife is within your calculations. You've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now you should let me know who you are, right? Xianxia said as he looked at Fan Gudong with a fiery gaze. There's no harm in telling you. I am the chief alchemist elder of the Ghost Pill sect, Fan Gudong. Back then, my Ghost Pill sect had once offered 10,000 gold just to obtain the myriad chi cauldron, but we were thrown out of the 9 heavens by that old thing, the craftsman god, and even chased out of the central region divine land. Only after his death did my Ghost Pill sect reappear in the central region. That myriad chi cauldron is a true treasured cauldron for concocting pills, but it was actually used by that stubborn old man, the craftsman god, to refine weapons. It's simply a reckless waste of natural resources. Today, as the successor of the craftsman god, hand over the myriad chi cauldron to me. Perhaps I will leave your corpse intact and bury it together with your wife. That would be the best I can do. Fan Gudong chuckled as he looked at Xianxia, as if he had already made arrangements for Xianxia's funeral. There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you can kill me? Xianxia sneered. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Fan Gudong. At that moment, Fan Gudong did not act blindly without thinking, because he had witnessed the true power of Xianxia's Azure sword formation. Even if he was trapped in the sword formation, even if he didn't die, a layer of his skin would be torn off. This fellow's dreadfulness was truly frightening. However, right now he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and did not have any strength to fight against him. Why should he be afraid of him? You might be very confident, but blind confidence is equivalent to not knowing what's good for you. Today you will die without a doubt. Where did you get the ability to defy the heavens and change your fate? Do you think that my Ghost Pill sect is so easy to provoke? Fan Gudong said to Lung Lung. The young man's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Ghost Pill sect? What a good Ghost Pill sect. Then do you recognize what this is? Xianxia extended his hand and a sword order appeared in his hand. This was the sword order that Sect Master Jian Tang gave him when he left the sword drawing sect. Seeing the sword order was like seeing the sword master. The sword order of the sword drawing sect? Fan Gudong's expression changed and his eyes slightly narrowed. Xianxia did not have any background, which was why he dared to be so unbridled and fearless. At this moment, Jiang Chen took out the sword order of the sword-drawing sect, causing Fen Gudong's heart to tremble. You are the sword-drawing sect's honorary sword master that has been spreading like wildfire? So what if I am? It seems that your Ghost Pill sect wants to fight against the sword-drawing sect to the end? As a great sect of the Central Region Divine Land, if your Ghost Pill sect dares to touch me, it is equivalent to declaring war against the sword-drawing sect. Do you really dare to do that? Jiang Chen said as he looked at Fen Gudong with disdain. Fen Gudong's expression darkened and his eyes flickered. Brat, don't try to scare me. No matter who you are, I will kill you today. So what if you are the sword-drawing sect's sword master? How would I know? If I kill you, there will be no proof. Who will know that I killed you? Even if the sword-drawing sect wants to investigate, I am afraid that they won't be able to find the Ghost Pill sect, right? Fen Gudong said indifferently. At this moment he was like an arrow on a bowstring that had to be released. If he took a step back, it would be equivalent to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Even if he had to bite the bullet, he had to fight to the end with Jiang Chen. Moreover, this guy was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so why should he be afraid of him? It was just a sword order of the sword-drawing sect's sword master. It was not like the sword-drawing sect's sect master had come personally. Moreover, his Ghost Pill sect might not be afraid of the sword-drawing sect. It was not the Slaughter Pagoda, so what was there to be afraid of? As long as he killed Jiang Chen without leaving a trace, who would know that he was the one who killed him? Killing people and robbing them, Fen Gudong had done it more than once. Seems that you want to fight to the end with the sword-drawing sect. This is not a good choice. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Is that so? However, I, Fen Gudong, like to do so. If we were evenly matched, I might be afraid of you. But now you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Once I kill you, everything will be over. The myriad chi cauldron will belong to me and you will just turn into ashes. No one will know that you were once the sword-drawing sect's sword master. Fen Gudong said confidently. Jiang Chen was already severely injured, and it was difficult for him to turn the situation around. How could he release a tiger back into the mountains at this moment? The myriad chi cauldron that Fen Gudong had been yearning for was already in his hands. Once he completed his transformation and obtained the myriad chi cauldron, no one in the Ghost Pill sect would be his opponent. When he became the overlord of the Ghost Pill sect, he would lead the Ghost Pill sect to war. The first one he would attack would definitely be the sword-drawing sect. Since that's the case, there's no point in talking anymore. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you to the end. Without the sword-drawing sect, I, Jiang Chen, will still be able to stand proudly in this world. Who can stop me? Chapter 3401. Reckless Fool. If I, Fen Gudong, want you to die at midnight, you definitely won't live past midnight. Fen Gudong said proudly. He stood with his hands behind his back and slowly clenched his fists. In this battle he would definitely make Jiang Chen die without a burial ground. He was determined to obtain the myriad chi cauldron. Make your move. Let me see how much weight you have. Jiang Chen coldly looked at Fen Gudong. The two of them were at each other's throats. This battle was already imminent. Fen Gudong threw out a punch that moved mountains and rivers. It directly hit the heavenly dragon sword, and Jiang Chen was forced to retreat with incomparable difficulty. Your strength has already suffered a great injury and you still want to compete with me? This is simply a fool's dream. Even if you are in your peak condition, it is impossible for you to be my opponent. Prepare to die. Fen Gudong's punches shattered the void, causing people to tremble in fear. His momentum was like a rainbow and he was extremely powerful. Niu Tianlang, who was at the side, also sneered. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, can you resist the elder of the Ghost Pill sect? So what if you are the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? Right now you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. This Tongxian mansion will be your burial ground. Fen Gudong's momentum was like a rainbow, and his punches were incomparably ferocious. One after another, the shadows of his punches overturned the earth and the sky, and almost messed up Jiang Chen's sword chi. Jiang Chen was already feeling extremely strained by retreating in order to advance. In this battle it seemed that he would have to fight to the death. In Fen Gudong's hand, an incomparably gloomy sickle of death had already appeared at some point in time. The giant sickle was continuously waved and chopped down, causing Jiang Chen to have no choice but to use all his strength to block this attack. The sickle of death reaped up, and that kind of terrifying pressure almost made it difficult for Jiang Chen to move an inch. The sickle of death reaped the soul. A terrifying aura filled the void and the soul pressure came crushing down. Fen Gudong's peak divine emperor realm soul had always been a method that he was proud of. This time he would definitely kill in one strike. However, no matter how much Fen Gudong thought, he never expected that Jiang Chen's soul power was actually even more terrifying than his own. That terrifying soul power was like a tide that poured out from a nest, causing people's heart to tremble. At this moment, the sickle of death actually didn't have the slightest. Soul extinguish. Jiang Chen instantly unleashed a soul attack. The soul aura that covered the sky and earth filled the void. Not only did the attack of the sickle of death not gain the slightest advantage, but it also made Fen Gudong extremely difficult, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Being pursued by Jiang Chen's soul extinguish and soul extinguish, Fen Gudong was sent flying backwards. His complexion was pale and he barely managed to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. However, at the moment when Jiang Chen unleashed his soul attack, he also felt extremely uncomfortable. Because the difference between his soul power and Fen Gudong's soul power wasn't too big. However, the strength of an emperor realm soul lay in that. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't hold back and directly injured Fen Gudong's soul. However, to injure the enemy he also suffered some injuries. Jiang Chen still couldn't completely control the soul power of an emperor realm soul. Your soul power is actually so frightening. Fen Gudong's complexion was pale as he held his head. His complexion was ashen. He had almost been hit by Jiang Chen's soul attack. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's control over the Emperor Realm soul wasn't as smooth as a fish in water. Damned guy. A centipede dies but doesn't stop moving. I'll make you regret being born into this world. Fen Gudong furiously roared as he once again closed in. The sickle of death moved through the void with boundless strength. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as dragon roars rang out. However, he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage against Fen Gudong. He was even forced to retreat. Although he had also received heavy injuries from Fen Gudong's soul extinguish and soul extinguish, it wasn't enough to kill him. After all, his strength was strong enough and his soul power was strong enough as well. That was why he was able to survive the soul extinguish and soul extinguish. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold. At this moment, sword rain after sword rain was unleashed. Jiang Chen's 18th sword finally had a trace of a perfect embryonic form. 18th sword. Flying swords crisscrossed with unparalleled momentum. Jiang Chen swung his sword and continuously clashed with Fen Gudong. The 18th sword's momentum was unrivaled as it gave Fen Gudong an incomparably huge pressure. That formless tyranny had already made Fen Gudong retreat. The moment the 18th sword was truly formed, Jiang Chen's limitless sword had already reached perfection. The sword moved according to the heart. Sword shadows and sword aura converged into a pair. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and there wasn't the slightest bit of stagnation. Compared to the 17th sword, its might was more than 10 times more ferocious. Battlesickle burning fury. A formless fiery figure filled the void, wanting to repel Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's sword aura was too ferocious. There wasn't the slightest bit of flaw. The fiery figure that filled the sky was chopped into ashes by Jiang Chen. Fen Gudong's face paled as he retreated once again. This time his injuries were even more serious. Jiang Chen stood with his sword in hand. Blood unceasingly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he still stared straight at Fen Gudong. Fen Gudong's state of mind was already incomparably heavy. This guy's methods had already made Fen Gudong incomparably heavy. It seemed like he already had no confidence in this battle. Fen Gudong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This sword-drawing sex sword master was truly terrifying. He definitely couldn't let him escape. Today's battle would definitely turn him into ashes. The myriad chi cauldron was something he had to obtain. Now let's see what other methods you have. Jiang Chen approached Fen Gudong step by step. Fen Gudong's expression was ferocious. His entire body started to tremble. This Jiang Chen was truly not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he already had a plan. At this moment, although Jiang Chen had heavily injured him, he wasn't any better off. It's too early for you to be happy. Fellow elders, it's time for you to take action. Fen Gudong coldly harumphed. In an instant, 3 figures broke through the void and completely sealed Jiang Chen within. The strength of the three of them had all reached the complete initial Divine Emperor realm. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. His heart became heavy once again. For me, you've really schemed and planned every step carefully. Jiang Chen sneered. First it was Niu Tianlang. Then it was Fin Gudong. Now there were 3 early Divine Emperor realm elders of the Ghost Pill sect. If Jiang Chen wasn't strong enough, he would have already been defeated in this battle. The 3 early Divine Emperor realm elders of the Ghost Pill sect stood on his left and right, firmly trapping Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen could only smile bitterly. This group of people was truly despicable. They were simply forcing him into a dead end. You're worthless, but the myriad chi cauldron is too valuable. There are too many people in the central region Divine Land who want it. The one who strikes first gains the advantage, the one who strikes last suffers. It won't be long before the news of you possessing the myriad chi cauldron spread throughout the central region Divine Land. Chapter 3402. This time he had already shown his resourcefulness by luring Jiang Chen into the trap. Now that he had used all his tricks, even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely not be able to escape from his grasp. So, you want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? You want to kill me first, then take the myriad chi cauldron. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. But at this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to face 3 early Divine Emperor realm experts. You can put it that way. Because in my eyes you're worthless. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not. But in order to get rid of my worries, you should die after getting the myriad chi cauldron. Disappear from the central region Divine Land as if you've never appeared. Fin Gudong smiled as he planned. I'm afraid that you'll suffer a double loss. Why don't we make a deal? I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who is afraid of death. But I don't want my woman to be tortured. We naturally have our own ways to solve our problems. I won't back down, but my woman is innocent. What do you think? At this moment, Jiang Chen moved his hand. 2 miserable soul energies appeared in his hand. They were the souls of the 2nd and 3rd mansion masters of Tongxian Mansion. 2nd brother. 3rd brother. Niu Tianlong's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was pale as he shouted. Brother Fin, you must save them. Niu Tianlang was extremely emotional. He didn't expect that 2nd brother and 3rd brother were still alive. Big brother, save us. Save us. The 2nd palace master and the 3rd palace master cried out. At this moment their soul powers were getting weaker and weaker. Fortunately their souls were still intact. To Niu Tianlang this was a ray of hope. Fin Gudong's expression changed as his expression turned gloomy. At this very moment this fellow held 2 souls in his hands and wanted to threaten him. Fin Gudong could have completely ignored him, but Niu Tianlang had no choice but to do so. Niu Tianlang was once his life and death brother, so how could he abandon him? To Fin Gudong, Niu Tianlang could be considered as a huge bargaining chip. At the very least, after he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, Niu Tianlang would definitely become a great help to him. If he were to completely break off relations with Niu Tianlang at this time, then he would not be able to borrow the strength of Tongxian Mansion. Therefore Fin Gudong had no choice but to consider this. Brother Fin. Niu Tianlang continued to shout anxiously. Fin Gudong nodded and said, I can promise to release your woman, but you won't be so lucky. Good. Since I've said it, I won't go back on it. I'm not afraid of death, but you can't hurt my woman. Let her go and I, Jiang Chen, will never resist. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. But I believe you. Anyway, you don't have the strength to fight anymore. Fin Gudong waved his hand at one of the Divine Emperor realm experts. With a flicker of his eyes, that Divine Emperor realm expert turned around and left. Not long after he brought Wu Ningzhu back. At this moment, it was obvious that Yan Qingqing had failed. However, she had already appeared beside Jiang Chen. I can't find Sister Ning at all. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She felt a little guilty in her heart. However, at this moment, the appearance of Wu Ningzhu made Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing excited. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen called out softly. At this moment Wu Ningzhu's body trembled and she woke up. Her beautiful eyes flickered with incomparable excitement, and tears couldn't help but flow out. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment he didn't have the slightest thought. He just wanted to kill all of these people in one fell swoop. Little Chenzi. This call almost melted Jiang Chen's heart. Wu Ningzhu bit her red lips and silently looked at Jiang Chen. Ever since they parted, she had never seen Jiang Chen again. Now that they've met again, there were thousands of things that they wanted to talk about. Sister Ning, leave with Qingqing first. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment he must not let his two women be in danger again. Wu Ningzhu ran towards Jiang Chen immediately. Yan Qingqing's eyes flickered with excitement when she saw this scene. However, she seemed to understand that the most important person in Sister Ning's eyes was Jiang Chen. Qingqing, long time no see. Wu Ningzhu looked at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing's eyes were also filled with excitement as she nodded her head heavily. I'm not leaving. If I leave, what about you? Wu Ningzhu insisted. Don't worry. I have my own ways to escape. Right now I just want Qingqing to bring you away. Otherwise, with the two of you here, my hands and feet will be tied. Sister Ning, believe me. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu with incomparable certainty and transmitted his voice. Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Chen's eyes for a full 10 seconds before she finally nodded her head. Jiang Chen had never lied to her before. Therefore she chose to believe in Jiang Chen. Even if she knew that this battle was a close shave for Jiang Chen, she must believe in her man. Your two palace lords, I'll return them to you. Jiang Chen kept to his words and released 2 streams of soul energy. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were sent away. Little Chenzi, you must be careful. Wu Ningzhu warned. We'll wait for you. Yan Qingqing's gaze was complicated as she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen finally smiled and sent the two of them away. Now was the time for him to fight with his life on the line. Niu Tianlang kept the second and third mansion lord's soul energy that was lingering on their last breaths. But at this moment he hated Jiang Chen even more. He wished he could chop Jiang Chen into 8 pieces and grind his bones into ashes. Now what else do you have to say? Fen Gudong glanced at Niu Tianlang. Only by calming this guy down can his future plan be more stable. The myriad chi cauldron is in my hands. Come and take it if you have the ability. Jiang Chen held his blade and his eyes were sharp. He had no intention of leaving. He wanted to fight this Fen Gudong to the end. He wanted Tongxian Mansion to be filled with blood. You don't know what's good for you. What else do you have? It's time to pay your debts. Fen Gudong snorted and waved his hand. 3 Great Perfection Early Divine Emperor Realm experts quickly approached Jiang Chen. The situation was critical and unstoppable. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He defended and attacked. The heavenly dragon sword swept out. The limitless sword shocked the birds and shook 1,000 mountains. Although Jiang Chen was suppressed, the 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts did not dare to take the risk. Jiang Chen only had 30 to 40% of his strength left. Facing 3 Great Perfection Early Divine Emperor Realm experts, Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. Reckless fella. If it wasn't for Niu Tianlang, I would have killed you and your wife. Chapter 3403. Fen Gudong looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. He wanted to obtain Niu Tianlang and Tongxian Mansion's help when he rises up in revolt in the future. Therefore he must not fall out with Niu Tianlang. Although Tongxian Mansion was not considered as a big force in the central region Divine Land, with Niu Tianlang around, Tongxian Mansion still had some foundation. Therefore Fen Gudong would naturally not offend Niu Tianlang. Currently he urgently needed to accumulate his strength. Once he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, his strength would definitely soar in a short period of time. At that time it would be the day of his rise. The 3 divine emperors were pressuring him step by step. Jiang Chen's situation was incomparably worrying. At this moment, it was already difficult for him to move forward. In the distant void, Yan Qingqing had already flown thousands of miles away with Wu Ningzhu. Say, do you think our husband will be all right? Wu Ningzhu looked at Yan Qingqing and said in a low voice. Yan Qingqing was slightly stunned and her face turned red. She was even a little distressed and did not know how to tell Wu Ningzhu. Big sister. I forgot about him. Yan Qingqing said. Wu Ningzhu frowned and her beautiful eyes flickered. She looked at Yan Qingqing doubtfully and did not know what was going on. What do you mean? I don't know either, but I can only remember you and Big Sis Yan Chenyu. As for the rest, I can't remember anything else. It seems like I'm suffering from a strange disease. Anyone who approaches me, I want to keep them at a distance of 1,000 miles. I can't even remember who Jiang Chen is. Yan Qingqing was incomparably solemn. Her beautiful face was filled with bitterness and worry. Even Wu Ningzhu could not believe it. He had even forgotten about Zhangchen. However, she only remembered her and Yanqinyu. This was really shocking. However, why did she become like this? Wu Ningzhu could only sigh. After I was captured, it was Zhangchen who saved me. But at that moment I had forgotten everything. Yan Qingqing also revealed a helpless expression. She herself also didn't know what was going on. If it wasn't for Zhangchen mentioning the two elder sisters, perhaps she wouldn't have believed him in the end. No matter what, I believe that little Qinzi will never give up on you. You've only lost part of your memory, not a completely different person. It's good that you still remember me and little you. Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly and held Yan Qingqing's hand tightly. You just have to remember that Zhangchen is our eternal husband. Without him, I would lose the meaning of my existence. Yes. Yan Qingqing nodded her head slightly, but she couldn't help but have some doubts in her heart. Sister Ning was so deeply in love with Zhangchen. Could it be that she was also like that? In the blink of an eye, Zhangchen's situation became more and more dangerous. Every step he took was messy, and he had fallen into an abyss of suffering. Fen Gudong's face even revealed a gratified smile, because it wouldn't take long for Zhangchen to be defeated. The blood on the corner of Zhangchen's mouth became colder and colder. The battle is still far from over. Zhangchen smiled faintly. Although he was heavily injured, he was still very confident. At this moment, Zhangchen formed a seal with his palm and rotated it continuously. He struck out with his supreme Dao accumulation. Heavenly Dragon Seal. At that moment, the Heavenly Dragon Seal, which carried the supreme Heavenly Dragon Dao accumulation, instantly fell from the sky. It carried boundless majesty and covered the sky with its palm. 3 great perfection early divine emperors were annihilated in an instant. That seal could be said to be invincible. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The 3 divine emperors didn't even let out a single wail as they disappeared into thin air. The terror of the heavenly crushing seal caused Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang to be completely dumbfounded. This is simply too terrifying. What kind of technique is this? Under that seal there was nowhere to hide. All gods and Buddhas were annihilated. At that instant, Fen Gudong's face was filled with shock. He was already scared to the extreme. That seal was something that he had never seen or heard of before. That seal had practically destroyed all of his confidence, which he had never felt before. Niu Tianlang's throat was dry. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to escape from that seal. What kind of background does this fella have? To be able to execute such a terrifying supreme seal? That unparalleled aura made one's scalp go numb. Under the execution of the Heavenly Dragon Dao accumulation, Zhangchen's aura weakened once again. However, Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang were already scared out of their wits. Now you know who the true overlord is. Zhangchen said coldly. Fen Gudong's expression changed. It was filled with unwillingness and his expression became even uglier. You have Zhang Liang's plan, I have a wall-climbing ladder. Brat, the one who has the last laugh will be the final victor. You haven't won yet. Fen Gudong waved his hand. A scene that caused Zhangchen's pupils to contract appeared in front of him. This time, at the entrance of the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon Prison, a figure that caused Zhangchen's mind to be torn apart appeared. Red Lotus. You should recognize this woman, right? Even I can't imagine how terrifying the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon Prison is. If she were to be pushed into the 18th level, the outcome would be something you can't imagine. Even the karmic fire of the Red Lotus can't withstand the karmic fire of the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon Prison. Ha! Fen Gudong's ferocious expression became extremely eerie. He laughed sinisterly and reached out his hand wanting to toy with Zhangchen. He didn't just have one backup plan. Wu Ningzhu, the 3 divine emperors and finally Red Lotus. It could be said that his schemes had finally caused Zhangchen to be unable to hide. Hand over the myriad chi cauldron and I might let her live. Zhangchen clenched his fists tightly. His face was dark and his veins were popping out. Don't come over, Zhangchen. Leave now. Red Lotus yelled hysterically in the scene. Her beautiful eyes lost their luster and she was heavily injured. At this moment her strength had been completely sealed, making it difficult for her to do anything. I won't let you bear this alone. Zhangchen said in a deep voice. A man should have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Go, you will find your true love. Fen Gudong's brows danced as he said with a sinister smile. At this moment he had already calculated everything. I'm sorry, but your woman is about to fall. 10-9-8-7-6. No. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets as he madly charged into the Heaven Dragon prison. At this moment Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang didn't stop him, because this was his final plan. The hellfire should be able to burn him to ashes. I'll rest for a day. Tomorrow I will refine the Heaven Dragon prison. The hellfire after so many years, it's still exciting to think about it. Chapter 3404. Niu Tianlang felt a little helpless. However, the situation was worse than him. He needed to rely on Fen Gudong, the chief alchemist elder of the Ghost Pill sect, if he wanted to reach the peak step by step. Although he knew that he was asking a tiger for its skin, he had no choice but to give all the heavenly fire crystals that he had accumulated for thousands of years to Fen Gudong. That was because the heavenly fire crystals were the source of the hellfire. In the past thousands of years he had almost used up 70 to 80% of the source of the hellfire. Therefore it was not impossible for him to refine the hellfire. If one didn't take one step at a time, one wouldn't be able to travel 1,000 miles. Many a little makes a mickle. When the source of the hellfire was sucked dry, the hellfire would be the most painful. However, this was the only way to refine the hellfire. Once the hellfire was successfully refined and he obtained the myriad chi cauldron, Fen Gudong was confident that he could even fight against an emperor realm expert. Niu Tianlang was also unwilling in his heart. He had worked hard for thousands of years, but in the end he had made a wedding dress for someone else. Furthermore, if he wanted to let his second and third brother recover their bodies, he would still need to rely on Fen Gudong. After all, the methods of the chief alchemist of the Ghost Dan sect were not something that he could compete with. Jiang Chen madly rushed towards the Heaven Dragon pagoda. However, the moment he appeared, Red Lotus had already been pushed into the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Jiang Chen instantly killed the two Hierarch realm experts. Jiang Chen, farewell. Red Lotus smiled faintly. Her eyes seemed to be filled with regret, but she could not do anything. Wait for me. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and jumped into the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison without hesitation. No. Red Lotus's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. However, Jiang Chen still jumped down without hesitation. The endless flames instantly devoured the two of them. The bottomless abyss made the two of them fall down rapidly. The distance between Red Lotus and Jiang Chen was getting closer and closer. At that moment their hands were tightly held together. Why did you have to be so stupid?" Honglian murmured. Her face was filled with bitterness, but she could not help but reveal the love in the depths of her heart. "I have gone through fire and water for you. I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who is afraid of death. Along the way you have already become an indispensable part of my life," Jiang Chen gently said. Honglian could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. The two of them embraced each other tightly. Although Honglian did not possess karmic fire, she still had her own feelings. However, she was not good at expressing them. If she liked someone, then she liked him. In the end, she could no longer hold back her emotions. Her tears poured out like a broken dam. Scene after scene appeared in Honglian's head. The two of them had stumbled along the way. They seemed to be extremely cold towards each other, but they had always been together through life and death. For her, Jiang Chen had jumped into the Heaven Dragon prison's 18 levels of purgatory. Red Lotus's heart had completely melted. But she knew that both of them were probably going to die. "You're so stupid. I'm not the only woman in the world. How can you face them?" Honglian sobbed, drenching Jiang Chen's clothes. "But I can't live without you," Jiang Chen whispered. Honglian's heart trembled slightly. Even if she had to die, she was willing. Jiang Chen kissed her deeply on the forehead. At that moment, the two of them embraced each other tightly, as if they were cherishing their final moments together. Finally, the two of them fell into the bottomless abyss. Endless tongues of fire spewed with cold, evil flames, causing their expressions to change drastically. The space around them was filled with endless raging flames. Tongues of flames were like blazing fire dragons, wreaking havoc in the void from all directions, wrapping around the two of them. What terrifying flames! Jiang Chen shivered inside. At that moment, both Jiang Chen and Honglian held their ground and resisted the flames. "The hellfire is even more terrifying than I imagined," Honglian whispered with a stern expression. She could already feel the intense heat in her heart. The fact that she could feel this way meant that the hellfire was extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin and Hong Lian jumped into the Zulong Tower. At that moment, even the Zulong Tower became extremely hot. Although the Zulong Tower did not melt, the intense flames still forced them into a desperate situation. I won't be able to hold on if this continues, Hong Lian said. Hong Lian spoke in a deep voice. Although she did not possess the Red Lotus hellfire, there was a great disparity between her flames and the hellfire. Did you find your father? Jiang Qin asked. Hong Lian shook her head in disappointment. His presence has disappeared. I was ambushed by Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang in the northern mountain range and was brought here. Hong Lian murmured. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and whispered, what I said might seem absurd to you and even I don't believe it. But I have to say, the hellfire? Could it be your father? Hong Lian shook her head without hesitation. That's impossible. I can't feel any sense of intimacy from the hellfire. It's impossible for it to be my father. Firstly, this is where you're looking for your father. Secondly, you possess the hellfire of the Red Lotus. How many flames are stronger than you in this world? Furthermore, the ancestral dragon emperor told me that the hellfire was a great ancient beast. He didn't say it clearly due to his identity. Coincidentally, the hellfire is about to be devoured by Fen Gudong and Niu Tianlang. The heavenly flame crystal that they have been accumulating for thousands of years is actually the source of the hellfire. Could the danger you felt from your father be related to it? Although it's just a guess, I feel that the hellfire might be related to you. Jiang Chen's words moved Hong Lian more, but she couldn't feel her father's presence. It wasn't him that she felt before. Hong Lian fell into a daze at that moment. She had no idea if it was her father. However, she couldn't feel anything. Furthermore, she and Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Huff huff, tongues of flames covered the 18th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. The flames emitted a black radiance and burned. It was as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be burned. Jiang Qin and Red Lotus's situation was getting worse and worse. Both of them were in the ancestral dragon pagoda, but the blazing heat almost made Jiang Qin collapse. Azure Lotus Starfire. Chapter 3405. As time passed, Jiang Chen's expression became uglier and uglier. The Azure Lotus Starfire was also gradually assimilated by the hellfire. Jiang Qin and Hong Lian felt as if their souls were being burned. We can't continue like this. Jiang Chen's expression became uglier and uglier. However, even the hellfire of the Red Lotus could do nothing. The Azure Lotus Starfire was also assimilated by the hellfire, and this was when the hellfire didn't have a fire spirit. If a fire spirit had appeared to fight against Jiang Qin and Hong Lian, they would have been annihilated in an instant. Are we really going to die? Hong Lian looked at Jiang Qin silently and murmured. She wasn't afraid of death because she had Jiang Qin with her. However, she didn't even get to see her father, so she was rather unwilling. As long as I'm here, I definitely won't let you die, Jiang Qin said sternly. However, the Zulong Tower had already become extremely hot. Even though they were in the Zulong Tower, their situation was becoming more and more difficult. This time, Jiang Qin put the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Myriad Qi Cauldron on him again. The terrifying hellfire began to recede. At the very least, the two of them could no longer feel the crazy heat from before. However, as time passed, Jiang Qin could still feel the invisible hellfire begin to devour them. Even the 3 layers of protection could not guarantee Jiang Qin and Hong Lian's safety. The hellfire was born from the heart. Jiang Qin and Hong Lian's lips were filled with bitterness. They knew just how terrifying the hellfire was. Even the 3 layers of protection could not withstand the attack of the hellfire. Jiang Qin could already feel that he was on the brink of death. At that moment, the two of them were also helpless. They could only endure, stand, and struggle. They swore that they would not give up on any hope of survival. However, the hellfire was slowly destroying their will to live. Outside the Heaven Dragon prison, Fen Gudong, who had rested for a day, was finally ready to start refining the hellfire. The billions of heavenly fire crystals have already taken up 70% to 80% of the hellfire. Devouring it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Fen Gudong said proudly. Brother Fen will definitely succeed. Niu Tianlang whispered. Fen Gudong silently glanced at Niu Tianlang and indifferently said, I know you might not be satisfied, but don't worry, I won't take the hellfire for nothing. I'll help your brothers reconstruct their bodies. With my help they'll definitely be able to live again. Don't worry, I won't take the hellfire for nothing. Moreover, joining the Ghost Pill sect in the future is just the beginning. Once the hellfire and the myriad chi cauldron are in my hands, I won't put the entire central region divine land in my eyes. At that time, no matter if it's the martial pill hall or the Buddhist pagoda, I'll kill them without hesitation. Fen Gudong's words caused Niu Tianlong's body to tremble. He knew that Fen Gudong's ambition was to control the entire central region divine land. Even if he couldn't become unrivaled in the world, it wasn't a bad thing to be above tens of thousands of people. Tianlang thanks Brother Fen here. In the future, when Brother Fen rises in revolt, Tianlang will definitely follow by your side. I swear to be loyal to Brother Fen with my life. Niu Tianlong's face was filled with joy. When there's a gain, there's a loss. He believed that Fen Gudong would definitely not mistreat him, because Fen Gudong still needed his help to subdue the Ghost Pill sect. That's good. Fen Gudong nodded his head and slowly walked towards the 18th level of the Heaven Dragon prison. His eyes flickered with incomparable coldness. The current Xianxia should have already turned into ashes. Under the hellfire no one can hide. Even Emperor Realm experts can't escape. Under the hellfire they'll probably lose a layer of skin. Fen Gudong sneered. Xianxia was simply courting death by going against him. Brother Fen is wise. Haha, that Xianxia should have already turned into ashes. As for the myriad chi cauldron, Niu Tianlang couldn't help but say, don't worry. The strength of the myriad chi cauldron is definitely beyond your imagination. Even Emperor Realm experts can't destroy it. Since ancient times it's one of the 10 strongest divine weapons. How could it be so weak? Fen Gudong said. Niu Tianlang inhaled a mouthful of cold air and his face turned solemn. One of the 10 greatest divine weapons. This name was too frightening. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't destroy it. Just how powerful was that person? Niu Tianlang didn't know, but it was obvious that Fen Gudong knew the myriad chi cauldron like the back of his hand. Protect me. I'm going to start devouring the hellfire. Nothing can go wrong. Fen Gudong said as he looked at the billions of heavenly fire crystals in his storage ring. All of them were hellfire origin. Once he devoured 70 to 80% of the hellfire origin, subduing the hellfire origin would be as easy as drinking water. Fen Gudong sat down cross-legged. The heavenly flames in his hand were unceasingly fusing together, unceasingly devouring them. The extremely berserk hellfire essence caused Fen Gudong to be incomparably solemn, not daring to show the slightest bit of negligence. After all, the terror of the hellfire essence was not to be underestimated. Fen Gudong was extremely clear that the heavenly fire crystal was an ownerless object, and it was completely unable to affect him in the slightest. Bit by bit, the heavenly fire crystal was continuously devoured and refined by Fen Gudong. In the end, the origin of the hellfire was also slowly absorbed into his body. Another day passed. Fen Gudong had finally absorbed all the hellfire origin into his body and refined it. At this moment he could feel that his strength had become extremely powerful. With the boundless hellfire origin in his hand, he was even more confident in devouring the hellfire origin spirit. Although he had obtained 70 to 80% of the hellfire's origin energy, if he did not obtain the origin spirit, then everything would be for naught. Therefore Fen Gudong had schemed and schemed to obtain the origin spirit. Once he obtained the origin spirit, he would be able to completely control the hellfire. If a god obstructed him, he would be able to kill a god. If a Buddha obstructed him, he would be able to kill a Buddha. Huff! Fen Gudong let out a long breath of turbid air. His expression was incomparably solemn, and the corner of his mouth curled into an undetectable smile. At this moment, the surging karmic flames in his body had already started to gush out. However, if he didn't obtain the source of the karmic flames, there would come a day when the karmic flames in his body would be exhausted. The spirit of the karmic flames would be able to provide him with an inexhaustible supply. Now I want to see who can stop me. Chapter 3406. Fen Gudong hurriedly turned around and directly leapt into the 18 levels of purgatory. At that instant he felt the terrifying and scorching tongues of fire spewing out unceasingly from his surroundings. Fen Gudong's expression was solemn as he struck out with his palm. Thunder rumbled and boundless flames surged. Standing within the flames, he wasn't affected in the slightest, and he even devoured the tongues of fire. Humph! You want to fight against me with just a few strands of fire? That's just a pipe dream. Fen Gudong furiously roared as he waved his sleeves, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding flames. He was like a flame giant that stood proudly in the sky. As he swept out, all the tongues of fire were forced back. Lowly human. You don't have the qualifications to devour me. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have designs on me? You're not the first, and you probably won't be the last. A cold roar resounded within the 18 purgatory. The voice was filled with a chill that came from the depths of one's soul and spread throughout the 18 purgatory. Is that so? I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape from me today. Your hellfire source has already been devoured by me. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? In terms of source energy, you're just a remnant of a fire spirit. Fen Gudong arrogantly looked at the sky as he swept his gaze across the endless tongues of fire. Within the fiery domain, 3,000 flaming figures spread out as if they were the sovereigns of the heavens. Do you really think that with your current hellfire source you can devour me? Fen Gudong was extremely furious towards the hellfire. With his current strength, he didn't fear the hellfire at all. Because he controlled 70 to 80% of the hellfire, he didn't fear its attacks at all. If it wasn't for this formless formation restraining me, do you think that an ant like you would dare to fight against me in these hundreds of millions of years? It's like a fantasy. The deep and heavy voice of the hellfire echoed in Fen Gudong's ears. At that moment, Fen Gudong sneered without any fear. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Do you think that you were very strong back then? If you were strong back then, why would you be trapped here? If you were a peerless talent, why would you become someone else's prisoner? Trapped in the 18 levels of purgatory, no matter how bright you were in the past, you're just a fellow struggling at death's door now. Do you still want to become a true expert and soar above the 9 heavens? Stop dreaming. From today onwards, there will be no more hellfire. Your origin energy will be completely devoured by me. Fen Gudong laughed wildly. He was filled with confidence. With 70 to 80% of the karmic hellfire's origin energy, what did he have to be afraid of? Little rat, I'm the spirit of hellfire. Do you really think you can devour me just because you control 70 to 80% of my origin energy? Without my spirit of karmic fire, 70 to 80% of your essence would be nothing more than dead fire. The spirit of hellfire sneered. Even if the heavens and earth seal my 9 layers of reincarnation, it is still not something that you mortals can contend against. If you want to die, then come at me. Let me see where your so-called confidence comes from. Fen Gudong slightly narrowed his eyes. Looking at the tens of thousands of fiery shadows around him, he murmured, "A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. Today I'll send you to the true Avicii hell." Fen Gudong formed a seal with both of his hands, causing origin flames to spurt out from within his body. They started to merge with the surrounding flames. As they converged, the formless devouring power started to crazily devour them, causing the surrounding karmic flames to retreat in fear of being devoured by Fen Gudong. Layers of illusionary shadows appeared on Fen Gudong's body, forming an incomparably huge crocodile. Its bloody mouth opened and closed, as if it wanted to devour all the surrounding karmic fire and use it for itself. Your way of thinking is a little too simple. The spirit of hellfire sneered, completely ignoring Fen Gudong's attack. With a sneer, a huge flaming dragon roared and coiled around Fen Gudong's giant crocodile. They entangled and resisted each other. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Hong Lian were completely exhausted. Hong Lian's face was extremely pale. She was on the verge of death in the Zulong Tower, while Jiang Chen's situation was a little better than hers. A bitter smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Seeing the surrounding flames dim, he finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The karmic fire of hell was just too terrifying. With 3 layers of defense, Jiang Qin had to use everything he had in order to survive. Furthermore, he had to constantly pour divine origin energy into Hong Lian's body to completely stabilize the situation. You've poured all your divine origin energy into me. What are you going to do? Hong Lian said worriedly. Even though Jiang Chen's recovery abilities were extremely powerful, he still couldn't make ends meet. His current situation was rather difficult, and it was even a matter of life and death. However, as long as Jiang Chen still had a single breath left, he definitely wouldn't let anything happen to Hong Lian. It's fine. I can hold on, Jiang Chen said with a smile. But Red Lotus could clearly see the gloominess in his eyes. He was forcefully supporting his shaky body so that she wouldn't worry about him. That's why he was like this. Even if you die, you won't say a single word of discomfort. Hong Lian's eyes sparkled as she tightly hugged Jiang Chen. Only through life and death could one see one's true feelings. Jiang Chen's heart reignited Hong Lian's boundless desire for life. It was as if the sky would not collapse as long as he was there. Jiang Chen smiled, but he did not deny it. Fen Gudong has already entered the 18 levels of purgatory. All the Hellfire origin energy has been mobilized to resist Fen Gudong, so our current situation should be much better. Jiang Chen said as he gazed through the Zulong Tower. Right now, a shocking dragon and a sky-devouring crocodile were completely entangled above their heads. The frenzied devouring made even Jiang Chen feel extremely shocked. The terrifying origin energy from the two of them actually made him feel threatened. The Hellfire was truly terrifying. What should we do? Should we leave now? Hong Lian was a little hesitant. She was truly worried. If the Hellfire really was her father, then it was very likely that the Hellfire would be in deep trouble if she left. It might even be devoured by Fen Gudong. That Fen Gudong should have already gained control of the majority of the karmic flames of hell, which is why he dared to fight against them in the 18th level of purgatory. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to withstand the karmic flames of hell. If that Fen Gudong wasn't completely confident, he would definitely not take such a risk. Chapter 3407. Their previous thoughts were all guesses. They were unable to verify whether the Hellfire was Red Lotus's father or not. But now it seemed that the two of them who were outsiders had finally escaped from danger. However, Jiang Chen did not plan to leave. His thoughts were the same as Red Lotus's. Even if the Hellfire wasn't formed from the origin energy of Red Lotus's father, he would definitely kill that bastard Fen Gudong before leaving. At this moment, Fen Gudong finally unleashed his full strength with the majority of the origin energy of the Hellfire. Old fogey, believe me. You will die a very, very miserable death. You've endured for billions of years, but today you will become my Fen Gudong's exclusive property. From today onwards, I will control the Hellfire and dare to fight with you in the water. Fen Gudong's hands turned into huge chains as he opened his mouth. Strand after strand of the origin energy of the Hellfire violently surged and was rapidly devoured by Fen Gudong. I've lived for countless years. How can I be controlled by a brat like you? Back then, even Heavenly King experts had to lower their heads before me. Who do you think you are? Even your ancestor would have to bow in front of me. The Hellfire roared furiously. A huge dragon coiled and rose into the sky. Two incomparably huge figures continuously paced back and forth in the fiery purgatory as they struggled. Times have changed. Even if you've dominated the immemorial era, I'm the true ruler now. Fen Gudong was disdainful as he began to devour the origin energy of the Hellfire even more ferociously. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, there was still no victor. Although Fen Gudong had obtained 70 to 80% of the karmic flame's origin energy, it was just as the karmic flame had said. Without the spirit of the karmic flame, it didn't matter how much origin energy he had. It was like a pool of stagnant water, and the spirit of the Hellfire was the source of the spring. Half a month quietly passed as time flowed by. In the end, the two of them had managed to completely nullify the majority of the origin energy. In the end, Fen Gudong's skill was a level higher than Fen Gudong's, as he had occupied too much of the Hellfire's origin energy. Therefore, he was able to take the initiative as the Hellfire devoured the origin energy. Over the past tens of millions of years, the origin energy of the Hellfire had already been refined into heavenly flames by the students of Tongxian Mansion. Their strength had been greatly depleted, and they were even suppressed by the formation of the primordial era. Let's see how you're going to fight against me now. Fen Gudong and the Hellfire could be said to be fighting against each other. However, Fen Gudong had suffered a great loss in terms of origin energy. In the end, the Hellfire was still a step behind, and gradually the majority of his origin energy had already been devoured by Fen Gudong. Why am I still living? Because I have something in my heart. My child. I don't know where my child is. I can't accept this. Because of that battle, because of the so-called light, I hate my child. The Hellfire murmured. At that moment its figure gradually dimmed. Purify the ancient flourishing red lotus, my child. The voice of the Hellfire reverberated in the sky. At that moment, Red Lotus felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Purify the ancient, flourishing Red Lotus. Was that his child? Was the hellfire of the Red Lotus really him? It's this call. He really is my father, Zhang. Red Lotus tightly grasped Zhang Chen's hand. Her eyes were blazing with indescribable passion. It was this call that forced her to leave Zhang and travel thousands of miles to come here. It was a call that came from the depths of her heart. Although she had lost contact with her father for a period of time, she firmly believed that her father was still by her side. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. Back then, Red Lotus had been summoned by her father's call. At this moment, the truth had finally been revealed. The hellfire before her was really her father. There's no time to lose. We can't let your father be devoured by Fengudong. You should be able to continue his life with your origin energy. Zhang Chen solemnly said as he looked at Red Lotus. Red Lotus was incomparably excited as she heavily nodded her head. Father, I'm coming. Red Lotus' call caused the hellfire to tremble. The gigantic flaming dragon trembled as it looked at the hellfire of the Red Lotus with confusion and excitement. Child, are you really my child? The proud dragon head of the hellfire flickered with a crystalline brilliance. It roared and struggled, trying to break free from Fengudong's restraints. However, it was to no avail. Father, I want to help you maintain your origin energy. Red Lotus solemnly said as she transferred her origin energy to the hellfire without any hesitation. Are you really my child? I've already forgotten. I've forgotten what you look like. I've even forgotten if you're still alive. The hellfire of the Red Lotus origin energy continued to flow into its body. At this moment, it completely understood that the fusion of origin energy and the gathering of bloodline energy meant that Red Lotus was really its child. My child. The proud dragon head looked at Red Lotus lovingly at this moment. However, the corner of its mouth was filled with endless bitterness. They, father and daughter, actually met at the moment when their lives were about to end like this. Ah, what a good reunion between father and daughter. It's a pity that both of you have to die. In addition to the origin energy of the hellfire of the Red Lotus, I've gained quite a lot today. Fengudong's brows danced as his eyes flickered. This time it was truly a pleasant surprise. This woman was actually the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Fengudong had never expected this. Although the hellfire of the Red Lotus was not as powerful as the hellfire of the hellfire, it was still extremely terrifying. However, the hellfire of the hellfire was simply too powerful. Father, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely not let anyone harm you. Red Lotus clenched her teeth as her face turned pale. Most of the origin energy in her body had been transferred to the hellfire of the hellfire. However, the terrifying absorption force was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Both of you will die. Neither of you will be able to escape from my palm. The hellfire of the hellfire and the hellfire of the Red Lotus will be used by me. The day I step into the Emperor realm will be the day I dominate the divine world. At that time I'll make the entire heaven and earth bow down to my hellfire. Fengudong's eyes turned cold as his killing intent surged. These two hellfire of the hellfire were already his. It's a little too early for you to be happy. Chapter 3408. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes. The power of the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning in his hands gradually fused together, causing the death lightning lotus to grow bigger and bigger in Fengudong's eyes. This is all heavenly lightning. You lunatic, you're still not dead? Fengudong furiously roared with an incomparably solemn expression. The death lightning lotus in Zhang Chen's hands had already turned into an extremely terrifying lotus, as if it could blossom at any moment. The moment it blossomed would be the moment of its explosion. Fengudong originally thought that Zhang Chen was already dead. The fact that he was still able to protect himself in the face of such terrifying hellfire showed that he definitely had many treasures on him. Even the myriad chi cauldron might not be able to help him hold on for so long. Brat, come at me if you want to die. Let me see how powerful a person like you who's about to die can be. Fengudong's eyes were like torches as he said in a deep voice. So what if he had fused his terrifying heavenly lightning? He had his own hellfire origin. At this moment, let's see if he could withstand it. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. So what if it's the hellfire? Do you think that I, Zhang Chen, am afraid of you? Today shall be the day of your death. Jiangchen coldly smiled as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He wanted to kill Fen Gudong in a single strike. The fusion of the 4 bolts of heavenly lightning would definitely be able to kill Fen Gudong. Who is he? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? The Hellfire looked at Jiangchen, then at Red Lotus in a daze. He's my master. He has my origin fire in his body. Perhaps that's why you feel a sense of familiarity from him. Red Lotus said. Is that so? Perhaps. The Hellfire looked at Jiangchen and murmured. At this moment Fen Gudong and Jiangchen were entangled together. Jiangchen showed no fear as the death lightning lotus in his hands poured out in torrents. Hellfire incineration. Giant crocodile devours the heavens. Fen Gudong didn't want to be outdone either. Thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth. Flames were like dragons that swallowed the heavens and earth. The flaming giant furnace and the flaming giant alligator intertwined with each other, crashing towards Jiangchen trying to kill him. At the same time the death lightning lotus suddenly blossomed with a dazzling 5-colored light. The lightning was colorful, it was extremely beautiful, and it shook the void. The lightning stirred the wind and clouds, and the sun, moon, and stars couldn't be seen. Lightning snakes filled the air, causing the air to ripple with lightning snakes. The feeling of flowing through the void caused people to not dare to look directly at it. Jiangchen slightly narrowed his eyes. This attack was stronger than the one he used in the Bamboo Sea mountain range. This was because this was an attack that Jiangchen used when he was at his peak. Lightning lingered around it, covering the 3,000 underworlds and traversing through the ancient times. The origin fire of the Hellfire was instantly devoured by the Death Thunder Lotus. The destructive feeling was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. There wasn't even the slightest pause. It even caused Fen Gudong's face to turn deathly pale as he retreated in defeat. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The lightning dragon devoured the giant alligator and wreaked havoc in the 18 Purgatory. Fen Gudong never thought that Jiangchen's strength would be so terrifying. That attack had completely shattered his belief. Under that attack he no longer had the strength to fight back. Even if he used up all the hellfire in his body, it would still be difficult for him to fight against Jiangchen. That was because there was a limit to his origin energy. Furthermore, a large portion of it had been cancelled out by the hellfire. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be Jiangchen's opponent at this moment. The hellfire's origin energy was exhausted. Fen Gudong's strength instantly faded away and he returned to his original state. Why? I hate you. You bastard. If it wasn't for you I would have already devoured the hellfire. I hate you. Fen Gudong kept struggling and roaring furiously. His face was pale and the divine light in his eyes was fading away. Because he knew that his remaining source of hellfire was about to disappear. At that time, Jiangchen wouldn't even need to do anything. He would be completely devoured by the hellfire of the 18 levels of purgatory. You don't have the qualifications to possess the hellfire. You're just dreaming. Do you really think that you're invincible with just a mere ghost pill sect? Jiangchen coldly laughed. At this moment the remaining hellfire's origin energy in Fen Gudong's body had completely disappeared. His roaring figure also disappeared from the 18 purgatory. He was completely burnt by the hellfire and turned into ashes. He's finally dead. Honglian let out a long sigh of relief. However, when she turned around, the fiery dragon formed by the hellfire slowly dissipated at that moment. This is just an illusion that I've created. I'm trapped even deeper underground. No one can save me. Child, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, once you activate this formation from the primordial era, you won't be able to escape your fate either. The fiery dragon raised its head as its eyes sparkled. Jiangchen's expression also changed slightly. Tears also flickered in Honglian's eyes. No, father, don't. Honglian extended her hand, but the image of the fiery dragon had already dissipated. Brat, take good care of my child, take good care of him. Don't come and save me, please don't. The moment the hellfire's voice disappeared, Honglian completely collapsed. Her soul was devoured and her eyes were lifeless. Honglian. Jiangchen supported Honglian, but his heart skipped a beat. The hellfire should have been sealed here by the primordial powerhouses and couldn't leave. Even he couldn't see anything wrong with the primordial formation here. Your father shouldn't be dead. He's just sealed here. Let's think of a way to save him. Jiang Qin knew that at this moment his father had once again returned to the place where he was sealed underground. If he wasn't sealed, he wouldn't have been bullied by dogs. His father must have been a peerless figure in the past. How could he have been controlled by Fen Gudong? Jiang Qin was shocked. However, things had changed. The primordial formation still existed, and it could even trap the hellfire. Jiang Qin knew that it was almost impossible for them to save her father with their strength. I know you're very sad. You've only just reunited with your daughter, yet you're separated once again. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you save your father. Jiang Qin held Hong Lian's hand tightly. Hong Lian's eyes became hazy with tears. She directly threw herself into Jiang Qin's embrace and cried. Jiang Qin, do you think I'll be able to see my father again? Hong Lian asked softly. Her heart was filled with pain and sorrow. You will. I promise you, you definitely will. Chapter 3409. Jiang Qin couldn't bear to see Red Lotus crying so sadly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. She no longer had the demeanor of a strong woman. Perhaps she was no longer as strong as she used to be. Let me try. Jiang Qin's expression became solemn. At this moment, Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and casted the 18th sword. He exerted all of his swordsmanship to break the formation of the 18th level of purgatory hell. However, he failed in the end. Jiang Qin did not give up. Bolts of heavenly lightning rained down on the 18th level of purgatory, but it did not affect the formation at all. 4 bolts of heavenly lightning continued to strike, but the formation was not affected at all. In the end, Jiang Qin held the bronze throne and smashed it down fiercely. However, it was still useless. This time, the ancestral dragon emperor who was in the Zulong Tower could not bear to watch anymore. Give up. Without the strength of a heavenly king, it's impossible to break this formation. Even if you have multiple divine weapons, even if you're talented, it's still impossible. Because the formation is. Forget it, just give up. The hellfire was a terrifying existence even in the immemorial era. There's a reason why it's suppressed here. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Senior ancestral dragon emperor, do you know something? Red Lotus quickly asked as if she had found a life-saving straw. I don't know much, and it's just some small figures. It's hard for me to get in touch with the big figures. So it's better if you don't know anything. I was only an expert in the immemorial era back then. The ancestral dragon emperor said softly and entered the Zulong Tower, disappearing again. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. This ancestral dragon emperor really knows how to keep people in suspense. However, Jiang Qin guessed that he might not be able to do anything. Otherwise, the ancestral dragon emperor would not leave them to die. Moreover, the ancestral dragon emperor seemed to be very secretive about the formation and was not willing to talk about it. Let's go first. We'll come back here one day. Jiang Qin said softly. Red Lotus silently stared at the 18 levels of purgatory where the hellfire was rising. She was in a daze but eventually nodded and left with Jiang Qin. At this moment, outside of the Heaven Dragon prison, Niu Tianlang and the 3 early divine emperors were waiting respectfully. They were even filled with anticipation. As long as Fen Gudong appeared, he would definitely devour the karmic flames of hell. At that time, they would be able to use Fen Gudong's methods to soar. This was their fortune and also their opportunity. Everyone in the future, all of you must put in a good word for me in front of Brother Fen. Niu Tianlang said with a smile. After all, compared to the 3 direct subordinates of Fen Gudong from the Ghost Pill sect, Niu Tianlang's presence was definitely weaker. Although the 3 of them were weaker than him, they were from the same sect as Fen Gudong. This kind of friendship was something that Niu Tianlang was unable to compare to. Well said, well said. Great Hall Master is too serious. In the future we will all serve Elder Fen, so we should be in the same boat. The 3 elders of the Ghost Pill sect also nodded with a smile. At this moment, there was finally a slight movement in the 18 layers of purgatory. It's Brother Fen. Brother Fen should be out by now, right? Niu Tianlang's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became even more radiant. But just as Niu Tianlang was feeling excited, an unparalleled sword chi shot out from the 18 levels of purgatory. At this moment, the 4 of them were not prepared at all, and all of them were heavily injured. What's going on? That's impossible. When Niu Tianlang and the others saw Jiang Qin and Hong Lian standing at the entrance of the 18 layers of purgatory, their faces became extremely ugly. They were pale and bloodless as fear and shock involuntarily rose in their hearts. How are you still alive? Zhangchen. Niu Tianlang looked at Zhangchen in shock and doubt as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Why can't I be alive? He wanted to kill me, but that Fan Gudong went to the 18 layers of purgatory first. Who can he blame for that? Zhangchen smiled. The four of them were already arrows at the end of their flight. Caught off guard, they were heavily injured by his sword and no longer had any fighting strength left. They originally thought that the person who walked out of the 18 layers of purgatory would be Fan Gudong, but they never thought that it would be Zhangchen. The four of them were all dumbfounded. They looked at Zhangchen speechlessly. With Fan Gudong's death, they seemed to have lost their backbone and immediately became scattered soldiers. Zhangchen took a step forward. Niu Tianlang said in a deep voice, Zhangchen, what are you trying to do? Don't you know what I'm trying to do? If I let you live, you will definitely become a huge problem in the future. Tell me, should I not kill you? Zhangchen smiled. This is a sneak attack. You will be struck by lightning for such a despicable act. Niu Tianlang said angrily. The fear in his eyes was difficult to conceal. Zhangchen, if you dare to kill us, you will definitely not have a good death. You will definitely be hunted down by the Ghost Pill sect. An elder of the Ghost Pill sect said fiercely. What? Say it again? Did I not hear you clearly? How can you be so shameless as to say such things? If I don't kill you, I'll be pursued endlessly. If I kill you, no one will know. Why didn't you think that you would be pursued by the sword-drawing sect when you wanted to kill me back then? Now you're warning me? Haha, a bunch of idiots. Zhangchen sneered. He even felt that it was an insult to his intelligence to talk to this group of people. I hope that you will be a good person in your next life. No, you won't have a next life. All of you will be destroyed. Zhangchen pulled out his sword. Instantly, Niu Tianlang and the other three's faces turned extremely pale. He raised his sword and the heavenly dragon sword was like a rainbow, piercing through the sky. The four of them were completely killed by Zhangchen. Their souls were also completely devoured by the great Yu soul-forming light. Zhangchen did not hesitate at all. Because if he left these people alive, it would be difficult for him to move forward. At this moment, Tongxian Mansion had completely fallen. These few people from the Ghost Pill sect were also killed by Zhangchen quietly. Only by killing them could he eliminate future troubles. Zhangchen was like a hot knife through butter. He stood proudly on top of Tongxian Mansion. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Zhangchen. Countless mentors and students looked at Zhangchen in fear. Lin Yukong's face was pale. Zhangchen's pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Lin Yukong smiled bitterly. He knew that the great mansion master was dead. Today Tongxian Mansion would only exist in name. If Zhangchen wanted to kill them, there would be no hindrance at all. Chapter 34:10. From today onwards, you will be the second mansion master of Tongxian Mansion. Lin Yukong, are you willing? Zhangchen looked at Lin Yukong and said with a smile. Me. Lin Yukong looked at Zhangchen in disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't he going to kill me? Lin Yukong was extremely shocked and speechless. As the former mansion master's subordinate, how could Zhangchen let him stay? This was simply a fantasy story. But in fact, Zhangchen didn't care so much. He didn't have to kill all of them since he had no grudges with them. Tongxian Mansion also carried his memories. Now that he had reached the Divine Emperor realm, it was time for him to have his own force. This Tongxian Mansion was just what he wanted. So you won't kill me? Lin Yukong took a deep breath. Who would want to be reincarnated forever if he could survive? Jiang Chen's decision to not kill him had allowed him to regain his confidence. You didn't really set me up. Why should I kill you? From now on, Tongxian Mansion will continue as before. However, your new mansion master will be me, Jiang Chen. Who agrees? Who objects? Jiang Chen stood proudly. A Divine Emperor realm expert was full of temptation and excitement for the students. Their former senior brother had become the mansion master of Tongxian Mansion. It was good news for Jiang Chen and all the students. Senior brother Jiang Chen has become our mansion master. Ah, awesome. Yeah, we'll be blessed in the future. I heard that senior brother Jiang Chen is very kind. He wouldn't have rebelled if the second mansion master and the third mansion master didn't force him to do so. Now it seems that senior brother Jiang Chen has successfully rebelled. Don't talk nonsense. Trouble comes from the mouth. I didn't say anything bad about senior brother Jiang Chen. I'm just stating the facts. Now he should be called Mansion Master Jiang. Countless students cheered at this moment, celebrating the birth of the new prefecture master. Lin Yukong looked at the high and mighty Jiang Chen and sighed. He knew that he would never be able to reach Jiang Chen's strength in his entire life. In this era where talented people appeared in every generation, he was the epitome of the era and the representative of geniuses. Lin Yukong is willing to sacrifice his life for Manor Lord Jiang. Lin Yukong bowed towards Jiang Chen. A wise man submits to circumstances. Moreover, he wasn't on the same side as the first manor head and the others. Lin Yukong's goal was to teach more students. He wasn't wrong. The only ones who were at fault were the 3 manor heads with ulterior motives. There's one more thing. From now on, the Heaven Dragon prison will be sealed forever, and no one is allowed to enter it. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. Jiang Chen said solemnly. If the Heaven Dragon prison wasn't sealed, the heavenly fire crystal would be controlled by more people in the future. That was the origin energy of Red Lotus Father. Even though it was insignificant, Jiang Chen didn't want to see it again. There's still hope for your strength to improve. I'll concoct pills for the tens of thousands of disciples in Xianxia Mansion. Everyone will have a share. Jiang Chen said. In an instant, the entire Xianxia Mansion burst into cheers again. To them, the change of dynasty wasn't important. What was important was that they could improve their strength and have a stronger mansion lord. Yes, Manor Lord Jiang. Lin Yukong said. The new generation would replace the old. To him, everything was just the beginning. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked back. It's time for me to go back to the Qilian boundary and Linhe boundary. I'll bring Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu to see my father. His father had suffered all these years. Jiang Chen had been wandering outside. He didn't have the time to accompany his father. After instructing Lin Yukong, Jiang Chen immediately chased after them. He guessed that Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing couldn't have gone too far. Jiang Chen's soul energy was constantly spreading out. At this moment he could clearly sense the existence of the 2 silhouettes a few thousand li away. The soul of an Emperor Realm expert was incomparable to the soul of an ordinary Divine Emperor expert. Madams, I'm here. Ah. Jiang Chen laughed. Wu Ningzhu suddenly turned around. Both of them were in a hidden cave. Wu Ningzhu immediately ran into Jiang Chen's embrace without thinking. However, at this moment Yan Qingqing's lips twitched slightly, her eyes were filled with hesitation. Who's your wife? Yan Qingqing said coldly. However, she felt a little upset in her heart. These days Wu Ningzhu had told her a lot about their past. However, Yan Qingqing had lost her memory. She still wanted to get over the hurdle in her heart. I'm not your wife. Jiang Chen was defeated. Wu Ningzhu smiled through her tears. She broke away from Jiang Chen's embrace and blushed. She had completely forgotten about Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing had completely forgotten about her husband. This gave Wu Ningzhu a headache. Did you kill all of them? Wu Ningzhu said worriedly. Even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, how could they resist the wisdom of your little Chenzi? Sister Ning, am I right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Wu Ningzhu rolled her eyes, but her heart was filled with sweetness. You only know how to talk nonsense. Wu Ningzhu said with a frown. Nauseating. Yan Qingqing harumphed coldly. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. I'm going back to Linhe boundary. My father is there. I haven't been there for a long time. I'm sure he will be happy to see you. Jiang Chen said. Really? Great, I miss him too. It's a pity that Xiao Yu isn't here. Wu Ningzhu was a little sad. She missed Yan Qingyu very much. So did Jiang Chen. However, Yan Qingyu's whereabouts were unknown at this moment. This was what Jiang Chen was most worried about. But now Jiang Chen wanted to go back to Linhe boundary to take a good look at his father. After all, he would be going to the Dragon Clan in the near future. At that time it would be a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen did not know when he would be able to see his father again after going back to the Middle Region Divine Land. When the 3 of them returned to Xianxia Mansion, Hong Lian shook her head and said to Jiang Chen, I want to stay here and guard the Heaven Dragon prison. I want to stay and guard the Heaven Dragon prison. You don't need me now. You have the origin flame of the Red Lotus karmic fire. Let me stay here, okay? Jiang Chen. Looking at Red Lotus's sorrowful face, Jiang Chen could not bear to forcefully take her away. At that moment, Jiangchen knew that she was doing this to fulfill her filial duty and to wait for her father's rebirth. Jiangchen was speechless. He couldn't deny Honglian's filial piety. Wait for me. One day I will definitely break through this restrictive formation.